Hello everyone and welcome to the inaugural meet of the Box Hill Burn here at the home of PB's Box Hill Athletics Track. I am Michael Masseni and here is my co-host Mitch Dyer. Are you excited for tonight, Mitch?
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute ripper, Mick. Obviously we have a plethora of races going on tonight. A few things going to go down.
Yeah, for sure. We've got 1,000 metres and 5,000 metre races on the calendar or on the timetable tonight, starting in about 10 minutes and going through till 10 o'clock. So there'll be about 5 hours of viewing ahead of us. We have some underage races, some open, some mixed races as well. And a few records, or we're hoping a few records will fall tonight.
Yeah, that's why I'm in the all black, Mick. I think it's going to be a funeral today. We're going to see a lot of things put to rest. We're going to see some new records broken. So it's an exciting night. I know it's 5 hours, but it's 5 hours of fantastic racing, and I think we're going to be able to strap in at the home of PBs again, which is sensational. But look, we will look ahead. Obviously, we do have the timetable ahead of us, so we'll have a brief look at that, and we'll see what's going to be ahead of us tonight at the Box Hill Burn.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get stuck into the details in a bit as we glance over that timetable, and before the first race, we'll go through the details. So as we're looking at the timetable of events here, we do see the underage events. We have under 16, under 18 races on the calendar. We were just talking before, Mitch, how good it is to see a Milers Club style event of racing, but it's in the age groups. These athletes don't often get to race in their age groups unless it's state championships, state all schools. So just a different experience for them here at Box Hill.
I reckon they'll love it, to be honest, because as you mentioned, really only at states they get to actually face off against people their age. So it's a really good way to measure themselves. It's a really good way to be competitive without a state championship on the line or anything nerve-wracking in that sense. And I reckon people are just going to really get stuck into it. Like we can see here in front of us, you've got 16 girls and boys, 18 boys, and then we start to move through. And then later in the night, you can see down here, we've got our mixed 5,000, our mixed 5,000. I mean, it's just a really, really cool, different way to do running.
And as well, with the 1,000 metre races for the underage athletes as well, a bit of a unique event. So, you know, we just like to race sometimes as well, and it can be great to chase times, but sometimes you just want to get a race against the people of your own age, and this is what the team at Box Hill Burn are doing tonight.
Yeah, well, a massive shout out to Steve Deneen and the whole crew down here at Box Hill. They have done a mountain of work to be able to get something like this over the line, and to all coaches, officials, everybody who gets this sort of stuff underway, they have really set us up for an unbelievable night of racing. Obviously the weather is beautiful, there's not a lot of wind down here, the temperature's quite nice, so there's really no excuses for anything other than fast times, and I reckon that's what we're going to see right across the night here. Absolutely.
And from 8:23 is when we really kick off the fast racing with the men's A 1,000 metres at 8:23. At 8:30 is the women's A 1,000. 8:37 is the women's A 5,000. And then at 9:02 p.m, the men's A 5,000. But then don't forget about the women's B and the men's B 5,000 after that into the late part of the evening, when the conditions are going to get so good, the wind's going to continue to drop.
It's just going to be unreal, because a lot of these people in the B race, they would typically be in your A race across the entirety of the summer. So a lot of these guys, like we might say under 14 minutes for the men's B 5,000.
Yeah, which any other Miles Club meet would no doubt win.
You'd win by about 100 metres.
Absolutely. Now let's get into a few of the details. For the men's A race, we have a lot of the athletes who raced the Canberra Track Classic event the other week, last Thursday night. So the likes of Pete Bowl, Jack Lunn, Brad Mathis are returning. They were the first few place getters at the Canberra meet, and they'll be racing the 1,000 metres. Jeff Risley has the Australian record there of 2:16, going through 27 seconds per 200 and a 1:48 through 800 to be on pace for that record. I don't know. Who knows if tonight's the night for that one with these boys, but yeah. Hey, we know the pedigree of someone like Pete Bowl, what he's done in seasons gone by, and Jack Lunn, the up-and-comer. That's just going to kick off the evening of exciting races. How about the women?
It's going to be a boxing match, also with Brad Mathis there as well. So these boys are going to be absolutely flying. Look, the women's race is absolutely loaded. You have Keely Small, you got Lyndon Hall, Katrina Bissett, Abby Caldwell. Claudia Hollingsworth, she's going for an under 15 world record tonight as well. Shanae Landon, she's going for the Israeli record. Kat Bissett, she's going for the Australian record. So too is Lyndon Hall, and also Keely Small could be right in there as well. Abby Caldwell is a junior, or as a senior now, in her first year as a senior, obviously coached by Gavin Burren. It's going to be unbelievable. Kat Bissett obviously has raised a lot of money before tonight as well, and that's for the mental health and everything like that she speaks about, and hopefully we'll be able to speak to her about that a little bit later. The 30 for 30, Katarina Bissett's 1,000 metre record attempt. Looking at it right now, she's raised $18,500.
Oh, that's awesome, because when I checked this morning, Mitch, that was on 17,000. So throughout the day, she's raised an extra $1,000, and throughout this next 5-hour stream, we're going to keep plugging this. So it's Katrina Bissett, CatrinaBisset.com/30, the number 304FOR 30, the number 30. Or just look up Katrina Bissett on Instagram and you'll find it. But yeah, she's raising a ton of money for Lifeline there. And I'll tell you what, that record, Britt McGowan in 2018 of 2:37, I reckon that's more than capable of grasping from the calibre of these athletes here. Lyndon Hall isn't going to let Katrina Bissett just get away with it easily.
No, not at all.
And they have to go through 800 and 205 to get that, which... They both cleared that by a good few seconds the other week at Canberra, or the other night. It makes me feel
ill running that fast nowadays. And these ladies are just going to absolutely smash it out of the park. So, yeah, we're really in for honestly, at a local track down here at Box Hill, this is just unheard of. So it's fantastic to see all of the work that's gone into this and, what we're about to see in front of us.
Absolutely. And we'll talk about the 5,000 metre events coming up as well in a little while. But as we turn our attention to the track for the first race of the evening, we have the women's 1,000 metres under 16s, and athletes as follows are in lane 1, Poppy Donaldson. Lane 2 is Ruby Donaldson. Twins, sisters at least. Both born in 08, so sisters, twins. Lane 3 is Nissa Males from Williamstown. Lane 4 is Ella Michelle, unattached. Lane 5, Emily Mifsud from Essendon. Lane 6, Thea Prattley, unattached. Lane 7, Hannah Rushim from Box Hill, the hometown hero. And lane 8, Karima Wakim from Collingwood. So that is our race in the under 16s 1,000 metres. Seed times about 3 minutes.
Yeah, look, they're all around a similar mark here, so I reckon these girls are going to be really well bunched. Some of these girls had actually raced on the weekend at state champs. We were lucky enough to call, but as they make their way through the first 200, they're nicely strung out here. So the one at the front is going to be Nessa Males there. She's going to be leading out there in front of Karina Wakim, and so too from Hannah Rusmere of Box Hill. So as you mentioned, the local hero, she's going to be tucked in beautifully there. 2-2-4-2 as well from Box Hill, Thea Pratley. So these ladies are going to make their way around the track in about 50 seconds through the first 300. So an honest pace here, Mick, and it's nicely strung out. We've got two at the front. Wakim tucked in beautifully there behind Males. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens over this next 400. 1,000 metres, very different racing.
And we can see the Donaldson athletes from the Spicer Track Club. Sam Spicer doing a great job of launching his coaching business this year. So shout out to Spicer Track as he walks across the track, just checking out his athletes in this under 16 1,000 metre race. So well done, Sam. Help
himself. Look at him. He's absolutely loving it. And that's what you want to see. You want to see a passionate coach down here. So good to see Sam Spicer. He's got the jacket, he's got the hat, the hoodie up. Spicer doesn't have Spicer undies on as well. So these girls make their way around through the first 550 metres. And it looks like Wakim really comfortably tucked in second place there behind Nessa Males. She's got the 3:05 PB or the seed time there. Wakim got the 3 minutes. So they're pretty close together. Well, Wakim more than happy, and we hear the bell. It's weird to hear the bell right now, but now we see our Hannah Rusmere as well from Box Hill come through. She's come through in about 1:54 on the clock, as we now see our Spicer Track athletes as well. Ruby Donaldson, Poppy Donaldson, and behind them there, Thea Pratley. But at the front, we do see Nessa Male. She's going to lead it out from Karima Wakim. So Wakim on the outside now, 300 metres to go. Can she make her way around? Nessa Males has done a lot of work here, though, Mick, and now comes Wakim right on her shoulder. So she wants to do it on the back straight. 250 metres to go, and now Wakim starts to move away.
You said she was looking comfortable, just sitting on Male's heels there for most of this race so far, and 200 metres to go. She goes bang and clears about 10 metres within 20 metres of running. And Males is just chasing. Wakim is striding out, and she's got sights on the finish line. This might be the first 1K race that a lot of these athletes have done, rewriting a bunch of new PBs, I don't doubt.
Oh, without a doubt. And right now it's going to be all Carissa Wakim. She comes down to the finish line. She just waited and waited and waited. And as I said, she looked comfortable. Well, this is why. Because she has absolutely blown it out right now. So she is going to finish there in 2:59, 3 minutes, I think. Now we see Males come through the line as well. Sensational racing. Get a lot of the work early. And now Box Hill athlete Hannah Rusmere comes through. Stops the clock. Or stops her watch, I should say. So obviously
her
really
clock.
Good for Strava. Yeah.
Clock is watch.
The personal. And we'll see which one of the sisters has come on top here. I think it's going to be Poppy Donaldson. Yep, she's going to take it from her sister.
Poppy over Ruby. Used to train together. Probably used to racing together.
Everything together.
Family bragging rights there.
Yeah. So Thea Pratley across now. And we'll see our final athlete come through, I believe. It's going to be Ella Mitchell. So Ella Mitchell now going to finish it off here in the under-16 women's 1,000 metre event. 3:49 on the clock, so great way to start the night. And it's weird getting used to this 1,000, I will admit. It is very different. And
Mitch, there is going to be a presentation for all of these junior races at 6:15. So after we get all these, or the bulk of the 1,000 metres away, all the junior races tonight are sponsored by the running company. Where we have Lilydale, Yarraville, Ballarat and Clifton Hill running companies. Now I've got a bit more to tell you about those awesome running companies as we progress through the evening, but the junior races tonight are sponsored by the running company Clifton Hill, Lilydale, Yarraville and Ballarat.
Yeah, and good to see the local running community getting on board. Obviously, the running company probably stocked half of these athletes their shoes. So really good to see that they're able to give back in the junior rankings. And so on the line now, we do see our under-16 men's 1,000 with hip number 1, Darvin Traub of Maccabee. In number 2, Toby Hurst, also of Maccabee. Number 3, Samuel Mervis, unattached. Number 4, Jack Ewanson, Box Hill. Number 5, Spencer Storen of Knox. With number 6, James Gibbs of the Spicer Track Club. With number 7, Harrison Carr of Old Scotch. Number 8, Ronan Jackson of the Spicer Track Club. And number 9, Jordan Levy of Maccabee.
How is this? Spicer's just laughing on the back straight. He's set himself a bunch of Spicer Track Club time trials here with official timing.
He's going, geez, this is easier than coaching tonight, isn't it?
He doesn't need to stand at the side of the track holding his phone out, calling 72, 73. He just gets the official timing.
Yeah.
Everyone lob up to Box Hill, boys.
Hey.
And girls, the Donaldson twins from the earlier race.
Work smarter, not harder.
Absolutely.
He's living and breathing that right now, Spicer.
Early in his coaching career, but he's already got it all figured out.
He's more than a pretty face, Sam Spicer. You see next to him there, Isaac Bibilay. We might see on here a little bit later. Does love to get his dulcet tones over the microphone. The YouTube sensation himself and hometown hero. Absolutely. You can't miss him either in those orange spikes. So we will wait. We are in the starters' hands here for this men's under 16 1000. I'd be surprised if any of these boys have official PBs. Obviously would be working probably off their 800 metre PB, I assume. Yeah, and looking at the seed times, I think we are seeing a bit of a combination of what might be a 800 metre seed time and 1,000 metre seed time, if they have ever run a 1,000 metre before, or their best guess from a training session. A few might just put in their 800 metre times, and without knowing the calibre of all of these athletes, it is a little bit hard to tell. It was a bit easier with the elite fields where we can look them up and we actually know. Yeah, you got your all athletics there. We need Coach Spicer in here, just giving us the heads up. We need the experience. You saw a few of these boys race across the weekend. Spencer Storen, Jack Ewanson, Harrison Carr, definitely saw them in the 3,000 metres only 2 days ago. So very, very keen to race. And just on the running company, Mitch, did you know it was established by Chris Chapman in 2009 on Bondi Beach, of all places? No. Yeah, it was born out of the desire to offer premium footwear, honest advice, and superior service to all runners of all levels, ultimately helping them achieve their running goals, being injury-free. Did you know that? Well, you know what? I wish I did, and now I do. And not only that, they have multiple stores across Australia. The Rain Company are deeply committed to providing runners of all abilities access to expertise, superior customer service for their running goals, and they absolutely do. I'll tell you what, they are sensational down there at the Running Company, and usually they are owned by runners as well, so it is good to see them all giving back to the community as these boys get underway here, and it's Spencer Storen of Knox. He's going to lead it out from Harrison Carr. And these boys are going to separate away from the Spicer Track Club athletes. So we're going to have to wait and see how they settle. But right now it is comfortably Spencer Storen and Harrison Carr through the first 200 metres there in about 29 seconds. So they're not messing around, Spencer Storen. Harrison Carr, the only one to go with him. Our Spicer Track Club athletes behind them there. It looks like James Gibbs of South Melbourne and Ronan Jackson of Spicer Track Club are in the mix as well, sitting in third and fourth position, ahead of Samuel Mervis from unattached, but competes for Haileybury. Clearly got that maroon Haileybury singlet on, but Spencer Storen charging away from Harrison Carr, and Harrison Carr charging away from the rest of the field. Let's see how this plays out over the next 1.5 laps. Yeah, well, Spencer Storen's put about 40 metres into Harrison Carr, who's then put another 30 into the rest of the field. So this one is well and truly strung out. Spencer Storen, as I said, I think he might have picked up a few medals across the last 2 weekends of the state championships. So he is no stranger to obviously being towards the front of these races, but he has blown it out. He went through in 60 seconds in the first 400. Through this 600, he's stayed pretty consistent through his pacing. So he comes through now in about 1:32 on the clock, and he gets the bell there. So Spencer Storen now, he's going to stride away a little bit from Harrison Carr of Old Scotch. And we see behind them there, it is going to be our South Melbourne athlete. And our unattached athletes here too. Ronan Jackson just off the back of that pack, but right now at the front, Mick, it is Spencer Storen. It's all Spencer Storen. And it is interesting how these athletes will attack the 1,000 metres. Is it going to be an 800 metre time trial and just hang on for the extra 200, or
do they treat it more like a 1500 with a bit of a kick down? I'd suggest the 800 metre way, but then again, as we'll see for his next few races, you might see that as a dangerous choice to make for a 1K time trial.
Yeah, I don't know what Spencer Storin chose, but I think he chose the right option because he is looking as smooth as butter as he comes into this final 100 metres. So Spencer Storin, he went out hard from the gun and he's going to come home even harder to the tape. So Spencer Storin, he's going to come down and claim this men's under 16 1,000 metre event. And look at the clock here. He's done 2:36, so he has run that incredibly well. Spencer Storin has a look around, and he's pretty happy with what he's done. And we see a sprint finish down this home straight, and it's going to be our unattached athlete there, I believe. That is Samuel Mervis. So Mervis comes up on the shoulder of Carr. He's going to just hold on. Mervis couldn't quite dip there over Carr, so he's going to have to settle for third place. Our South Melbourne athlete comes through now, and a plethora of Sam Spicer's boys now. They hit the line. Jack Ewanson behind them there. So about just over the 3-minute mark for those boys. Yeah, and so that was definitely hot from the start. Trying to wrap our heads around some of those athletes. Some of them have the same bib number on, so we were trying to work out who exactly was who.
I think we did a pretty good job of it anyway. Just picking out the key athletes there. Bit of confusion from an admin perspective, but got there in the end. So pretty tight field here of only, 6 athletes towing the line? All athletes on the start line, on the start list, on the start line. So Bailey Morrell is our athlete from Knox in lane number 1, followed by Sebastian Itzen from Knox as well. Isaac Biblay from Box Hill, Jared Turab from Maccabee, Geordie Mitchell, unattached, and Jacob Zorowski from Maccabee.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking across the seed times, I mean, Bailey Morrell ran incredibly well across the weekend, so watch out for him. He's got some serious speed. But Isaac Biblay, I know we pump him up for the social media stuff, but he did claim a second and a third.
But he is a good runner as well, is what you're saying.
He did come second and third across the weekend.
He's actually a good runner, man.
Yeah, he's actually fast, man. Like,
he actually runs well.
So he ran incredibly well across the weekend, so I think it might be a race in those two.
And as we said, the seed times have been somewhat confusing us, whereas we see Jacob Turab with a time of 2 minutes flat, which we can only assume isn't the Australian record for 1K. It's got to be his 800 metre time, which is still a pretty impressive 800 metre time.
I'm
and
impressed.
He would be in the mix, I would say.
Or we could be seeing an unbelievable Australian record in the men's under 18,000.
Taking down Jeff Risey's record of 2:16.
So we're underway here in the men's under 18 1,000, and I think these Knox boys are going to work well together. I'm assuming they're training partners under Gav Burren, but right now Isaac Biblay is not going to let them get too far away. So on his home track,
it's Bailey Morrell tucked on in the inside, and followed by Sebastian Itzen. Isaac Biblay right in third position and looking very, very comfortable, followed by a couple of Spicer Track Club athletes. So it is Morrell who is striding out in front. Got a couple of metres on his training mate in Sebastian Itzine.
Jeeps. He's really starting to move it out. He's put about 2 metres into 7, so I'm not sure whether Sebastian Itzine wants to be able to take up the lead, and he won't, as now Isaac Biblay comes around. So I have a feeling Bailey Morrell might be doing your tactic, Mick. I think he's going to run an 800 and hold on for the 2.
And seeing what happens.
I'm very happy to be proven wrong, but right now he's looking incredible. He went through in 58 seconds through the first 400. So he's not messing around. Isaac Biblay going to be the man to try and chase him down, and right there behind him, I should say about 5-7 metres behind him, is Sebastian Itzen. Our boys behind him there are going to be our Spicer Track Club athletes in Jared Traub and Geordie Michelle. So Jared Zawolski just drifting off the back there a little bit, but Bailey Morrell, he's put about 30 metres into the rest of this field, as he's going to hear the bell now with 1:27 on the clock.
So is he heading for a sub 2:30 1K, which would be ultra impressive if his tactic works out.
If his 800 tactic works out.
Exactly. Isaac Biblo as well. He was sitting in third position for that first 300 metres, but as soon as he took the lead off Sebastian Itzon, he well and truly strided out on that back straight. He's chasing Morel, but I think it's all Morel's race, but it's just going to see what time he can pull off. And yeah, it was probably about a 63, 64 for his second lap after a strong 58 first lap from Morel. Biblay still finishing strong in those red spikes on the back straight, and the rest of the boys, you could throw a blanket over them as they close in with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, so it is Bailey Morel, and he put his foot down early. All gas, no brakes for Bailey Morel. So he's going to come down, our first Knox swagger athlete to be able to take a win here. Watch the clock. He's on 2:27, 2:28, 2:29, 2:30.
Oh.
So he's just going to miss there.
Good
31
guess.
even for Morel. Now comes Isaac Babile, 2:36 on the clock. So some seriously good racing by these two out in front. Even these boys finishing off now, as you see, a Spicer track athlete, 2:43, and Sebastian Itzen, who was in second place there, as you mentioned, Mick, early. He might have felt the pinch a little bit late, but this is an unbelievable plug for Spicer as well. We could just say they're unattached, but we've recognised the Spicer athletes. Jared Traub now comes through the line, and he's going to run 3 minutes, so he's going to just tick over that 3-minute mark in our under-18 men's 1,000-metre event. And they're all across the line now, and a lot of cooked boys by the looks of it.
Absolutely, and that is it for our underage races for the 1,000 metres. A bit later on in the evening, we've got our 5,000 metres mixed under 17 and under 19.
Nick Wall has notified us. We know we've been calling it. We've been saying
we're not calling them
unattached,
invitation athletes anymore, Nick. We're calling them Sam Spicer athletes.
It's
if
all
they're
Sam
invitational.
Spicer.
He's going all right. The young coach.
He's actually got more Spicer athletes than we have AV athletes right now. It's actually unbelievable. You are right. That is the end of our, I suppose, age group races, and now we start to move through to the seeded races.
Yeah, so this will be the men's D race, and we've got a starting list of about 10 or 11 athletes. Doesn't look like all those have made it to the start line, though.
No, it doesn't appear that way. Look, we'll read it off the screen here as we see it. So Daniel Malone is going to wear hip number 1 for Knox. With number 2, Jack Hopkinson of Unattached. I'm only assuming that may be a Spicer, but probably not. Number 3, Clint Anderson of Ringwood. Number 4, Craig Hewitson of Yarra Rangers. Number 5, Greg Steele of Melbourne University. Number 6, Dean Nichols of Wellington. Number 7, Anmol Benepal of South Melbourne. And number 8, Owen Hughes of Unattached.
And can I just say, Mitch, did you know the Clifton Hill Running Company store opened in 2014 by Chris White? Clifton Hill is actually located in the inner north of Melbourne, just a stone's throw from the prime running offered through Studley Park and along the Yarra River and Merry Creek, a haven for both road and trail runners.
Haven, that's the word I had in my head.
Absolute haven near that Clifton Hill Running Company store. So if you're in that inner north of Melbourne area, head down to the Clifton Hill Running Company store, as they are supporting the junior races on the calendar tonight.
Well, you're doing yourself a wild disservice if you don't get into the running company stores, honestly. They are fantastic. It's obviously one of the best that we've seen across the board for running shoes and everything you can need to know as an athlete outside of coaches as we get underway here in our men's D1000. And can I just say, really quickly, Greg Steele, unbelievable head of hair on him. I'm wildly jealous of Greg Steele right now, but right now we do have to focus our attention on the track ahead of us, and it is, well, we've got a different start list down here now than what we had, so we're just going to have to wait and see as these men sort of make their way across.
It does look like Daniel Malone is in the lead and increasing it step by step. In second place seems to be Dean Nichols. At a glance, the athlete unattached in the all black.
Yeah, so I think with so many athletes out of this race, we do have a different start list. So that's okay. Look, we'll try and do our best to call them through. And it is Daniel Malone. We know that for a fact out in front. I know that Greg Steele is the man with the beautiful long hair from Melbourne University. And so Daniel Malone there, beautiful. Our absolute superstar in Lachlan Rayner has just made us look like idiots because we didn't know how to refresh the page. So Daniel Malone now, he's going to lead them out. He won a lot of state medals across the last 2 weekends. So Malone going to lead them 40 metres ahead, I reckon, from our unattached athletes.
He's saying B race or D race. Get me in the C race, Steve. Yeah. What are you doing? He's proven he should be in that grade higher next time.
I think he's made eye contact with Steve Deneen and just said,
saying, what is this?
So Daniel Malone, he's 40 metres ahead and striding at the bell. So Daniel Malone going to move away. A great athlete by Gavin Burren as we now see Dean Nichols come through. Tucked in behind him there, Clint Anderson on the outside, Owen Hughes, and so too Jack Hopkinson. But it's all Daniel Malone heading into the back straight, Mick, and he is still looking the goods with 300.
Absolutely. He's cleared a gap of about 70 to 80 metres on the rest of the field of unattached athletes in the slick black uniforms. Malone is striding out. He'll pass through 800 metres in about 2 minutes and 13 seconds with 200 metres to go. Is he grimacing or is he smiling? It's hard to tell. At that 800 metre mark in a 1,000, as we said, the tactic's got to be go for 800 and see what happens in the last 200, and he absolutely is.
I think he's got a grile on. He's got a grimace smile, Daniel Malone. So he's one of our AWD athletes as well. So sensational to see Daniel Malone come into this home straight solo. These boys behind him, they're going to be fighting it out for second and third position. I know there's no medals on the line, but there's always pride. So Daniel Malone, 40 metres to go. He grits his teeth. He extends his legs, and he wants a time, Daniel Malone. So he's going to come down and greet the clock at 2:49 on the clock.
Check out the sprint finish behind us. All three athletes in the sleek black uniforms, potentially training partners or racing like it anyway.
Owen Hughes, I think, got that. And I was talking about the hair of Greg Steele. Look at Owen Hughes' mullet. My God.
And
what
just under 3 minutes for the lot of them as well. Bit of a milestone mark there. Can I run the sub 3 for 1 kilometre? And we'll see the athletes later on tonight doing that for multiple kilometres. But what a milestone. We talk about that in athletics, those specific time marks to get under 3 minutes for a single kilometre. Massive.
Absolutely. You don't forget that sort of stuff. And that is great to see athletes just dipping underneath it. It's always a relieving feeling when you're just under it as well. You go, oh, am I going to get there? But yeah, these boys did an incredible job there in our men's D 1,000 metre event.
Now, next up will be the women's C 1,000. Just while we're waiting for the officials to get started, did you know, Mitch, that the running company in Yarraville store was opened in 2017? The store is proudly owned and operated by Brad and Renee Fuller, who actually hail from the Geelong store. There are many races and running moments shared between the two, and they have a wealth of running knowledge and experience and are dedicated to pursuing results for both themselves and their customers. Did you know that?
No, well, you know what? I'm loving learning it. I didn't know it, but now I'm not going to forget it.
You can only assume. Brad and Renee are excited to share the running company experience with runners of all abilities within the local area of Yarraville and provide a hub for the running community full of running advice, support and fun. And it's my local store.
Oh, well, there you go. Would you say it's a haven?
Absolute haven near the Crookshank Park and Maribyrnong River trails.
The most ideal trails along Melbourne, I think, as these women's C1000 get underway. With hip number 1 was going to be Brenna Kroll of Box Hill. Number 2, Ruby Atkin of Box Hill. Number 3, Rosie Linus of Doncaster. Number 4, Mia Elam of Box Hill. Number 5, Eleanor Benson of Melbourne Uni. Number 6, Katie Ward of Collingwood. And number 7, Tully Rowe of BEU. So Glenn Turner, if you're watching, please text me and let me know what club that is. And I think it's Ballarat or Bendigo.
Bendigo University.
Guess, she runs past us now.
In the hip number 7. So that is Tully Rowe of Bendigo University, followed by the athlete in Eleanor Benson of Melbourne University. It's a battle of universities.
Wow. The degrees on the line right now.
Absolutely. Rosie Linus is in 3rd position. And the athletes are pretty strung out.
Yeah.
Not as much as the races so far this evening, but they are pretty evenly spaced along that back straight, Mitch.
Yeah, look, they have strung it out. That means the foot is definitely on the gas early, which is fantastic. I mean, I think a lot of these people are doing that 800 and just pray that your legs hold out for its last 200.
In saying that, we have seen some great sprint finishes so far this evening. So it'll be interesting to see the elite races where the seed times are a lot closer together later in the evening and see if athletes are able to charge towards the finish, or will they, in fact, Box Hill burn.
Yeah. I think Such a dad joke. These ladies, look, they're going to change the lead around, and we're going to see Melbourne Uni now. Eleanor Benson putting Melbourne Uni on her back. She's going to make her way around past Tully Rowe. They're going to head to the bell. The one who looks really comfortable is Rosie Lioness, if she can hold on. They've come through in 1:48, so if Lioness can just stay attached there to Tully Rowe, she might be able to latch back in, as we see Brenna Kroll now come around, so too Ruby Atkin. But at the front of the race, it's all Eleanor Benson. She's bided her time. I don't think Tully Rowe's done with yet, and I still don't think Rosie Lioness is either. So I think we could see something shape up over the last 250. But as I say that, I start to see Eleanor Benson look good. She's comfortable with her arm carry there. I think, Mick, she might be able to have it with 200 metres to go.
Absolutely. She's extending her lead. I don't think she's done the 800 and hold on. I think she's running this purely like a 1,000 metres and biding her time, only getting faster as the distance goes on. Has she let her run too late even? I'm here nervous for her. But she's extending her lead across the discus cage, past the steeples, and 100 metres to go. She charges into the front straight. She'll just go, she'll be close to breaking 3 minutes for this race.
Yeah, she's right on there. 2:43. She enters this home straight, so I think she's going to get it.
Oh, it won't even be close, actually, as we see
Benson's going to fly under it. So Eleanor Benson didn't want a piece of it. She wanted the whole thing, and she's going to take it out. 2:53. Great race. You're right. That was run like a 1,000-metre race. That was sensational. As we now see Tully Rowe come through for second. Behind her, there's going to be Rosie Lioness of Doncaster. And we see our two training partners as well, I believe. It's going to be Ruby Atkin, who's going to come through for Box Hill. Behind her, Brianna Kroll. But that was the most beautifully executed 1,000-metre race.
It was. It wasn't a 800 run like 1,000. It was 1,000 that was run like 1,000. Time to perfection, like she's run 100 of them before. And I mean, who's run 100,000s before?
Oh, well, I would love to know where else 1,000-metre events are going on. I mean, I've only ever seen them indoor in America.
Ultra runners, maybe.
Yeah, 1,000 kilometres.
But it's an interest. It has been interesting so far to see 1,000s, because it is an event that you don't get to practice a whole lot. Maybe you've run plenty of 800s, but just going up that little bit in distance, interesting to see how these athletes, especially those 4.8 specialists, sort of hang on.
Well, I reckon even when training, when you do 1,000s, you're usually doing 1K reps. You're not doing 1,000 and just
flat out 1,000 and see what happens.
Flat stick. So we see our men's C 1,000. And if you are down at the track and you're not here yet and you get down here, you will not miss one of the event organisers, Steve Deneen. He has the brightest yellow jacket you have ever seen. It's almost blinding. If you get a chance at all when you're down here, just give him a big handshake. He also loves a cuddle, Steve Deneen. So make sure you do give him a hug.
COVID-safe cuddle, of course. 1.5 metres apart.
Sorry, yeah. Give him a
easy hand sanitizer first. Yeah.
But he's done a lot of work behind the scenes here. So to get this underway, our men's C1000, Mick.
Yeah, it's Scott Benedict is in lane 1 from Ringwood. Lane 2 is Adam Braverman from Glen Huntly, followed by Murray Lovis from Box Hill. Nathan Timmins, unattached, probably Spice the Track Club.
Runners.
Deneen Runners.
His team's got his own
haven't given him enough credit. Kirk Shanahan is in lane 5 from Western Athletics. Matthew Sostarik, unattached in lane 6. Lane 7, Russell Clowes from Box Hill. Lane 8, Adam Schultz from Olds Varians. And lane 9, Alistair Strutt from Glen Huntly, who's in the all-black singlet on the outside of the track.
New colours for Glen Huntly. All black.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think so, although I don't see the pale blue anywhere, apart from lane 2, of course, Adam Braverman.
Oh, yeah.
They'll just make it easy for us to differentiate the pair.
Good.
As we often see so many Box Hill and Glen Huntly athletes at these distance meets.
Well, it'll be interesting to see who leads this, because Scott Benedict typically likes to run a little bit in the middle of the pack, but maybe Coach Steve Deneen's told him, hey, let's get out and give this a crack, I reckon.
Stop messing around. It's 1,000 metres. Run it like an 800 and hold on.
And so I like this. This is our first pack. They've been strung out literally in the first 200 every race before this. This is our first pack race. Murray Levasse going to be the one to maybe get separated from that front with Kirk Shanahan. I'm assuming brother of Cody.
Absolutely, brother of Cody Shanahan from the mighty Western Athletics. It is Matthew Sestarik who is leading the pack. Alistair Strutt is right there as well, the athlete from Glen Huntly in the black.
Yes, I was about to say, not unattached, ladies and gentlemen. He is from Glen Huntly. So we see Kirk Shanahan behind him there. Scott Benedict tucked in nicely at the back of that leading pack. And I think it's Murray Levasse of Box Hill. As I say that now, we see Adam Braverman maybe come around the outside. So too Nathan Teams. So as they've gone through there in about 65 seconds on the clock. So
and it's a race of 2 packs, which we're going to see a bit later on in the evening. We'll explain that a bit later as the 5,000 metres get underway. But a race of 2 packs. We see Sestarik, Strutt, Shanahan, or who's that athlete from Dunedin Runners, Mitch? Benedict
Scotty
as well.
Benedict.
So it's a race of 4 with 1 lap to go.
And so they are going to get the bell, and I'm just going to say that this front pack working really well. I'm watching Scott Benedict on the outside. I think he might be able to launch on the back straight, but Matty Sestarik, he has led them out beautifully, I would say. So he's run it incredibly well. So too behind him there is going to be, what do we got? 2, 4, 7, 9. Alistair Strutt, Glen Huntly. So Alistair Strutt, Alistair Grimace right now. So Alistair with 300 metres to go. He's got a grimace on his face. Kirk Shanahan now. He's going to get on the outside and ask a few questions. The only one asking them right now is Sestarik, and Kirk Shanahan might have the answers. So 200 metres to go. Sestarik, Shanahan. Now we see Scott Benedict move around Strutt. So Benedict might lose contact here. 150 to go here right now, Mick. And these boys now, they're going to start racing.
Absolutely. Kirk Shanahan, brother of Cody Shanahan. We've probably all heard our name, but you're going to remember Kirk's after this race as he charges around the corner from Sestarik into the finish line. He's a low 2-minute 800 metre runner. He's going to get a time in the mid 230s for a 1,000. Kirk Shanahan, perfectly timed race, 236 if you don't mind. Sestarik in second, Strutt and Benedict to round out your top 4 here at the Box Hill Burn C race.
Wow. Well, he timed that to absolute perfection. Murray Levasse comes through right now for Box Hill, but Kirk Shanahan, he waited beautifully, and that wasn't an 800. He literally passed him with 200 metres to go. So he knew it was a 1,000.
These athletes are now, they're getting better at racing the full 1,000, timing it perfectly.
I take my hat off.
That was a very impressive race. Very impressive race.
Yeah, just really well timed, and it was all really well paced as well. I'm just going to say that Matty Sestarik, he did a lot of fantastic work. I'm waiting because the athletes are close to us, and I'm waiting for us to say a name wrong, and they look at us and go, excuse me. But great racing there in the men's C1000. I mean, these fields are just, that's a C race, and that is what you would maybe find in a B race typically. So yeah, it's ramping up.
Absolutely. Now, Mitch, of course, the running company stores are sponsoring the junior races tonight.
Are they?
Yeah, so we want to give them a bit of a share. We want everyone at home to learn a bit more about the running company stores. And if you haven't been into your local running company, we've already shouted out the Clifton Hill store. So for your inner north Melbourne residents,
that's my area.
Your western suburbs residents, like myself, the Yarraville store might be your local. Now Lilydale. So we're going out east now, East Melbourne.
God's country.
So did you know, Mitch, that the Lilydale store is owned by Steve and Beck Rosell, who have over 20 years combined running experience between them across distances from parkrun all the way up to ultra marathons.
G'day, Steve and Beck.
And years of footwear knowledge. They are at their store to help increase knowledge of all runners out there, get them injury free and help them achieve their goals. From just a walk down the street without pain to running their first marathon, go down to the running company Lilydale and say hi to Beck and Steve.
Well, I'm saying a massive hi to Beck and Steve right now. I mean, Lilydale, God's country, that's where we want no injuries out there. And you know where we're not going to see any injuries? The women's B 1,000 metre event right now. And we've got Katie Seabold of Knox with hip number 1. Julie Fitt. Now let me just make sure. I'm gonna do what Lockie did. Yep, beautiful. Julie Fitt number 2, Kiara Losty number 3, Bridget Humphrey number 4, Sophie Coltish number 5, Rachel Lindberg number 6, Amy Craig number 7, and Ashley Tregus number 8. So a lot of Box Hill through the first 200 metres.
Absolutely.
34 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be Ashley Tregus. She came close, if not took out some medals across the state championship. We also have heptathlete Rachel Lindberg. Won the women's open high jump at the state championships. Now she's out here running a 1,000. So
done a Jack Lunn.
Yeah, she's done it all, honestly. She is
the old
reincarnated.
800 metre slash high jump combo. Mark Blixavs used to do that as well.
Yeah.
Geelong football player back in the day. The high jump middle distance combo.
And look at him now.
Absolutely.
There he is.
It still is Ashley Traeger out in front. Bridget Humphrey tucked on in the inside in the sunglasses and the yellow crop top. Sophie Coltish in the mix as well, the athlete from Geelong Guild. And it's a bit of a pack run. Again, one and a bit laps through this 1,000 metres, almost halfway to the 500 metre mark, and it is a race of 5. Ashley Tregus in front. As we see, Bridget Humphrey just nipping her heels, pretty keen to take the lead, probably into this front straight, I would say, if not the back straight, Mitch. There's my prediction.
Yeah, I reckon that's a spot-on prediction, honestly. They are starting to separate a little bit, so you don't want that band to snap. I know we've got 400 metres to go, but you don't want it to snap. Tregus now, she's at least going to make it honest through this final 400, so she's extending. Bridget Humphrey's going to have to get right on the back. Julie Fitt behind them there, and our Geelong Guild athlete as well in Sophie Coltish is behind there. So Humphrey, as we said that, and you said coming on the back straight now, Humphrey is going to probably make this move on the back straight around Ashley Traeger's. Traeger's done a lot of the early work, and she's going to get to the inside now. So as you said, Mick, a great call. Humphrey now around the outside of Traeger's. Julie Fitt in third place. Can she peg it back as well?
Absolutely. I was getting a bit nervous there as the distance between Tregus and Humphrey started to extend a little bit, but Humphrey has charged towards the front. Tregus isn't letting her go, though. Let's see as they round the steeplechase on that back straight. It's going to be a race of 2 out the front. Fit is running strongly as well, the athlete from Box Hill who probably trains here multiple times a week. But Humphrey in the sunglasses and the yellow crop. Tregus isn't letting her get away too easily, but it looks like it will be Humphrey unless Tregus can make a late charge. Fit finishing strongly in third position as they head towards a sub 3 minute 1,000 metres. 2:53 the time on the clock, 54 for Tregus and 57 for Fit.
Wow.
Cara Losty from Glen Huntley finishing 4th position, and Sophie Coltish of Geelong Guild in 5th. Coincidentally with hip number 5.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times we've seen that. We've completely missed it tonight.
I was about to say.
Kate Seabold
doesn't have number 1 on
finishing 3:17. And to round out the field,
Rachel
Lindbergh from Box Hill.
So that is great racing across the board. You called it, Mick. Bridget Humphrey, back straight. Made the move.
I don't call them often, but...
You called that one to perfection. She looked incredibly comfortable as well. It started to look like she lost a little bit of contact there, but 300 metres to go, she was able to just move around the early race leader in Tregus. Phenomenal racing from her as well.
Absolutely, and we have the men's C race up next, followed by the women's B and men's B. So getting up to the pointy end of 1,000 metre racing here at the Box Hill Burn. Now, Mitch... the men's B we might be up to.
Yep.
Okay, I've skipped one. Sorry, of course, that was the women's B. I won't waste too much time.
Going on.
Absolutely. So, let's read through the starters in this men's B. Then I'll tell you some fun facts about more running company stores after that. Let's concentrate on the race.
I can't wait.
Because I love talking about the running company. We've got a cracking store to come up to plug, but we will turn our attention back to the men's B 1000. The 7 athletes are on the track, although there are 6 on our start list. Refresh page, Mitch. Let's just double check that's correct.
Oh boy. Someone snuck in?
That's okay. It might be the athlete with hip number 7 from Mornington Peninsula on the end there. Yep. So, athletes in the men's B 1,000 metres. In lane number 1, Jared Cripps of Diamond Valley. Lane number 2, Nathan Corbett of Mornington Peninsula. Number 3, James Taranto, unattached. Number 4, Tom Bowers of Old Scotch. Number 5, Toby O'Brien of St Stephen's Harriers. Number 6, Angus Dalton of Old Zavarians. And number 7, I'm sorry, don't have you on the start list, but you are from Mornington Peninsula.
I was a bit nervous there because I thought he was going to the front, and I was about to say, oh boy, this isn't going to be good. Now, watch out for Tom Bowers. This guy runs in everything. 5,000 metre state champion for the under-20s as well. He ran beautifully across the weekend, and look at his form. He just has that beautiful stride length as well. Toby O'Brien as well did a really good job across the 5,000. So this field's going to get absolutely cooking. We saw a lot of Nathan Corbett across the weekend at the state championship. So through 300, they're about 44 on the clock. So they're going to roll through probably in about that 58-second mark, I reckon, Mick. And we see it split up a little bit. It's going to be Jared Cripps of Diamond Valley, maybe just dropping off the back of this pack. Tom Bowers, he loves the lead, though. Look at the old red of Old Scotch. 57 seconds on the clock. So they're moving.
It's hard to miss the bright red shorts and the singlet combo of Old Scotch. It's also hard to miss the Mornington Peninsula orange as they sit in 3rd and 4th position. Oh, I speak too soon as Toby O'Brien passes the Mornington Peninsula athletes, making his way up onto the shoulder of Angus Dalton in the Old Zavarians black and red. But it is still our athlete from Old Scotch in Tom Bowers leading with a lap to go. O'Brien, Bowers and Dalton are our top 3. Has Toby O'Brien made the fatal mistake of running too far on the bend, an extra 3.5 metres per lap, Mitch?
Yeah, we don't need an extra 3.5. That all comes at a cost. So Toby O'Brien now drops to the back of these two out in front. He came from the clouds, though, and right now we're going to see Angus Dalton move around Tom Bowers. So Tom Bowers, he's going to have to get right back on his bike if he wants to get after Dalton, and he hasn't let him go too far. So Dalton hasn't quite made his way as he does right now to the inside of lane 1. So 200 metres to go. 1:59 on the clock. So we could be seeing a fast timer right now. Tom Bowers goes, you had it for a second, let me have it for a minute. So Tom Bowers moves around, 1:50 to go. Now we're going to see Angus Dalton really grit his teeth and see what he's made of. Corbett behind him there and Toby O'Brien, but coming into this home straight. Tom Bowers, he did it across the 5,000. He did it across the 1,500, the 3,000 across the weekend. He said, let me try my hand at the 1,000, and the glove surely does fit. So Tom Bowers, he's going to be the one to take it out here in the men's B1000. Watch the clock, 2:29 on the clock. Angus Dalton now, Toby O'Brien, so too Nathan Corbett. Our other Mornington Peninsula athlete comes through a sensational race. And James Tranto, I believe that is, who's going to come through now. So too Jared Cripps, but Tom Bowers. Well, he let him have a little bit of room and then just went bang.
How relaxed he looked the whole race as well.
Oh,
you saw him on live stream. He just, same face, just composed, relaxed, same technique, didn't waver. He was, even when he slipped in a second, he was looking confident.
Smooth operator, Tom Bowers. I was saying across the whole state weekend, I love watching him race. And there seems to be a bit of a resurgence of the young Old Scotch squad. There's quite a few of them. We're going to see Ed Bysher and another Old Scotch athlete in that men's A1000 too. So I'm unsure who the coach is down there, but they're doing a fantastic job. And it is Ed Bysher and Harrison Carr, one of my favourite athletes. So that Old Scotch is starting to make a resurgence. But yeah, really well done there by Bowers.
Absolutely. Now, we'll have a small break in the program racing-wise. There are other presentations coming up. Don't go anywhere because, Mitch, did you know?
I didn't.
The running company Ballarat, it was founded in 2016, June of 2016 to be more specific, by Julian Spence, the Julian the Moose Spence of the Inside Running podcast, and wife Brianne Hook, after the couple spent several years as manager and assistant manager of the running company Geelong. So the tight-knit running community and endless trails down in the area of Ballarat attracted the two down the highway to share their passion and expertise for running, and they provide expert service and product knowledge for the running company. The store is located in close proximity to the famous Steve Monaghan track around Lake Wendouree and Victoria Park's 5K circuit, which the weekly run club takes off from. Do you know that?
No, I didn't. And a big shout out there to Julian Spence and his lovely wife. Obviously of that Inside Running podcast, as you mentioned, but good to see so many, and good to see them opened up by runners as well. It's not just by some business who wants to just keep extending. It's opened by people who genuinely care. So a big shout out. I don't know you, Julian, but I feel like I'm comfortable enough to call you the Moose. So big shout out there. And yeah, that is fantastic to have them on board and see athletes sponsoring athletes, particularly for these juniors, because these guys will need shoes. You need that good turnover as well. You need to turn over your shoes so you're not running on flat tyres. And the running company is the best place to go to get that done.
Absolutely. And going off what was an obviously scripted sheet for a second, Mitch, in all seriousness, I go down to the running company all the time, and even if I get a certain brand of shoes quite often, a couple of times I've gone in and said, no, you give me some options. Let's try this out. And they've let me have a bit of a run. They've thrown up some options, explained the whole process perfectly. I explain what type of runner I am. They get it straight away. And it's just that next level service. Also, I do a bit of coaching as well. And I've sent so many people down to the running companies over the lockdown period. As we know, everyone going into running over lockdown. And there's been nothing but absolute positive feedback saying, oh, my God, I didn't know that a pair of shoes could make such a difference. Can't believe I was going to one of those major sports chains
Yeah.
over the years. I won't name specific brands, but or buying online, like running company. Get fitted, have a chat to the local runners from your area. Absolutely well worth it. So sponsoring tonight's races, the running company, Clifton Hill, Yarraville, Lilydale and Ballarat.
No, they're sensational at what they do. Well, we are truly, well, blessed. I mean, I'm not sure. But look, we do have Steve Deneen here with us, one of the event organisers, big dog, little man. Steve, how are you, mate?
Good, boys. Thanks for having me, and thanks for coming down to promote the meet. It's come down here and see everyone down here ready for a big night of running. Just really good. And a few boys who had a broadcast out there to the community. We thank you a lot for coming down.
No, please, you don't have to thank us. Thank you for putting this event together. I mean, obviously, the hours that go into this are very unknown to the general public, but obviously we've been in communication with you a bit, and the amount of work that you do for athletics is unbelievable, Steve. What are you most looking forward to tonight? Is there anything specifically, or...?
I actually just enjoy two parts of it. One, the athletes actually get a chance to come down and race really well and fast, and just seeing their faces, whether in the A race, the B, the C, and actually have a chance at running PBs. I love it, and I love actually the crowd getting behind the people down here. You feel like the crowd's almost on top of you in a race, and it's really good. Sometimes we're at venues like Lakeside, you feel like you're 50 metres from the actual track. Here feels really good. You feel close to the meet. So I just enjoy people on the track and what they show in terms of loving running, but also the crowd's feedback.
Do you enjoy that Box Hill has well and truly been made the home of PBs across Victoria? As the multiple meets that you've put your hand up to host over the past few years, it's dubbed the new home of PBs. Few Australian records in the past seasons, and hopefully one or two going tonight.
Yeah, I definitely put it out there about 4 or 5 years ago that I reckon Box Hill was the fastest track. I used to love running at Olympic Park, where the guys just came with a bit of an aura around that track. And I thought Box Hill could definitely create that because it was missing there for a while in Victoria. And I'd said to a lot of people, this can be a really fast track if you put good meets on. And to my, I guess, my excitement, the athletes have come down and delivered what I said would happen. So I love it, the fact, you got guys from interstate coming, a few of the boys coming over from South Australia, a couple of boys coming down from Sydney to run, because they know if you come to the Box Hill track, it's going to be quick.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's the home of PBs. I plug it all the time, so good to have another Box Hill man on here. But look, Steve, what I'm really excited about, you and I know each other incredibly well. You're racing tonight. First track race within 2 years. I was disappointed not to see you on the A start list. How are you feeling for your 5K?
I was a bit disappointed to get the wheelchair parking at the front because the bones are a bit old and the joints a little bit stiff. But I got nothing to lose tonight. I said to the boys, it's been 2 years since I've got on the track. I've got about maybe 15 of my own athletes running tonight. So it's a bit rude of me not to at least try and have a go. I think running around the last 4 days to help set the meet up might have the legs tired. So whatever time I run, I might take off 20 seconds and say that's about where I'm at. But it's just nothing to lose. I said to the boys, it is the home of the PBs, but it's also the home of just getting some running in and enjoying it. And I've got 3 guys that I coach in my race, so if they all beat me, I'm going to cop a little bit of slack this week. And I think they all should beat me, but if they don't, they might have the coach have a bit of chat to them.
You're not saying you're going to take your GPS time?
Well, I'll tell you what,
that might be an accurate marker of where you're at.
It's,
stop at 4.8 Ks.
I have seen that done at Zatopek. I've seen a few blokes pull up 1 lap short and claim it. So I could always use it down here if need be.
I don't think you'd be able to sleep at night if you did that, Steve. But look, you have done an incredible job. It would be actually remiss of us not to say a massive thank you for everything that you've done, not only for this meet that you do for Box Hill, for athletics, your osteo work, everything that you do in the community, everything, Steve. I never give you any mushy compliments, but you do a sensational job, and this is just going to be a fantastic night of racing. Even if you do tear your hamstring or your calf, don't really care, because it's going to be a great night of racing. So either way, well done.
And thank you, and thanks for supporting the meet, and I hope everyone out there watching and listening has a great night. And look, the A races are astounding, really. They've got the women's race. You're going for a national Australian record there. You've got an Israeli national record attempt. You've got an underage world record attempt. You've got the men's 5K, both the Australian record and Olympic qualifiers. And you've also got the 5K women's Olympic qualifier. And that's one thing about tonight's meet, is that these athletes can't go overseas to get these Olympic qualifiers. So it's almost like I felt obligated that we've put it on, and the weather here is behaving. The track's meant to be pretty good for wind protection, so if we get some Olympic qualifiers, it's also exciting for us.
No, absolutely. And look, hopefully we do see that here tonight. We've seen national records fall at Box Hill before, world records, everything. So it'd be good to get some Olympic qualifiers along the way. But a big good luck tonight, Steve. We'll be watching out. If you do see Steve on the track, he does love to be called Fossil, so make sure you do cheer out for the Foss.
No problems with the sledging at all there. I've got no problems. And just finally, before we go, just everyone just really enjoy the night out there, and you boys have a great call. You do a great job here. Lockie and the crew have done a good job, and you two boys on the mic. So enjoy and have some fun.
Thanks for that, Steve.
Good luck. Certainly will.
The first two take off. So just move them up to the third one. Just have them join the third one. Make sure you got a leg number, guys. You get your leg numbers from up at the end. They're not back to lane 4 by then. We've got something wrong there. But I only know the second lap fastest race didn't tell. I saw the first lap, she didn't have it. So I called up to the photo. But the girl back in the lead was number 2. And then when I'm for the next lap, because I've changed the number. When I did the bell lap, I'm on the inside. And as I see her go past, I see the leg number 2. And she had her signal in so that she exposed the number. And I'm like, part of your role Okay, first 5K race, the mixed B. Can I have you come up to the line, please? Leg number 1 on the inside, leg 7 on the outside. And you need, remember, you need to see your leg numbers at the end. And can you please finish the race?
You've got to have 4 pins on. Yeah,
Finish the race. Finish the race in lane 4. visible at the end of the race. If the camera that takes a picture at the end of the race takes a picture of your number. So we need to be able to see the number at the end of the race. For future reference, sometimes lower on your leg.
So we see on the track here, we do have our mixed B5000. Now, this is a field of 17, spread across the men and women. So with hip number 1, we have Steve Brennan, unattached. Number 2, Amy Herbert of Knox. Number 3, Paul Farquhar, unattached. Number 4, Joe Pratt, I'm assuming unattached. Number 5, Cayman Ip of Box Hill. Number 6, David Orman, unattached. Number 7, Gary Zucala of Old Scotch. Number 8, Christine Ashton of Box Hill. Number 9, Tom Dyer of unattached. Number 10, Gerard Babile of Box Hill, or unattached, which is, I know, is Isaac's dad because we've spoken about it somehow. Number 11, Rachel Johnson, Box Hill. Number 12, Dominic Mackenzie, Pilor St Bernard's. Number 13, Tiana Postons of Box Hill. Number 14, Katrina Castles, unattached. Number 15, John Curry, Doncaster. Number 16, Simon St Hill, Box Hill. And rounding it out, number 17, Daniel Donahue, unattached.
And this will be a lot easier to call, give some context, given that we don't have a combination of 5,000 metre and 8K times that have been listed. It's just one seed time for 5K. What's your time?
Yeah, and they're all not far off. I think our fastest here is 19:19 and slowest is 22.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They will get a bit strung out as the race goes on. We'll start to see them close in a bit more as the races progress over the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
But what, 19:13, that's touch under 4 minute Ks, 350 per K.
Yeah, somewhere
355, 350, 350, 19:10. There we go, running maths.
Beautiful. Damn. Look at Dora the Explorer in front of us here. I've just never seen a bigger backpack. So these guys...
No context.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Steve's standing in front of us and he has the biggest backpack I've ever seen in my life. That's the Dora Explorer reference for you. Now, our fastest...
Doesn't translate well to radio.
No. I think our man in the blue singlet, Tom Dyer, is our fastest seed time with a 19:19. So Simonson Hill of Box Hill, always in these events. It's good to see him across the board.
Absolutely. There's a few independent singlets there. A couple of singlets from, like, we've got the Midday Milers, a couple of recreational running clubs as well. Someone with the Inside Running podcast singlet right on the outside as well. So combination of community, recreational and club runners lining up in this event. As we see the crowd start to gather on the back straight, it's only going to build as the A races are on at 8:23, but the crowd is gathering a couple of hours out.
Yeah, and so these guys are going to sort themselves out. I reckon it's going to take probably a lap for 17 people to really find their positions comfortably.
And decent-sized fields tonight, I've noticed as well. Anywhere from 17 people in this up to, I think the men's B race later on this evening, last race of the evening, has 27 athletes on the start list. So they're going to be strung out by about a minute. These athletes are going to be strung out by about 2 to 3 minutes.
Well, I was talking to somebody today, and I was mentioning, how hot this men's A 5K is going to be, only to then get a message from Nathan Pearce saying, "Don't forget about me in the B race." So a lot of these people in the B race don't want to be forgotten about. As this mixed B 5,000, as I said, probably going to take 400 metres to sort themselves out. But our man, at least, leading the charge is Paul Farquhar, unattached. On his outside is our fastest athlete in the field by time, Tom Dyer. And beautifully behind, on the outside, you could even say, is our Box Hill athlete in Tiana Postons. So Postons on the outside.
It's a familiar name to Milers Club races, Tiana Postons, and I've called her a few times. Now, it will be interesting. Some of these athletes could very well be their first time racing on a track, maybe, judging by a few of the Rec Running Club singlets that we're seeing. And if so, I know I just did reps on a track for the first time in about 15 months the other night. And I got so confused looking down my GPS and stopping myself from looking at my K-pace, trying to get myself back on, look at your 400-metre splits and start doing the stopwatch.
It is different, isn't it?
After so long of going back to the Garmin, especially over isolation and kind of stepping away from the track for a little bit, it's a bit of an interesting thing to adjust to, which a few of these athletes might be.
I'll tell you what, if I wasn't doing race calling, I'd forget which way to run on the track. So the fact that these guys can translate across, I'm very impressed. So we are going to see Tom Dyer leading us out there. So too, Tiana Postons on the outside of Gerard Babile. Gerard Babile, father of Isaac, I believe. And maybe if we have Isaac on here later, he can confirm for us. This might be his first ever track race.
Well, there you go.
So Gerard Babile, hopefully he has his own YouTube channel. But it's going to be Tiana Postons on the outside. And I love this mixed event as well because there are so many men and women who have similar PBs and we separate them and the races get spread apart and it takes forever. Grouping them together, letting them race off against each other is just such a fantastic idea.
Yeah, and as we said earlier as well, it just like the underage races we saw today, all milers club races are men, women, and seeded times. You go to states and it's age groups. Tonight there's some mixed races. There's no one good way of doing things. It's just all different. To get a season of athletics where you can have some mixed races, you can have some age group races, can have some seeded races, then I think it's just good to have that balance and try a few different things when you're running in athletics.
100%. And look at this front pack. 3 women, 3 men. So great to see them all spread up. And it's going to be Tiana Postons, Box Hill, home track, mixed event, wants to take the win. We love that. She's going to put her foot down. So too, our ladies in that pack. We're going to get their bib numbers. Joe Pratt, I believe that is, tucked in on the inside, and so too Christine Ashton. So Postons puts 5 metres into them. The man who's going to try and peg them back right now is going to be Dominic McKenzie. Gerard Babile also in there, and tucked in nicely on the outside there, Christine Ashton of Box Hill. So Christine Ashton now going to move around Gerard Babile. So we might see a Postons Ashton 1-2 along this back straight. As I say that, Ashton's comfortable to sit and lead this chase pack. Tom Dyer, the one on the inside. So it is still going to be Tiana Postons. Not afraid to lead this out. A Keilor St. Bernard's athlete, I believe, in Dominic McKenzie. He's just biding his time. He's going to be the one to go with there. So I know it's a 5,000, but you still don't want to give people too much room. Watch in the middle of that pack, though, that's chasing. There's a lot of movement going on there, and we have another athlete who's just latched onto the back of that with the hat on. 1995 on the bib. That's David Orman. So David Orman now gets onto the back of that.
And we can see a few different packs forming. And we mentioned earlier we might see this bit more as the evening progresses. What we were talking about is some of our A races later on, Mitch. Just as the athletes settle into this 5,000, let's just touch on them. Now, at, what do we have? 8:37 will be the women's A 5,000 and 9:02 will be the men's A 5,000.
Yep.
And with the men's A 5,000 in particular, we will have 2 or 3 packs.
Yep.
The first pack will be a pack of 1, Stewie McSwain, who is going for the Australian record. He'll be paced out by a couple of athletes and going for that 12:55, Craig Mottram's record. Which is going to be unbelievable. So 9:02 that race will be. And then a second pack, can you believe the second pack will be going for Olympic qualifiers for the likes of Matt Ramsden, Ryan Gregson, Dave McNeil, Brett Robinson, and they'll be paced out by a couple of athletes. None other than Jack Rayner, who has an Olympic qualifier himself. He's going to be doing the pacemaking for them.
Oh, it's just, I know Steve was talking about it earlier, then he felt obliged to give people the ability to get that Olympic qualifier, but it is amazing that we've been able to put on, I say we've done nothing, but the people have been able to put on this race, this high caliber event for the men and the women as well, but to watch Stewie McSwain potentially knock down a 12:55, put in your minds here, that's 62 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
That's 31-second 200s for 12 and a half laps.
And the winds, there is some wind here at Box Hill right now, but it's just a bit of a flutter. We're hoping it drops down a little bit more over the next couple of hours, which it is forecast to. So we'll see how that goes. The women's as well, as we said, the women's race, there is going to be a couple of pacemakers for the women 5K, and they will be heading for an Olympic qualifier as well of 15:10 for their Olympic qualifier. The likes of Izzy Bat-Doyle and Rose Davies, who went head-to-head at the Zatopek race. They'll be going head-to-head again tonight. Melissa Duncan, first time on the track for a while, from my memory anyway. They'll be heading for that Olympic qualifier paced at 15:10. So that race is at 8:37 this evening, and that's not even the end of it.
I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, also in that women's A race, like, you've got Georgia Hansen, who I don't think has run a 5K. So she's going to be thrown almost to the wolves and say, hey, you've run well over the 3K, you've done well over the Vic Miles. Let's see what you got when you step it up with people going for Olympic qualifiers. So it's going to be really interesting just to see how that unfolds. Obviously, Jen Gregson, Callie Thackeray are going to be doing the pacemaking there. Two high-caliber athletes. So it's just an unbelievable... You would literally be seeing these sort of fields all across Europe. And we've got it right here in Box Hill.
And just back to the race for one moment, Mitch. We will continue to preview the other races over the next couple of hours, right up until they start, with the men's A 1,000 metres at 8:23. But the the pack just then went through at a time of 7:40, which is at 3:50 per K. So we were talking about that 3 minutes 50 per K, getting the athletes in this race a 19:10. Which would be a PB for everyone in the field. The highest seeded athlete right now is 19:19, and I think that is Jared Bibley, actually. Yeah, it looks like it is Jared Bibley at 19:19. So going 3:50 per kilometre. Perfect pacing, which they have done for the first 2Ks.
Yeah, tough running from Tiana Postons. As you mentioned, the wind is still here, so they've just let her go, really. I mean, I know that they can do a lot of work late, but she's looking comfortable. They've given her the benefit of just being able to find her rhythm, find that pattern. Our man behind her there in Dominic McKenzie as well. He's just been biding his time towards the front of that. And it is, again, woman, man, woman. So great to see the mix-up of this. It's going to be Gerard Billet behind Christine Ashton of Box Hill. So our two Box Hill ladies absolutely sticking it to the field. And the one separating them right now is Dominic McKenzie. But it is all Tiana Postons out in front, looking really smooth as well. I was going to bring up earlier, now, the super shoes that we've spoken about. We didn't obviously see any in the 1,000. There is going to be a bulk of super shoes across the 5,000 metre events. As I see a pair run past us right now on Simonson Hill of Box Hill.
Now, by super shoes, Mitch, what exactly are we talking about? Are we talking high stack foam?
Yeah.
Are we talking... We're not talking the spikes, of course.
All of the above. Anything that
shoes that look super that all the new companies are bringing out.
It's just the ones that they put you on the tilt. They got the carbon fibre. They got whatever else in them. I am the most old school bogan runner kind of all time. Just shoes are shoes, but apparently they're not anymore. So I don't know what Tiana Postons has, but she is absolutely moving out in front. So if you are following along a particular athlete here tonight, do feel free to chuck in a go Tiana Postons or whoever else you are supporting onto the feed. But it is Tiana Postons. On the outside of there is Christine Ashton coming over the top of Dominic McKenzie. And behind there, Paul Farquhar. He's been looking comfortable. Gerard Bibillet. And we see, I believe, let me get a bit of confirmation here. Yeah, our fastest seat time, Tom Dyer. He's dropping off the back. Our man in blue, he's stuck in no man's land a little bit. And look at this. Tiana Postons is going to lead out Christine Ashton. So Ashton now is going to say, hey, boys, you want someone to finally do this for you, let me do it. So Christine Ashton going to put these three guys behind her on her back and try and peg it back to Tiana Postons, who's done a lot of work, and she does need some help. And now we're going to see Christine Ashton. She's going to creep up on Postons now, Mick.
Absolutely. At about the halfway mark, or thereabouts, we'll be looking for the athletes to come through the 3K in a time of 11:30, which will put them on track. And when we say the athletes, there's a spread of seed times going from 19:19 all the way to 22 minutes. So a bit hard to track the athletes towards the back of the field time-wise right now. We'll try our best as they move through the field, but Tiana Postons heading for a time in the low 19s and coming through 3K in... 11.26, 11.27 will set her up perfectly. But it is the last 2Ks of a 3K. It often starts to, how shall we say, Box Hill burn.
I was about to say,
The legs might Box Hill a bit.
That's where Scruffy the black dog starts scratching at the door. You really start to evaluate a few things in the final. I would say that second last K really puts you to the test. Like, you could be feeling amazing, and then all of a sudden you go, wait a minute, I've got 2Ks left in this thing. And so now Tiana Postons, I don't know what she's thinking. I honestly, I think what she's thinking is, I feel phenomenal. And if Christine Ashton wants to come and help me feel even better, then that would be fantastic. So it is Postons and Ashton.
It's probably best case scenario if Ashton just takes over Postons right now and can have just a bit of a rest for a couple of laps. It's not easy to have that patience to let someone pass you and just sit in, but sometimes it can be a valuable race tactic.
No, and it's holding on from there as well. Once you get past mentally, even if you are a little bit fatigued, which Postons might be, you've just got to hold on. I mean, only for a period of time. The last 600 metres of a race are free, so if you can make it until then, you're absolutely in for a fair shake of the sauce bottle. So we're going to see Postons still on the inside there. Now maybe coming to make her move to the lead is going to be Christine Ashton. So watch these two hopefully work together. Unsure if training partners, but at least club mates. 8 and 13. They are stride for stride, and they're also moving away from our gentleman behind them here, Mick. So these guys are going to have to do a serious amount of work to get up to Ashton. They let her go. They let her make a move on her own. 4 laps to go. And Ashton, right on the shoulder, not out in lane 2, but in the outside of lane 1. And it is Paul Farquhar leading out Dominic McKenzie and Gerard Babile. I saw a comment on there saying, go Gerard Babile. So he's obviously got some supporters in the online sector.
Could have been from Isaac himself. always logged on.
Get off YouTube. You're at the track. Come on now. Let's stay present.
Tom Dyer coming through in next position there. We have Joe Pratt is continuing her fine form around the bend. It's just come through 3.4 Ks now. 4 laps to go for these athletes out in front for Christine Ashton and Tiana Postons. So Christine Ashton in front now. Can Tiana Postons just be, well, it's smart, it's mentally tough, it's just hanging out on the heels. It looks like Christine Ashton has passed with a bit of gusto.
Yeah,
and Postons, it's, as we said, that 1.5, 2Ks to go in a 5K. I always say about, you've got to be feeling good 2/3 of the way through a race. And if you are, anything can happen. But if you're not, well, you know exactly what's going to happen.
It is a long way to the finish line when you hit there. But look, Ashton bode her time. I don't know. So if anyone's really good at English, please tell me if I get it right or wrong. I'm going to say boded.
Nick Bowden her time.
Nick boded her time. G'day, Nick. We see Christine Ashton. She has executed a race plan that I can only assume she had before the race to perfection. She's now putting 15 to 20 metres into Tiana Postons, who's done a lot of the work. And now these gentlemen, led by Paul Farquhar, he may be the one who might be able to start to bring Postons back a little bit. So Tiana Postons over this final 1,200, 1,100 now as she goes through that 300-metre mark. She's just going to have to hang tough. We see Tom Dyer come past us here as well. But it is Christine Ashton. So she started at the back of that pack, then was the one to lead it straight up to Postons, and now she's blown right past her. She's put 40 metres into Postons in the last 450 metres of the race. So she's looking incredible out in front.
Absolutely. Perfectly timed race. So we'll get a 4 kilometre. Oh, she's just gone through the 4 kilometre split. Actually, she's heading for a sub 19 minute 5K right now. She headed through that.
And keep in mind, Christine Ashton's PB, 19:25. So she's looking for a 25-second plus PB right now, Christine Ashton. And she's going to do it on her own in the last 1,000. That is tough running. So 800 metres to go. 4.2K in those legs and super shoes for Christine Ashton. 15:56 was it, Nick?
Yeah, so it has about 3.5 minutes to do so, and she's been travelling at a pace of 3 minutes 40, a tick under 3 minutes 40 per kilometre. So covering the last 800 metres in that pace when she's just increasing her pace isn't going to be a problem.
No, and she's looking really good. I mean, Tiana Postons as well, I will say, she did put a gap into Tiana Postons, but she's maintained her pace and rhythm incredibly well there in second place. So Postons still in second place, about 50-odd metres, just to show how fast Christine Ashton is now going to close out this final 600. As I mentioned, final 600 is free. So all she's got to do is survive here. And she's not just going to survive, she's going to absolutely relish it, I reckon. So 600 to go there for Ashton. Poston's making her way up the back straight. Farquhar going to lead these men right up to the shoulder of Postons as well over this next 200, I believe. And that is Dominic McKenzie. So he stayed true. The man behind him there is Gerard Billet. But 500 metres to go. You can't hear Nick Wall, but I certainly can. He's called it before me. 500 to go for Christine Ashton. And she looks incredible. You will get a really good judge of how close she's going to be to that 19-minute mark or how far under it when she comes through with 400 metres to go. But Christine Ashton, 80, 90 metres in front, I reckon, with 1 lap to go. 17:23 on the clock, Mick.
She'll well and truly go under that 19-minute mark. It's just how far under, and she'll collect a PB of 30-plus seconds. No worries at all.
Well, that sounds easy when we say that. Yeah, it's 30-second PB. That's outrageous. 17:38 on the clock for Postons. Here comes Farquhar as well. So he's bided his time. McKenzie could not quite go with him there. So McKenzie comes through now, but on the back straight, Christine Ashton, an absolute perfect execution of a 5,000-metre race. She's got 250 to go, Mick.
In saying this as well, these athletes, Farquhar, McKenzie, they've all got PBs of the around mid-1930s, so they're going to collect PBs as well. Might not be a 30-second PB of Christine Ashton, but these gentlemen who have just passed the or come into their bell lap will expect to get PBs around 19:20 or so. So 5-10 second PB if they hold solid in this last lap. As the camera is on Ashton, she hasn't broken her technique or style the whole time. She just keeps looking better and better. 100 metres to go. 18:30. Her PB before this was 19:25. She is going to absolutely smash it, Mitch.
She has smoked it here, Mick. What a way to start the 5,000s. 18:45. Woo-hoo-hoo. Now, I ran a 5K this morning around 21 minutes. So she has blown me out.
You wouldn't want to be racing Christine Ashton tonight,
we got a
Mitch.
sprint down here right now. Postons, Farquhar as well. Farquhar on the shoulder. Postons grits her teeth, but it's going to be Farquhar. 19:04, 19:05. Postons cooked. Sensational racing. McKenzie as well. He's got a 19:30, so he's dipped under.
That's it. So about a 25-second PB for Farquhar. Almost 30 seconds for McKenzie. PB for Postons as well.
20:07 Babile PB. He's run 19:28.
Almost a 40-second PB for Babile as well. Home of PBs. He keeps saying it, Mitch. No one believes you. It's true. I've seen it.
PBs. We see our athlete nearly go through for another
Nick
lap.
Wall playing commentator slash official.
I think he's done. Yep, he's called it. Well done, Nick Wall.
Tom Dyer, 9:19. So Tom Dyer just misses out on his PB. Amy Herbert, 19:50. She collects a PB by a second or two as well.
So David Orman, 20:30 his PB. So he's done a 30-second PB. Under 20 minutes as well.
Huge.
Sensational. Stops the phone on his shoulder and says, under 20. Thank you very much.
Steve Brennan here. Did a coaching course with Steve Brennan this year. Wealth of knowledge and experience in running and coaching, Steve Brennan.
Would you say a PB? 20:30 he's got?
Well, his PB would be ridiculously quick, but we could say a season's best absolutely for Steve Brennan. So
well
20:30, 10 seconds season's best for Steve Brennan.
Weapon
his
runners.
Yeah, weapon runners.
Love
His,
that.
He does a lot of mountain running, Steve. So, yeah,
looks like a weapon.
Wouldn't like to guess what his PB is. It would be quick.
So our man, Daniel Donahue, 20:30, he's going to just miss his PB here tonight. But sensational racing. As we see the rest of our field come through now, let's get a look at what they're going to run. Can't quite see. A Doncaster athlete, I reckon that's 20:45. So he might just be over. And we see Rachel Johnson, 21:22. So she's gone under.
PB.
Yeah.
PB again.
Katrina Castles.
21:58. 50-second PB from Katrina.
Well done, Katrina.
Huge.
Massive.
Let me guess, Mitch. Another PB.
Simonson Hill. He's got a 22 minutes. 21:20.
Oh, my God. 40
Big
seconds.
PB.
You get a PB. You get a PB.
Everyone gets a PB. Carmen Imp, 21:20. Just over.
Just misses PB.
Just over.
Almost everyone gets a PB.
Whoa. What a way to start the 5Ks.
Oh, wait. That's all done. We were expecting 22, 23 minutes, weren't we?
22.
21.
Simonson Hill was our slowest
That's tidied
time.
up the timetabling for Steve Deneen a bit, given a bit of room for officials to
Look
clean
at
up
Simon
and
in
stuff.
front of us. He's gone across 3 chairs. He knows what he's done. You can see him on your screen here.
Unreal.
He's gone across the 3 chairs. Great racing. Wow.
All right.
Oh, my goodness. This is a field. They've got to have the split start for this one, sure.
Yeah, everyone's going to get sorted soon. Make sure they've got the right hip numbers, call them out. And it's going to take a while, as there's going to be about 25 athletes on the track for this one.
But how are you?
So mixed, this will be a mixed A race, and there's some quick athletes in this race. Stella Radford, one of them, familiar name for Milers Club, state races and national races. She's got a PB of 18:02. Sun Gil Hong from Mentone, he's got a 17:25 to his name.
Sarah Klein.
So there's some unbelievable calibre of athletes in this mixed B race.
A
So
lot of Deneen runners in here. He wasn't lying. He's put everyone in.
he's done it. So Spicer Track Club took up the first few 1Kers, and now it's Deneen runners that own the 5Ks.
He can't help himself, Steve. Coached by Andrew White, the Deneen runners. So Steve has taken a little bit of a sidestep on that, and fantastically coached by Whitey. So he'll be here. You won't hear him because he is as quiet as a church mouse. If you are watching from home by any chance, Whitey, hello, and I take the church mouse comment back. But we see on the track, I can't even count how many people this is. Luckily, we've got bib numbers in front of us. Alistair O'Brien's going to have number 1 on the inside from Knox. G. Liem, unattached, number 2. Stephen Quirk of unattached, number 3. Gerard Lynch, Diamond Valley, number 4. Ranveer Gurja, Box Hill, number 5. Brandon He, Box Hill, number 6. Niam Boyd Squires Long, Melbourne University, number 7. Samuel Coronado, unattached, number 8. David Lawson, number 9 from Richmond. Number 10, Charlotte Hoskins of Old Zavarians, ran sensationally across the state championships. Number 11, Amy Davenport, unattached. Number 12, Dante Cootie of Melbourne University. Number 13, Michael Sleep of Box Hill. Number 14, Jimmy Baumgartner of Box Hill. Number 15, Brodie McCarthy of Diamond Valley. Number 16, Michael Ewanson, Box Hill. Number 17, Tim McNeil, Old Zavarians. Number 18, Louise Ton of Box Hill. Number 19, Hayley George, unattached. Number 20, Brendan Cullen, Mentone. Number 21, Stella Radford, Melbourne University. Number 22, Dino Crivelli of Box Hill. Number 23, Seung Gil Hong of Mentone. Number 24, Alexandra Bucky Smith, Melbourne University. Number 25, Kennedy Chen, Box Hill. And rounding it out in number 26, Joel Imbriano of St. Kevin's.
there are some names in that race, Mitch, that are very familiar, very experienced, and very quick. So around that 17:30 mark, we're probably looking for the quickest of them, or thereabouts anyway. So 3:30 per kilometre that translates to. Yeah, let's see how they go.
I reckon
26 athletes on the track.
Say,
So we're going to be busy this whole time.
I reckon
They'll be a little bit spread out through to 19 minutes, 19:15 I'm seeing here. So 1.5 minutes, but that might only just get some of our front athletes lapping some of our backmarker athletes. Only just, though. So they will be spread out over time, but probably not quite as much as the previous race.
Yeah. I love the way Charlotte Hoskins races. Old Zavarians. Not sure whether that's coached by Nick Wall or anything like that, but yeah, Charlotte Hoskins does a sensational job. She might even go towards the front. And they're not bringing them all back to one line, are they?
Don't know what's going on.
Boy, that would
while the officials work it out, we'll remind everyone that a couple of the A races coming up this evening. We've got the men's A 5,000 metre race at 9:02, women's A 5,000 metre race at 8:37. Winding back a little bit more, we have the men's A 1,000 at 8:23 and the women's A 1,000 at 8:30. You might as well not leave your TV screens or your computer screens or your mobile phone screens from now. That would be the easiest way, but if you're here for the A races, for Australian records, for world records and Olympic qualifiers to go down, tune back in at about 8:15. But I wouldn't go anywhere for now.
No, honestly.
You're here already.
Yeah.
Just stay glued to the screen. A races are going to start from about 8:20, but there'll be exciting racing straight through the evening, all the way till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, where do you have to go?
Now, we already talked about the two A races for the 5,000 metres. Let's go back to the men's B race a second, because we mentioned world records, and you think, world record, Box Hill Athletics track, really? Yeah, world record. Jared Clifford is going for a world IPC record. I could be wrong in the terminology there, but basically a para world record for his T13, T12 class for vision impairment. The record at the moment stands at a scintillating 13:53. So Jared's PB is, let me just double check here. It's in the low 13s I have it at. Low 14s, sorry. Low 14s.
Damn, Jared.
Yeah, 14:05 Jared's PB is, and it's 13:53. So he'll need a PB of 12 seconds to get this world record. But how he's been racing over this season is more well and truly capable. He's got Liam Cashin, who's going to be pacemaking for him. Doesn't say how long. I think to 3K, 13:55 pace. So, with a bit of Jared's classic kick down at the end to get him under that 13:53, we could see another world record for Jared Clifford. And I say another because he's already got the 1,500 record for his class.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around, Jared Clifford, and there's only been one man to go under 14, and that is the world record holder for his category. So Jared would not only be going for the world record, but the second man ever in that category to go under the 14-minute mark. So there's just so much history going on here tonight. There's always history at Box Hill.
Absolutely.
And I shouldn't talk about it because I sound biased, but it's just... There is. I can't help it.
It's an impressive set of races that are coming up at Box Hill. Zatopek has recently moved here as well. Saw the Australian record go down from Stewie at the Zatopek as well. We're hoping Stewie breaks another Oz record later on this evening. 9:02 p.m, 12:55. Craig Mottram's record Stewie might be going for.
Good.
Going back to that B race for a second, as we said, it's kind of like the A race for any other meet you're going to put on during the season. Just happens that the A race tonight is so hot and they're going for Olympic qualifiers. But believe it or not, sitting back in the B race is our state 5,000 metre champion in Tom Thorpe.
It's just
so
crazy.
He's taken a seat in the B race. We've got someone who shares the same PB as him, Cody Shanahan, on 14:06 PB as well. They'll be chasing Jared Clifford around. I'd say they'd probably jump on the back of Liam Cashin's 13:55 pace, wouldn't they?
They'll get dragged through. And I reckon these boys are going to be on for a time hotter than 13:55 if they can just stay true with Cash. I mean, the other thing as well, we've got Dan Canala. He's a World Uni 5,000 metre representative. He's come down from South Australia. Max Stevens has come across from South Australia, that Adam Diddick group. These guys couldn't get in the A race. So it's just going to be absolutely crazy. And I know you look at it and go, oh, the B race, but
no, not tonight.
An A race, literally any other meet of the year, it's an A race.
And I'd probably have a coffee. I don't know, it depends how much coffee hits you, but I'd probably have a coffee soon, or maybe at 8, or because we're going till 10 o'clock tonight to see all these Australian records, this world record, hopefully by Jared Clifford, some fast racing in the B race. To kick off the set of A races, we have the men's A race, the men's A 1,000 metre A race. We have an Australian record holder racing that, and a second of all time, or third of all time, I think it might be, Peter Bowl.
I think
second
third
of all time would be Alex Rowe, who was previous record holder. But from that Fast 8 track club, Justin Rinaldi, we've got Brad Mathis as well. Jack Lunn, who's coached by Steve Fabris, and he's just been, he's been running for what, 18 months? 2 years, and he came second at the Canberra Track Classic the other night, last Thursday. Jack Lunn, only to Peter Bowl, and Brad Mathis in third. So all those guys are racing in the 1,000 metres event later on. We set a time of 2:16 for Jeff Risley. That's going to be pretty hot. You're going to have to go through 800 metres in 1:48 and then hold that pace.
Yep.
So we'll see what the boys can do there. But yeah,
Well, I can see Adam Pike, who's running in this men's 1000. His dad's got the right idea. He's got a huge Macca's coffee.
He's got
in
an
his hand.
American-sized coffee.
So he gets it.
There's only two sizes in America.
gets
It's
it.
large and extra large.
Yeah, it's only, do you want to throw up now or later?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a cracking night of racing. And I know you have work tomorrow. We all do. So there's no excuse, actually.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I know
If
you got
you're
work
working from
tomorrow.
home,
yeah,
there's-
but honestly, there's no excuse.
Now, just before this race gets underway, and we introduce one of our other commentators who's coming on to help us out this evening, this women's A race. This is the only hot event tonight that we haven't spoken about, and the reason why it's so hot is because the athletes will be going for the Australian record and have a pretty legit chance of going for it or achieving it. So the Australian record is 2:37, held by Britt McGowan, or set by Britt McGowan in 2018. To get a 2:37, you need to go through 800 in 2:05. And the other night at Canberra Track Classic, both Katrina Bissett and Lyndon Hall ran a 2:01. Katrina Bissett, as we know, holds the Australian record at 1:58. So go through 800 in 2:05. You could say she'd be absolutely on for that record tonight. Katrina is also raising money for Lifeline, and well, last week checked at the start of the meet, it was at about $18,000. When I checked this morning, it was $17,000. So it just keeps going up. Now, if you want to donate, a couple ways of doing it. If you have Katrina Bissett, so it's spelled Catriona, Catriona, Bissett, Bisset. Type that in Instagram. You can follow the link on our Instagram page. Also, if you go to givenow.com.au, I did it before, givenow.com.au, type in 1000M record or Katrina Bissett in givenow.com.au. Then you'll be able to donate to Lifeline or the cause that Katrina Bissett is raising money for. So she's aiming for 30,000. She's almost at 19,000. We want to see her break the Australian record and raise a heap of money for Lifeline. So givenow.com.au and type in 1000 metre or 1000M record or Katrina Bissett's name, and you'll be able to donate there.
Yeah, and she is such an amazing person, Katrina Bissett, and not just amazing for athletics, she's just amazing in general. And the things that she speaks about so openly, so honestly, and so candidly, it is extremely refreshing, and we need more of that in athletics. So if you do want to get somebody or get behind somebody tonight and get behind a fantastic cause, you could not get behind a more beautifully well-rounded person than Katrina Bissett. So do watch out, because as beautiful and kind as she is, she's also got some serious wheels on the track. So it's it honestly is an amazing cause, and I'm looking forward to hopefully speaking to Katrina a little bit later. But right now, our field of about, what feels like 400 athletes on the track, which is actually 26, are waiting for the starter. We've got the wave, and we will introduce our secret commentator in a second once this race gets underway. And look at that, we are underway. So, as we move along in this 5,000 metre event, mixed A 5,000, we do introduce the one and only, the 1,000 subscribers club member, only one at the track who has that actual accolade, Isaac Bibile. Isaac, how are you?
Good, thanks, Mitch. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it is honestly a pleasure. It is a pleasure. How'd you feel tonight? You've gone out and given it a red hot crack. Walk us through.
Definitely feeling the 3,000 from States on Sunday.
Yep.
I was feeling pretty good before the race, but once it got going, I think felt the lactic pretty early.
Yep.
But yeah, besides from that, it was a good hit out. First time I've done a flat out 1,000, so it was good to do that for once, and pretty happy with the time. I think 2:37, so it was pretty solid time in these conditions because it's pretty windy out there.
Would you say with about 200 metres to go, you were feeling the Box Hill burn in your legs?
That's a good call. Yeah, definitely was feeling that.
That's such a kid joke response.
Mitch laughed the last couple of times I said it. It's a tough crowd.
Yeah, I was feeling it a lot with like 100 to go into the headwind. The goal was still like negative split it, but yeah, that did not happen.
Oh, still tough. I mean, it's tough. The 1,000 concept is like really good. I think it's a really good distance, but it's just hard to tell how to run it, really. I mean, you did a really good job. I would be absolutely nowhere out there. But as we do have a quick look across the track, and I think it is Kennedy Chen who's leading out this race. That's why we have Isaac here, because he literally knows every man, woman, and their dog and cat. So we're pretty lucky to have such a wealth of junior knowledge right here next to us. Believe it is Kennedy Chen. And I'm 1 from 1 right now. So behind him there is going to be Samuel Coronado. And our Knox athlete, do you know who it is?
Not sure. And
Set him up.
I believe it's O'Brien. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, thank you. So, Isaac, we have 26 people in this race. Pretty outrageous, but that just goes to show how many people wanted to get involved in the burn. Now, that is Kennedy Chen, and on the outside there it's going to be Samuel Coronado. So Coronado now going to take the lead. Seung-Gil Hong, some of the greatest shorts I've ever seen going around the outside, and that is Ranveer Gurja. Also moving through. I can see Haley George of Deneen Runners, another Deneen Runners singlet just there as well. So plenty of Steve Deneen's crew out here competing. And so we do have a lead pack of 5 right now. James Baumgartner, Deneen Runners, tucked in back there in front of Ranveer Gurja. And Brodie McCarthy of Diamond Valley with him. So on the back of this pack is Gerard Lynch. The Diamond Valley teammates have been separated. Alistair O'Brien, you were right, Isaac. You absolutely nailed it. But at the front here, it is Samuel Coronado. 3:24 on the clock. So these boys certainly moving as we see this field really well strung out. Our athletes coming through now in about 3:34, so a 10-second gap from first back to here. Haley George moving through. And Isaac, it is a beautiful night for racing down here, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the wind's died down a bit from the start of the night, so it's good conditions for the 5K, because I think the 1K can handle a bit of wind, but when you're out there for 12 and a half laps, you don't want too much. So hopefully the wind just continues to drop for the men's and women's A races later on in the night.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker. What are you most looking forward to here?
Oh, it's going to be awesome to see Stewie run. Last time he raced at Box Hill was when he broke the 10K record at Zatopek, and that was pretty awesome. So it'll be cool to see him running tonight again for another national record. Yeah,
I think it's going to be something special. Either way, it's going to be unbelievable to watch blokes whip around that quickly for 5 kilometres. Hopefully, look, we see a national record, a few Olympic qualifiers also across the women's race. It's going to be a cracking night of racing. Honestly, strap in. It's going to be unbelievable.
For the men's 5K, they're going to be going 2 seconds quicker than I ran today per K, but they have to do it 5 times. So
correct.
It's crazy.
It's actually cooked. Oh, but these boys are just getting more and more talented. It feels like a little bit of a renaissance era of running right now. Boys are coming out of the woods. Juniors, seniors, it doesn't matter. Everybody's having a crack. So as we see come through the line now is David Lawson of Richmond. And he's leading out a pack. Amy Davenport, our first of the ladies coming through. Now we see Charlotte Hoskins as well. Behind her is Alexandra Bucky Smith. And 7007 is going to be Niam Boyd Squires Long. So a great name to call there. Haley George as well, our next of the ladies. But out in front, it is Samuel Coronado and Kennedy Chen on the back there. All strung out, no one running wide. Everybody able to find their spot across the whole track.
The Diamond Valley runner there in 5th. Lynch, he's just got to try and push back up into that 5th position right on the back of the heels of Hong there. So he needs to try and stay in contact, because you don't want to be solo in a 5K. It's much easier to be on the back of someone. Even if it feels like you're using a bit more energy now, it'll definitely pay off.
Oh, 1,000%. Now we see Kennedy Chen come back around, so he's going to lead him around. He has got to stay on your right there, Isaac. Jared Lynch, he's going to have to do a little bit of work. You have to grit your teeth a little bit here. Have you run a 5,000 before, or?
I haven't done a flat-out 5,000 on the track. I've done a 5,000 on the road, which is a bit easier because you're not just doing laps. I did that at Albert Park, so that's a pretty good spot for it. But yeah, I've never done a 5K race on the track before.
Is that next for you? Is that the step up?
Yeah, maybe once I get to under 20s, and I can do that at states and nationals. But for now, I think I'm happy doing the 3K. 7.5 laps is enough for me.
Yeah, well, you look good across the weekend. It was a pleasure to call you around. Tim did keep saying the social media boy, but you're more than just being a social media boy. You came second and third in the state, so absolutely no slouch as we see Louise Ton come past us as well. So we'll try and get a read on these gentlemen out in front, and it's starting to separate a bit. So Kennedy Chen, he's going to say, hey, Samuel, you want to come along with me, mate? You're going to have to ramp up this pace a little bit. So Kennedy Chen, he looks like he might be trying to break the spirits of Segung Hong, so too Alistair O'Brien. So I know it's still relatively early, but they are going to separate a little bit from these next two, and they have certainly separated from Jared Lynch of Diamond Valley. So Kennedy Chen, 7:23 on the clock as he comes through here. 7 laps to go for Kennedy Chen and Samuel Coronado, so too Swing Gil Hong and Alistair O'Brien. Now we see Jared Lynch come through. Ranveer Gurja leading out this next pack. James Baumgartner, and tucked in between them there, Brodie McCarthy. So this pack of 3 going to work really well together. Our lone athlete here is going to be David Lawson of Richmond. So Lawson sort of stuck in no man's land and in no ladies' land, as well as Amy Davenport. So Davenport might get some assistance from Stephen Quirk as he moves his way around, not Stella Radford. Unless, Stella, you have some very, very orange hair nowadays. But at the front of the pack, at the front of the race, I should say, not even a pack, it's Kennedy Chen. Kennedy Chen moving away a little bit. He's going to really try and test his feel out through the mid part of the race. Definitely the most difficult part of this 5,000 metres is right now. As you approach the 2,000 to go mark. So they're certainly over the halfway point. Kennedy Chen leading it out from Samuel Coronado. Our unattached in the full ASICS kit. I love the arm warmers on him. I think he's channeling his inner Stewie McSwain with those arm warmers. Now, Isaac, as you sit here next to me, I can't help but notice you do have the Tin Man Elite jacket on.
Sure do.
When is the Isaac Babile merchandise coming out? Now, I don't know if any Tin Man Elite would be watching this. Maybe Jordan Guzman, maybe Cam Griffith. Look, maybe Joey Berriatua. G'day, Joey. Sam Parsons, NC State. Spend a little time with Sam Parsons if you are watching G'day, Sammy. But when's the Isaac Babile merchandise coming out?
Oh, I'm not sure if I'll ever get merch, really. I don't know. Just enjoy having the YouTube. Be a bit weird, walking around and seeing people wearing my name on them. But got to figure out the SAS track merch first for the squad.
Oh.
So that's the goal at the moment.
How is Selling House? Now, I tried to get some Stephen Ellinghouse apparel going about 9 years ago now, I reckon, and I'd never seen a man hate apparel more than Steve Ellinghouse, so I wish you good luck.
Yeah, we had some a while ago, but he just never got around to getting some new merch that fit everyone, so might have to get around to that.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So we see Kennedy Chen now come down with 2 kilometres to go, I believe, so 10:04 on the clock. So certainly around his PB here, Kennedy Chen. 17:37 is his PB, so he's well and truly on pace to dip under that. It was to see Alistair O'Brien and Swing Gil Hong now come through. These boys, Ranveer Gurja at the front of it, he's been able to pick up Jared Lynch. So Gerard Lynch is going to have to grit his teeth, really. He's going to have to get a tap on the shoulder, I think, there from Brodie McCarthy. He's going to go, hey, Gerard, let's do this together for the Valley. And we see James Baumgartner on the back there. So he's worked really well as well. Ranveer Gurja leading them out. Now we see come through the line David Lawson, who's been doing a lot of it on his own. Amy Davenport as well. But at the front, Kennedy Chen, I know he's put his foot down, but he just cannot quite separate from Samuel Coronado. As we see a big pack of athletes come through now. The first person I see is Charlotte Hoskins. So she's second for our ladies there. And we see also Alexandra Bucky Smith and Niam Boyd Squires Long We see two Deneen runners as well here. They're going to work really well together. Michael Ewanson and Hayley George, they train together all the time. I think they're going to try and get the best out of each other. Hayley George just has to tuck on the back of Ewanson here. And we see your boy walking past us right now, Isaac.
Oh, Josh
Louise
McLeod.
Ton comes through the line. G. Liem with her, and we're going to see Kennedy Chen pick up the back of this field. He's already made his way past Brendan Cullen. So Kennedy Chen now past Louise Ton. So too G. Liem. So we have our first lapping here. 4 kilometres. 4 laps to go. Geez, I won't scare him like that. As we also see Alistair O'Brien start to put his foot down on Xiangong Hong. And look at that. Jared Lynch has been able to hold on. Not easy to do, Isaac, as you would know. Once you get past in these sort of races, mentally, Scruffy starts scratching at the door. The black dog starts coming. Everything that you've ever done wrong in your life flashes before your eyes, and you just have to find something. And he's been able to find it, so that's sensational. Hard to do.
He's got a good pack to work with now, so hopefully he can just sit in there. But out the front, it's Chen still. He's about to come up with 3 laps to go. So he's got 1,300 metres left now, and Coronado, I reckon he's closed the gap a bit. He's coming back to Chen, but Chen's going to have to get those arms moving if he wants to get away from Coronado and get the win here, because Coronado is going right onto his heels. So they're coming up to 3 laps to go. They're on about 16:40 pace, just a bit over that. So this is good running from the boys up front.
Yeah, and look at this. Kennedy Chen looks on his right and he goes, hold on, I thought you were gone. So Coronado now going to go, mate, I didn't just go, I was only whispering. So he's going to move right around him now. He gets on the inside. So much so he wanted to run the rail. So Coronado, he finally learns you can't run on it, you got to run next to it. So he moves past Kennedy Chen, and now these boys are going to play cat and mouse. Who's Tom, who's Jerry? We're going to find out. Coronado, though, he's going to just get in front of Kennedy Chen. So his arms are warm, but can they get pumping? Look at Steve Deneen here. He knows. He's got James Baumgartner. Baumgartner now goes around this pack. So Ranveer Gurge has done a lot of work to get these boys right up there. And now it might be Baumgartner who moves around them there. So as we see moving around now, Coronado, he's still got the measure over Kennedy Chen. Kennedy Chen, he is a tough competitor. I haven't seen much of Coronado, but from what I see right now, he wants it. And he doesn't want it a little bit, he wants it all.
And I reckon they're picking up the pace here. The strides are getting a bit shorter. It looks like they're just starting to wind it up, and Chen's just going to have to hang on here. This is going to be tough. He did a lot of leading, so he's going to be feeling it a bit. But Coronado did have to do a bit of work to get back onto Chen, so they're both probably feeling it quite a bit, but I reckon Coronado is just going to try and stretch away from Chen here, because Chen's had a few looks down at the ground. He looks to be struggling a bit, but this is on here with 800 to go.
Yeah, well, I think Chen's looked at his feet and said, what have you got? And they've said, not a lot, mate. So he's going to have to try and do it from his heart, not his feet now. So Coronado, geez, I might as well call him Zach Randolph. He's got the absolute grit and grind right now. So he's moving past Kennedy Chen, putting 5 metres, make it 7, maybe call it 8. How generous are you going to be? Alistair O'Brien's done a lot of really good work on his own. We see Louise Ton. She comes now as well, so she's a lap behind. 19:15's her PB, though. And look at this. James Baumgartner, he has blown these boys away from this pack. So Ranveer Gurja gives a little bit of a shove there. Got to be careful right now. Seng Gil Hong, he's starting to drop back just a little bit. So James Baumgartner moves right past him. He's going to be chasing Alistair O'Brien. Alistair O'Brien is chasing Kennedy Chen, and Kennedy Chen is chasing Samuel Coronado. What a sequence of events that is. My goodness. There's only 26 people, ladies and gentlemen, so it's really easy to get confused. But don't let your eyes deceive you. Coronado is still leading it out. Kennedy Chen, 500 metres to go. Coronado again wants to get his foot on the rail. I mean, I don't know what his fascination with the rail is, but it's not going to make him run too much faster. Doesn't need to, though, because he's leading. So Coronado, I believe he's going to get the bell. Yes, he is going to get the bell. So his PB right now, 18 minutes, and he's 15:30 through the bell. So Coronado, Kennedy Chen, well, he's going to have to really find something with a lap to go, I think, to try and peg down Coronado. Takes a look on the inside shoulder. He should be looking on the outside. Alistair O'Brien comes through. James Baumgartner, he has put through a huge last 600 metres. to blow out this pack right now. So in Baumgartner, he's going to stalk O'Brien, but on the back straight, Coronado, Kennedy Chen now, though. Look at this. His arms are pumping, and that's why he kept him warm. So Coronado, 200 metres to go. He's got the grimace. Kennedy Chen, he says, you've got a grimace. What do you call this? So Kennedy Chen now is going to get moving. 180 metres to go. He starts to get moving now. So Kennedy Chen on the shoulder of Coronado. I don't think he's breathing. He wants to do it that quietly. So Chen now, he wants the win. Coronado takes a look correctly on the right shoulder. Now Chen moves around right now. So he does it for the home track, Kennedy Chen. He's taken more head swivels than anyone I've seen, more than Isaac Babile in the heat of his 1500. So Kennedy Chen's going to come down and take this A mixed 5,000. And he's going to do it in 16:47. Coronado, an 18-minute PB, runs 16:51. So we've seen a 70-second PB right there. Now we see Alistair O'Brien, a 17:23. Make that 17 minutes right now. Baumgartner, his PB, 17:50. So he's going to come down and collect a 17:08. And a good embrace here. Everyone, look at this. Throw a blanket over him right now. These boys come through in about 17:12. So we'll have to see. Ranveer Gurja now comes through. And so Gurja's PB was 17:43. So he's certainly under it as well as we start to see the bell. Haley George gets it now. Louise Ton. And so we see a Deneen running singlet come around the outside. So bye-bye Spicer Track Club. It's all Deneen runners right now. So we see him come down. We got, I think, hip number 13, is it? Michael I'm completely wrong. 13, yeah, Michael Sleep. So he's going to run a PB. Number 6 there, Brandon He, 18:28. He's done a PB as well. Number 9 there, David Lawson. He's done a PB. And our first lady there, Amy Davenport, an 18:54. She's run 17:59, I think. So huge PBs, home of PBs. I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. Dino Crivelli, 18 minutes. He's gone just over. So number 3, Stephen Quirk, he's gone just over as well. Number 12 here, Daniel Cootie, didn't have a PB. Charlotte Hoskins has run a PB. I know that for a fact. We see number 7 there, Niam Boyd Squires Long, 19 minutes into 18:20. So another massive PB. So 19:15 across the board, a lot for these ladies. Louise Ton starts booming down the home straight. So she had a 19:15. Everyone crossing the line now had a 19:15 PB. A lot people under the 19-minute mark. Sensational across the board. Haley George, she looks like she's about to throw up. She's tried that hard. We'd love to see it. And so G. Liem, 18:51, his PB. He's going to be just outside of that. And so too Brendan Cullen. So they're just going to miss PBs. But sensational here for the mixed A 5,000 metre event. And all 1,400 of them who just raced there are standing in front of us. It's like herding cattle. As we see Lee GM and our last athlete come across the line now. Brendan Cullen's going to round it out here in the mixed A 5,000 metres. Not a lot of COVID-safe protocols going on in front of us, but that's okay. We'll let that slide as we see some of the men in the A 5,000 make their way through. Around, and they've got their bibs. A lot of serious looks. My goodness, as we pan in on Brett Robinson and Stewie McSween. And geez, if they don't break the record tonight, modelling might be their next point of call. Because they are looking the goods. They should be the poster boy. They had a look. They can see themselves on the camera. That's weird. He's still looking at it, Stu. He's fascinated, yeah. He's like a deer in the headlights right now. He's always been weird, Stu, and he'll always be weird. So, sensational racing. The mixed men's, the mixed 5,000. I saw the M and got excited. And now we move, am I correct here? Is it the J?
The junior 5,000 metres.
Oh, the juniors. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah. I was about to say, 23.
So lining up for this is the under 17 and under 19 5,000 metres. Isaac, take away the field.
So on the inside, we have Jai Hadfield in hip number 1. Hip number 2, we got Lincoln Belgrove. Hip number 3, Ferdinand Faith. Hip number 4, Archie Noakes. Number 5, Reese Hadfield. Number 6, Brody Andrews. Number 7, Matthew Buckle. Number 8, Nick Chambers. Number 9, Brandon Muscat. Number 10, Sam Bunnage. 11, one of my training partners, Jordan Abbott. Number 12, Ned Buckle. 13, Eric Trinkle. And 14, Corey Dixon to round out the field.
And the times are getting quicker and quicker. So we talked about our underage races earlier on in the evening. Of course, all our underage age races sponsored by the running companies Ballarat, Lilydale, Yarraville and Clifton Hill. So get into one of the running company stores. And our PBs range from, well, Archie Noakes of Essendon, 14:40. So he'd almost get a start in this, well, he'd get a start in the men's C race for sure, if not the men's B race later on this evening. But the underage race tonight for Archie Noakes, then we have Matthew Buckle, 14:52. Matthew Buckle, so he's from Bendigo University. So a few around the low 15-minute mark, high 14s, most around the mid-15s. So, I mean, we know to break 15 minutes, we're looking for 3 minutes per kilometre, 72 seconds, or 1 minute and 12 seconds per lap. Their digits I had memorised, etched in my mind, Isaac, for as a junior, the 9-minute 3,000 metres, or earlier on the 4-minute 30, 1,500 metre. I'm very familiar with 72-second laps.
Yeah, same. At the start of the season, that was my goal, the sub-9 3K, so did a lot of work.
You're part of the club now?
Yeah, part of the club.
Oh, welcome.
Absolutely boomed through the club. I'm just going to say, before I get another thing to eat, watch out for Jai Hadfield. He absolutely flew across the weekend. Beautiful mullet as well. That's not the only reason I think he's great, but he had a really impressive state championship. Yeah,
he took out the double in the 1,500 and the 3K and closed very fast, about a 4:01 or 4:02 final 1,500 in that 3K. So he is a fit man at the moment, as is some of the other boys in the field. Archie Noakes came second and third in the 15 and 3K, so he's one to watch out for as well. And one of the other Hadfields, I believe Reese Hadfield is in this field. Yep, I can see him there.
Yeah, he's lane 5 in the black singlet. Reese Hadfield, he's at the Berwick Track Club kit that he's repping there.
Yeah, and him and Jive had a pretty good season. And they're both doing really well at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see who can take out the win here out of the two brothers. So they're off to a good start. Noakes, no surprise, is straight to the front. He's got the fastest seed time in the field, and Hadfield, he knows he can beat him. He beat him twice at the state championship, so he's just going to go with him here, it looks like. And then we've got our Bendigo University athlete in third. They're leading the rest of the pack.
Now, it will be interesting. As you said, Archie Noakes has the fastest seed time, but is he really looking to time trial it tonight? It sort of seems like he is right now. I don't know, it might be in his best interest just to have a race for once.
Yeah, it'll be tough conditions to do it in. I think the wind has died down a bit. It's hard to tell when you're sitting down. You can always feel a bit more when you're running, but I think that he could be able to run a decent time on his own. It's a decent crowd, so they'll get behind him, and hopefully Hadfield can just close that gap and keep the pressure on him later in the race.
So without the pacemakers in this race, it almost already seems like what our men's A race might end up like later on, exactly. With Stewie, the solo athlete, leading out the front, then a B and a C pack, to follow. So we'll have the cameras following all athletes, of course, but right now it's on Archie Noakes, who has broken away. You can't see it clearly on the camera now, but it's about 30 metres ahead of a thick pack to follow. So it is good. The rest of the pack is pretty thick, heading around that 15:30 mark, but Archie Noakes is leading the way in the Athletics Essendon singlet.
And yeah, right behind him, well, not right behind him, but a fair way behind him now, Hadfield leading that next pack. It's a good bunch there, so hopefully some of those boys can stay in and work together. But Noakes is going to come up 147 through 600, so he's under that 3-minute K pace and under the 15-minute pace, and the rest of the pack just a bit over that pace. So they're working together. They're going to hopefully stick together for as long as they can. and maybe get close to Noakes in the later stages of the race.
Now, I'm liking Matthew Buckle, the athlete from Bendigo University. He has a sub 15-minute PB to his name, and he's just sitting on the, well, he's just on the outside of Hadfield now. He was just behind him on his heels. He might just be itching to get into the front, so we'll see what he does. I was liking him just because he was biding his time, sitting in, saving a bit of energy. Now, no, it looks like he might want to take the lead off Hadfield.
Yeah, so they're moving along nicely. I reckon that if you're in that pack, you just want to stay there. I don't reckon it'd be a good idea to hit the front. It's probably better just to sit in because they are going at a decent pace and they will probably pick it up towards the end of the race. As we saw on the weekend, Hadfield does have a big finish in him, so he will get moving and try and run down Noakes in the last couple of Ks, I reckon. So I reckon it's a safe spot to be right behind him because he's a quality athlete, and out the front, a very quality athlete. Archie Noakes, he's going through the 1K there right on 3 minutes, so they're moving nicely. The rest of the pack's going to come through in about 3:04, 3:05, so they're moving along well, and this is going to be a good race if they can keep up this pace, because anything around that 15-minute pace for this age group that's very good.
Yeah, absolutely. That, once again, we talked about milestones, and you start heading around that mid 15 minutes as an under 20 athlete. Like club level runner, you're getting pretty quick. You're on the way to nationals at the under 20 around that mid 15s, which is the bulk of these athletes here. And we say there is a pack. From our view on the side of the track here, they are starting to string out one by one, almost in two packs there, as we see brother Reese Hadfield and Jai Hadfield breaking away in that. Well, we call it a second pack here because Archie Noakes is all on his own, still in his breakaway pack of one as our peloton follows. So who is it leading? Matthew Buckle is from Bendigo University, so it's the Hadfields and the Bendigo boys in that second pack as everyone starts to string out.
Yeah, the rest of that pack, the third group there, they're going to have to try and stay on. The Mentone athletes just moved up onto the back of Reese Hadfield. I believe that is Sam Bunnage, so he's going to have to try and get right on Reese's heels because you don't want to be in no man's land between the two packs. And from Knox, we have Dixon leading that next group there. So hopefully these boys can stick together because they need to work together if they want to get a good time. But out the front, all on his own, working by himself, Archie Noakes. He's got the head down. He's just working hard. I think he's coming up to around the 1 mile mark.
Yeah,
so this is
4
quick
laps down.
As he goes through in about 4:45, so he has picked it up. So he's going for it. He's dropped under the 3-minute K pace. He went through the K right on 3 minutes, and he's gone through the 1600 in 4:45, which is under the 3-minute K pace.
And that's Ned Buckle as well, following brother Matt Buckle. So we have the two brothers in that pack helping each other out. So we have the Hadfields and the Buckles and Sam Bunnage, the solo athlete without a brother in that front in that pack. No one to help him out.
But no one to help him out. Archie Noakes knows all about that because he's coming up to the 1800 metre mark and he's rolling. So he's out there on his own doing the work and he looks pretty smooth. He doesn't look like he's working too hard. He's got a good stride. Doesn't look like he's in too much trouble at the moment. And yeah, Buckle leading that next pack. Then you got Hadfield, then you got Buckle, and then you got Hadfield and Bunnage.
It'll be interesting to see what they go through 2K mark in, a few of these boys. So as we said, 6 minutes would be a 15-minute 5K, which should be comfortable for for Archie Noakes out in front, having a PB about 20 seconds ahead of that as he goes through in 5:55. So he increased his pace. He ran a 3-minute first K and a 2:55, 2:56 second K. These boys in that second pack, the Hadfields and the Buckles and Bunnage, all went through in about 6:05. So
they've picked it up as well. Bang on 3 minute for that K. So
yeah, perfect.
They're going for it.
They've actually picked up the pace.
Yeah. So they've pulled away from that third pack quite a bit. They weren't too far. They were pretty close just 2 laps ago, and now the gap's really opened up to about 30, 40 metres. And Noakes is just continuing to extend his lead as he goes through 2.2 Ks. So he's got a while to go, but he's still looking pretty calm. He's still looking comfortable, and his strides are looking good.
So for everyone who's just tuned in, Isaac, we've got the A races coming up this evening. After this, we've got the men's D, men's C. Our block of A races started at 8:23 for the men's 1,000, then 8:30 for the women's 1,000. And then we've got 8:37 for the women's 5,000 and 9:02 for the men's 5,000 for all the A races. So from 8:23 onwards, A races. We've got a couple of B races to finish off the evening. But and one of them, the men's B race, we've got Jared Clifford going for a world classification record.
Yeah,
so exciting night ahead.
Is a very good field. I was looking at it before, and there are some guys who, at the Vic 5K champs were in that A race. I think Thorpe was the Vic 5K champion, I believe, and he's in the B race. So that shows the quality of the A race. They're going for quick times, and so is Archie Noakes out the front on his own. He's got 7 laps to go, about to come up to 6 laps to go, I'm pretty sure, and yeah, he's moving well.
I feel like I'm almost watching a Zatopek 10,000 metres with these packs just forming within small packs within a race, and now they're just starting to break up. The Hadfields and the Buckles are starting to go one-on-one with each other. So it is, looks like Matthew Buckle ahead of Jai Hadfield and Reese Hadfield ahead of Ned Buckle, or Ned Buckle ahead of Reese Hadfield. Too many Buckles and Hadfields. And then Sam Bunnage looking to take both those boys moving into 4th position on that back straight there as we see the athletes. So Noakes, forget about Noakes. He's way in front of everyone. He's heading for a sub 15 minutes or thereabouts. The Buckles and the Hadfields doing well. Lincoln Belgrove from Glen Huntley on our screen right now. Fine form in the Knox boys as well, soon to follow. So we'll see our athletes come around the 3K mark pretty soon. As we see Archie Noakes is just on screen now, coming through 3K, 7.5 laps down, almost only 5 to go. And 3K, 8:53.
Moving. So another sub 3 minute K for Noakes, and Buckle and Jai Hadfield are going to come through right on 9 minutes there, 9:01. And then that next pack with Bunnage, Ned Buckle and Reese Hadfield in about 9:06. So they're moving. They could get under the 15-minute mark if they can kick down these next 5 laps. But at the front, it's Noakes, and he's still looking pretty calm. It's not too much strain on his face, but he is starting to take in some heavy breaths. And yeah, he's still got about 40 metres on the rest of the field there. So Jai Hadfield and Matt Buckle just going to try and reel him in here, I reckon.
Everyone's spread out, but it's still very impressive running from the guys in these 2nd and 3rd packs, the Hadfields and the Buckles, Sam Bunnage as well. They'll be heading for a low to mid 15 minutes, which would be PBs for a few of them. Jai Hadfield, 15:20 PB. Who else do we have? We have Ned Buckle, 15:24 PB. Sam Bunnage, a 15:36 PB. They're all heading for about 15:15s, those guys in the 2nd and 3rd packs.
So Noakes is still moving along nicely. He's holding onto that just under 3 minute pace, about 2:58 pace. And Jai Hadfield, he's made the move. He's got a bit of a gap now on Buckle. It's about 2 metres at the moment, but I reckon over this next lap we'll see it stretch out. As he's got about 50 metres to go if he wants to catch up to Noakes. So he's going to have to put the head down and get to work here. But Noakes is still moving nicely. He's still got the strides going. And Hadfield, yeah, it's about 50 metres at the moment. So he's going to have to really go for it now, as they've got about just 1,500 metres to go, I'm pretty sure. So they're moving nicely.
He will have to put his head down, Isaac, but it's definitely not impossible as it looked about a K ago.
Yeah.
He's definitely, I would say he's making a good bit of ground on Noakes. He's charging away from Buckle there. As the other boys we see on screen, Bunnage, Ned Buckle and Reese Hadfield, all still holding pretty good form. The boys from Knox as well in screen now.
We've got Dixon, Trinkle and Belgrove in that group there, working together, sharing the lead. It's Dixon in the lead now, as we saw about a lap ago, as Belgrove. But Noakes comes up, 3 laps to go, 11:17 on the clock. So he's moving, and he's got the game face on. It looks like he's going to try and pick it up because he knows Hadfield's coming. And Hadfield has closed the gap.
Absolutely. Only 40 metres behind. I'd say 400 metres ago he was about 50 metres, and he's got 3 laps to go of this race. Buckle's holding strong, but it is Hadfield who is charging towards Noak and just decreasing that gap. Bunnage is leading the rest of them into Ned Buckle and Reese Hadfield. The boys from Knox are to follow as we see what the splits will be coming through 4K, Isaac.
So 11.53 for Noakes. You had a look down at the watch there. It's going to be 11.58 for Hadfield, 11.59 maybe. So he's still under the 15-minute pace, and he's going to have to really go for it. The gap has closed. It's about 35 metres now. And I reckon he could be a chance here, Hadfield. He closed so super fast in the 1500 and 3K Vic Champs. He managed to beat Noakes, but Noakes has the head start now. So it's about 30 metres. Noakes knows he's being chased down by Jai Hadfield. So it's the two under-18s, two of the best under-18s in the state and in the country. And it is Noakes coming up, 800 to go, 12.29. He has about 4 seconds on Hadfield. So Hadfield can close that gap, I reckon. It's about 25 metres now. So Hadfield, he's got Noakes in his sights. Noakes is starting to just look like he's struggling a bit more now. And we see Matt Buckle in hip number 7 from Bendigo starting to move. He's just going to try and hold off Bunnage, who's starting to get a move from Mentone. And now we see Ned Buckle and Reese Hadfield come through to get 800 to go. And they're starting to move as well. So everyone looking to pick it up a bit now.
It's no longer about the time anymore, Isaac. It's about the race as we see Noakes, 600 metres to go. Now only about a 2-second gap. A lap ago, it was a 5-second gap. So 600 metres to go. And Hadfield is closing in on Noakes. Noakes has led from the start like an ambitious Tour de France rider. Hadfield just sat in the pack, or he kind of led the second pack himself, but has bided his time with almost a lap to go. He's only 5 metres behind him. This is getting exciting. This is what you like to see. This is what you stay up till 3 a.m. to watch in Tour de France. We've got it here at Box Hill.
So here we go. It's about a 5 metre gap between Noakes and Hadfield. Hadfield managed to pull away by about probably more than 5 metres at the Vic Champs. So this could be a big finish here. It's going to be a tight one. Noakes is a gritty runner. We saw him run an incredible race at Zatopek in the under 23K, and he was gutsy there. Can he show that kind of courage here as Hadfield makes the pass? So 2:50 to go. Jai Hadfield, he's moving. It's the under-18 boys going at it here. So Hadfield, he's got a bit of a gap now on Noakes, but Noakes isn't going to let him get too far. So 200 to go in 14:11. They're really starting to get a wriggle on here. Hadfield, he looks like he's gone into near his final gear. I reckon he's got 1 gear to go, and he's just going to save it until he comes into the straight, and the gap is starting to open up now. Noakes, what a run. He was gutsy to go out on his own, but Hadfield closed him down, and he's going to pull away now. Look at this. This is a very good time. It's going to be under the 15-minute mark for both these boys. Hadfield, what a run. Watch the clock. This is very fast running, and Noakes is giving it everything, but it'll be 14:42 for Hadfield, 43 for Noakes. So that is some
huge,
brilliant running there, and missed the split there for that last lap, but that would have been quick.
Massive, massive PB from Hadfield there. Close to a PB from Noakes. So Hadfield had his PB listed of 15:20 and goes mid 14:40, 14:42, 14:43 was it? Huge. Now we have... is it Matthew Buckle, 14:52 was his PB, and it will stand at his PB. We have Sam Bunnage, huge run from Sam Bunnage, previous PB of 15:30, and he collects a PB about 15 seconds. Brother Ned Buckle comes through, he'll collect a PB as well.
Reese Hadfield there as well.
Reese Hadfield, Lincoln Belgrove.
Eric Trinkle finishing strong, Dixon as well, so that pack of 3 worked together well, but then split up over the last lap. Now, Jordan Abbott finishing strong. This is a good run from him. It's going to be 15:40, so a bit off his PB, but a good run from him, backing up after the 3K.
And Muscat as well, PB of a bit over 20 seconds for Brandon Muscat of Western Athletics. As we said, if you're running in the 15s as an under-20 athlete, especially the low 15s, that's some very quality running. That sort of sees you running at nationals most years.
Yeah, and a lot of under-18 athletes here, so some very good running from these boys, and they could be going around the mid-14s by the time they're in the under-20s, so great running from those boys. It was a good race up front between Hadfield and Noakes. It was a good battle in that last lap, and Hadfield managed to run Noakes down to get the win in a very good race there.
Absolutely. They'll take a bit of inspiration, look ahead to the athletes in our A and B races this afternoon or this evening to see what is to come in their careers, because that's some hot racing for under-18s and under-20s. As we see Nick Chambers crossing the line, he'll get a PB as well by about 15 seconds. Previous PB 16:50, and he crosses the line 16:38. Brodie Andrews Bit off a PB for Brodie Andrews, 16.25. He runs a 16.50. Solid running nonetheless. And we have our athlete Ferdinand Faith from Collingwood just on his last lap. Next race on the track will be our men's D, followed by our men's C, 5,000 metres. So don't go anywhere. Couple of 5Ks to go. Then we have our block of A races. Men's A race at 8.23. Women's A race for 1K at 8.30. Women's A 5K at 8.37. Men's A race for 5K at 9.02. And then on from there, women's B 9.25, men's B 9.45. So awesome evening of running coming up. Don't go anywhere.
I am back. And I'm back. And I'm back with good news. So for all of you who are watching along online, obviously you do have your comment section on Facebook, YouTube as well. What we are offering here is we are guessing we're closest to the time of that race, of the women's.
It's Katrina Bissett's time, I believe.
Yeah, so
Katrina
if you can
Bissett's
guess
time.
Katrina Bissett's time, the closest one to Katrina Bissett's time will receive a signed singlet by Katrina Bissett. Hopefully an Australian record holding Katrina Bissett. So do make sure you get your comments in there on YouTube and Facebook to try and guess Katrina Bissett's time and hopefully win a signed singlet. And that was an unreal race. I'm actually a bit flat. Mick Masseni is absolutely to the rescue down here right now. So on the start line now, we do have our men's D5000 with hip number 1, Ian Burrows, unattached. Number 2, Seth Chan of Old Scotch. With number 3, Michael Johnson of Richmond. Number 4, Daniel Rees. WOD, I'm going to need some help there, Glenn Turner. Number 5, Daniel Velardo of unattached. Number 6, Andrew Carey of WTN.
WTN Williamstown, WOD Wodonga.
Thank you so much, Williamstown and Wodonga. Number 7, Alexander Ruder, unattached. Number 8, Damien Bruno, Essendon. Number 9, Bevan Does, unattached. Number 10, Long Newen of Glen Huntley. Number 11, Grant Simpson of the Bellarine. Number 12, Sam Arnold, unattached. Number 13, Russell Jenkins of Bendigo University. Number 14, Alistair McDonald of Western A's. Number 15, Dylan Littlejohn of Diamond Valley. Number 16, Show Waller, and we will call out the rest of these as the race gets underway. And we come back from the starter's hands. And racing. So you are going to see these gentlemen sort themselves out. Similarly to earlier, I think, Mick, over the first 400 metres of this race, and big thank you to Michael Masseni doing a lot of technical work behind the scenes right now, so thank you. As these boys will sort themselves out. A run culture singlet, I believe, on the inside there in Bevan Does.
What does he do?
Leads.
leads races.
He leads
does it well.
5Ks, that's what he does. So these boys going to make their way around through that first 200. Boys, I mean, it's boys to men, really. End of the road. Hopefully someone gets that reference. So this whole 22-man field is going to sort themselves out. Now, they are running a little bit wide right now, but that's okay, only natural. And it is Bevan. Well, over the stadium they're saying Doze, but I like Does because there's a lot more jokes to be made with that one. So we're going to say...
Yeah, that's what we want to do on commentating, make jokes about people.
Bevan does love to lead, and he's doing that beautifully right now. He's leading out an entire field, and Long Nguyen in third position there is the beneficiary of that nice sit. So look at this now. They are literally a line.
How is the diversity of singlets here? Most curiously, the Russian singlet in fifth at the moment. We see a Surf Coast Track Club singlet. Julian Spence, I'm not sure if there's any more available for sale online. What else do we have? We have Run Culture leading the way. Bevan does like to wear Run Culture. We've got Melbourne Pack in there as well.
Thank you, Chris. I'm glad you got my boys to men reference. So I'm going to take a stab. Alexander Ruda does seem Russian, so I can understand the Russian singlet.
It's pretty. That's one of those things, though. It's getting the national team kit could be really legit, and we just don't know it, or managed to get his hands on it. Like that's one of those things that they don't openly sell those national team kits. Usually
you have to trade them.
Yeah, like you can support your local footy club, but can't support your national team. You can buy a Socceroos jersey.
Yeah, but where's the Australian singlets,
Yeah. Anyway, the Russian one looks pretty cool. It seems legit, something different out there. We see the Melbourne Pack one. We see the Western Athletics one, most importantly.
Yeah,
the mighty Western Athletics. As the athletes come around 800 metres, as we said, the highest seeded athlete is Ian Burrows, unattached with the hip number 1, and his PB is 16 dead. Also, Andrew Carey of Williamstown, 15.58. Alexandra Ruda, the athlete in the Russian singlet, 15.59 as well. So 3 minutes 12 for 1K is the pace for a 16-minute flat 5K as they go through that first 1 kilometre in 3:12 on the nose.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this. Johnny Yates, or Yeats, I apologise if I've got that wrong. He's going to come right around. So 16 minutes, really good time. Obviously, that's our fastest seed time in the race. But Johnny Yates, or Jonah, and I apologise if I've got those wrong, but I'm going to say Jonah Yates, 16.45, his PB. So he's certainly going to be a man who wants to go well and truly under that. Now they're really re-bunching up, which is very interesting because you would think that you're going to find a comfortable rhythm to sit and just find your position, but these guys are more than happy to run wide in order to make their presence felt. So we do see Alexander Ruda, our Russian. I can't take my eyes off him now. You said he's got the Russian singlet on. I'm just fascinated. So I've got to ask him after whether or not he's competed for Russia or what the go is.
See what the backstory is. Could be our first interview of the evening.
Yeah. A pack of about 9.
Now, as these athletes get settled, Mitch, let's just talk about this women's 1K coming up. So we've got a number of Australian records on the line, and tonight Katrina Bissett has said that she's going to go for the Australian record in an attempt to raise $30,000 for Lifeline. Now, as we said, I think she's just shy of $19,000 right now. So to give some money to Katrina Bissett's cause on Lifeline, go to givenow.com.au and type in Katrina Bissett, Catriona, Catriona Bissett, Bisset, or even easier, type in 1000M record attempt. So that's givenow.com.au, record attempt in the search bar, and you'll see the 30 for 30, Katrina Bissett's 1000M, 1000 metre record attempt come up. So givenow.com.au. The link is via her Instagram page as well. So she's gunning for $30,000, just shy of $19,000 right now. Exciting thing, she is going to sign a Nike singlet, and that is going to be for the winner of our guessing competition. So if you're watching on the YouTube page, in the comments, chuck in your guess. What will Katrina's time be? Whether she wins or not, what will her time be tonight? So to give some context, her PB, her PB over 800 metres is 1:58, which is the Australian record. The national record is 2 minutes 37, which is chasing, and we reckon well and truly capable of. So to give some context, 2:37.8 is the national record. That is a time that she says she's going for. Guessing competition. So the one who's closest wins the signed Nike singlet by Katrina Bissett.
Yeah, and that's one of a kind, that singlet as well. There wouldn't be any other Katrina Bissett Nike singlets that are signed floating around. So certainly have a guess. Nothing can hurt from at least having a guess and winning yourself a piece of athletic history potentially with the Australian record under threat. Going for her second Australian record, Katrina Bissett. So a sensational effort to raise that much money for Lifeline as well. Obviously far more than just the athletes. So is everybody on the track tonight. But really, really good to see her use her platform to be able to spread an incredibly positive message as we see Michael Johnson move his way around the lead. So we have had a fair share of leaders here. Michael Johnson now wants to take it up. Bevan does too, but he's...
Bevan did.
Yeah, Bevan did. Now, Bevan does want to sit on the shoulder. So he's going to sit on the shoulder of Michael Johnson. And this is still a pack of 9. Like, these guys have not broken up whatsoever. On the back of it there is Long Nguyen. And still, Alexandra Ruda is still right there. Our Bendigo athlete as well in Nigel Preston looks really comfortable to me. So too does Seth Chan. And Bruno, he competed in the 5,000 metre championships and ran an incredibly tough race. So Bruno's certainly one to keep an eye out for. But this pack...
Well, as I was saying to Isaac in the previous race, Mitch, that watching the last race was a bit like watching a Zatopek 10K. You know how sometimes the packs will almost split into two or three separate packs, rather than athletes strung across the track until the very late stages, of course, and that looks like what's happening here. Yeah. So we've got our front pack of 9 or 10, but then the other guys in that B pack, we'll call it, are running pretty smart. They're sort of packed together as well. Starting to get strung out a little bit more now, but everyone's racing smart as we almost head to the 2.5K mark of this race.
Yeah, so Bruno got to the front really quickly, but then got it snatched right off him by Nigel Preston. So Preston now to the front. Bevan does sit on the outside. Bruno on the inside there from Essendon. So too Seth Chan, and beautifully there is Ian Burrows. So Ian Burrows, our man with the fastest time. He has been out of the trouble. He hasn't had to do any work, and now he's going to work his way through. So 8:22 on the clock, and these boys, I reckon... Nigel Preston wasn't happy enough with that pace, and he's going to the gas isn't down on the floor, but it's certainly making its way there, and now Bevan does want the lead. And there he is.
Smart racing from most of these lads in this front pack. He's, as you said, Bevan does. He hung in, he was leading early on, rested a little bit. Now almost at the 3K mark, he's had his rest. He's ready to go again.
Ready to go again.
And all these athletes... or a bunch of these guys in this leading pack are 16-minute 5K men. So like just under 16 minutes or just over 16 minutes within all PBs within 10 seconds or so. And they're thereabouts on pace. So it's whether they'll hang on to that pace that they've set early on, go faster or go slower, really. They're your three options from here, aren't they? They contract me for my insight.
I just think that these guys are now going to start to put it down. So you're right, they've only got a few options. The man that I was really happy with, and now he's moving around, is that Seth Chan. So Seth Chan of Old Scotch. Again, those Old Scotch colours coming through. Seth Chan right on the back there. He's looked incredibly comfortable. He's got the splitties on. Now Damien Bruno is going to be the one to go, hey, boys, particularly you, Ian Burrows, if you want to jump on the back of me and you want to not let Seth Chan and Bevan does get too far away, then let's go. And not waiting around.
And a bit of insight, Mitch. 9:36 is the pace they need to hit for a 16-minute flat 5K, and that's exactly what they did, just going through 3K there. The front pack of 6, all, half a second, give or take, 9:36.
Yeah, well, they look fantastic. I think it's just going to be really interesting to see how this really pans out. As I've said, these laps now, these are the crucial ones. And the man who might be listening to me, does he have a little headphone in his ear? Because right now, Nigel... Oh, no, it's not. It is Alexander Ruder who moves into third position. So he's going to pull through Bruno and Burrows and potentially Nigel Preston if he can hold on. But Alexander Ruder, he has a serious look on his face, so serious that he has pegged it back to Seth Chan. So that might have been their chance there to really try and blow this field out and see whether or not they can move away. But Alexander Ruder said, not on my watch. So Alexander Ruder pegs it back. Seth Chan in second position there. Bevan Does still leading it out. And Damien Bruno is tough.
I love it.
He's not far off.
We still absolutely have a race on our hands, Mitch. The lead is going to change another 3 times till the end of this race. I'm going to say, let's go, and we're going to count them as well.
So I think you're going to see one now.
Not that I'm not going to say that Bevan does not get the win, but he's done an awful lot of leading as Seth Chan. First lead change.
There it is, Seth Chan. I thought he might be able to make a move on the back. He's looking around a little bit, but I just don't think he was happy sitting right there behind Doves. So Doves obviously has a bit of a longer stride. Bevan Chan really wants to try and set this tempo right now. Here comes the lead change, potentially number 2. Bevan Doves might do it on the corner. So I'm going to say he's going to do a Ricky Bobby shake and bake, and he's going to slingshot off this corner right now. So he moves around. Yes, he does. He gets around Seth Chan. Back. And the man who's going to try and almost split the middle, I reckon, is
looking
Bruno.
good.
So Damien Bruno, he has that hunger in his eyes. And right behind him, Alexander Ruder. So he has looked comfortable as well. Bevan Does now gets back to the front. Bruno tucks in nicely there. He's in a sandwich of the younger boys either end of him. And the one at the back there, Alexander Ruder. So watch out for Ruder. And I'm going to make a call, and it might be an incredibly incorrect one. Nigel Preston. Not out of bringing Ian Burrows back onto this pack, I reckon.
I'm absolutely loving Bruno at this point, though.
Tough.
Tough runner. He lagged a little bit for a moment there. Now he's got right back up on the heels of Does in the Run Culture singlet.
Yeah, that's why I was saying Chen wanted to get to the front. He wanted to control that race and hopefully slow it down, give himself a bit more time to catch a breather, but Bevan Does. He had absolutely different intentions in mind. He said, you want a breather? Well, how about I take all the oxygen out of your lungs? So he is going to stretch them out along here. I think Bruno's not done with yet. As I mentioned, he's incredibly tough, and neither's Alexander Ruder. So, as I mentioned, Nigel Preston has been able to pick up Chen. I don't think he'll be able to get to the front 3, but... Oh, geez, there's a lot of racing left.
They've crept down under 16-minute pace, probably heading for 15:50, 15:55, the first 2 or 3 runners.
Yeah, so Bevan Does love to extend the lead. So he's starting to move it out, Bevan. And I reckon Bruno has gold on his mind, I reckon. He is not just going to settle for a time. He's not just going to settle for being up there or thereabouts. Look at him. Look at the arms pumping now, and the man who's going to benefit from having to do none of it and sit right on the back is Alexander Ruder. So I'd be really interesting to know whether or not Ruder has a kick. He's looked incredibly comfortable, but Bevan Does. He's still going to be hard to catch. I know you can see that Bruno's arms are pumping, but Bevan looks smooth.
Bruno does look like he's putting in the work, and Ruder looks comfortable behind him. But is that just the way they look? Or do you know some people how they just look comfort in their face the whole time, and they're a real just strength runner, one pace? Let's see how Ruder and Bruno go over this last 500 metres as Does just extends his lead, passing runners in lane 2.
Yeah,
Lucky it's not around the corner. He's having to go that extra 3.5 metres per lap, Mitch.
They might have left it too late to try and bring back Does. I mean, he looks incredibly strong. I'm not taking it away from him, but I know Bruno is an incredibly good closer and a tough competitor. So he's spotted Does about 40 metres. I will be incredibly impressed right now. The old man strength on display. Bruno, he's still going to chase. Look at him. He's starting to gap Alexander. And I think Does is going to be far enough ahead where it's going to be too late, but it's been a fantastic race nonetheless.
Absolutely. I dare say in 250 metres we are going to say Bevan does get the win. But Bruno and Ruda are chasing. His legs are not going to Box Hill burn in the last 200 metres as he charges towards the finish line, heading for a sub 15.50, and which would be a PB of... PB of about 30 seconds. I didn't realise. Bevan does.
Launching down this home straight right now. So he obviously has no idea whether anybody's around him, but Bevan does love a kick. And look at him. He moves out into lane 3. He says, I love this even more. So Bevan does win the men's D 5,000, 15.35. Cometh the moment, cometh the champion. Alexander Ruda, 16 minutes. He's going to PB. So too is Bruno, a 16.18 on the clock. All these gentlemen here right now.
Ian Burrows, 10-second PB.
Sensational racing.
Seth Chan, a PB of about 10 to 15 seconds as well.
He loves it. Seth's got his hands up.
Michael Johnson charging towards the finish line.
Velado.
Daniel Velado, PB of about 20 seconds there from Velado. Huge. Johnny Yates, not quite a PB for Johnny Yates.
Close for Johnny.
But there's bound to be one in the race.
Matthew Christie, definitely a PB there. Well done, Matthew.
Grant Simpson just missing out on a PB there as well by about 5 seconds.
So well done to all the gentlemen coming down now.
Long Newen finishing there on PB pace.
Sam Arnold, he's going to dip in under the PB too. So everyone here is dipping in. Andrew Lego, he's gone over his PB, but still good racing nonetheless.
And as we mentioned, real combo of those super shoes, fancy new spikes, and a few old school ones. As you mentioned, you're a bit of an old school.
I am.
Old school,
and
Mitch.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying seeing the old school
real
spikes out here.
Combo of shoes in this race. You know, I did a fun run event on the weekend, and I reckon the first 50 to 100 people lined up on that start line. We're talking community fun run here.
Yeah.
Super shoes.
Everyone's got the
Love
super
it.
shoes.
It's a real isolation.
Like
I'm buying myself a treat. I'm getting faster. Super shoes.
Yes. Well, I've done one park run, so I've earned them now. Super shoes.
It's unreal. Plenty of smiles on faces at this finish line as well. Celebrating PBs, that's what we love to see. And as we say always, home of PBs. Box Hill, here at the Box Hill Burn.
I'm watching Brad Mathis and Peter Bowl go through the motions on the back straight. That is...
getting you excited?
My goodness. Blink and you'll miss it, people.
So, if you've just joined us, we're getting closer and closer to our block of A races for the evening. We have the men's C 5,000 metres coming up very, very soon. They are next on the track. At 8:23, we have the men's A 1,000. 8:30, we have the women's A 1,000. 8:37, women's A 5,000. 9:02, men's A 5,000. 9:25, women's B 5,000, and 9:45, men's B 5,000. So, men A, we'll see how close they'll get to the Aussie record. Women A, Katrina Bissett, Lyndon Hall, maybe someone else has a fair chance of nabbing that Aussie record, and Katrina Bissett, as we said earlier, raising money for Lifeline. So go to givenow.com.au and you can search their record attempt or Katrina Bissett's name in givenow.com.au to donate for Lifeline. 30 for 30.
$600 just went up there.
We have seen the dollars are coming in. She's just under 19,000 now. Wants to get to 30,000 and is doing this record attempt to do so. So please, givenow.com.au if you have the means to do so. In the search bar, type in record attempt. Go to Katrina Bissett's Instagram page as well. There's a link right there. We move on to the women's A 5,000 metres, and there will be a couple of few athletes going for Olympic qualifiers, being paced around for a 15:10. Men's A race, we have Stewie McSween, of course, being paced around at Buster Mottram's 5,000 metre Australian record of 12:55. And then the second pace group, if you believe it or not, is going for an Olympic qualifying pace or time of 13:13. Then we jump across to the men's B race. Well, we have the women's B race at 9:25, but the men's B race at 9:45. We have Jared Clifford going for a world classification record in the T 12/13, 5,000 metres. He's going for a time of 13:53, so he'll be paced around as well. So massive couple of hours of athletics still to come.
Oh, it's just sensational.
And our tipping competition as well. So if you're watching via our YouTube channel, put in the comments, what time do you think Katrina Bissett is going to run? Not the winning time, not if you think she's going to get the record or not. What time is she going to run in the race tonight? And if you win, if you get the closest, you'll get a signed singlet from Katrina Bissett. So a signed Nike singlet from Katrina Bissett if you guess in our YouTube comments. So what time will Katrina Bissett run tonight? Also, I'll mention that the junior races tonight were sponsored by the running companies Ballarat, Lilydale, Clifton Hill and Yarraville. Did I repeat one of those names there, Mitch? I think I got them. Lilydale, Yarraville, Clifton Hill and Ballarat running companies. So your local running stores. They also all have online stores, I believe. But get into the shop, get your shoes fitted, talk to the running experts there at each of those running company stores in Ballarat, Lilydale, Clifton Hill and Yarraville. And do yourself a favour. They've sponsored the athletes. They're giving back to the runners tonight in the junior races.
You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't get into there. Honestly, you're very, very silly. You got rocks in your head like me. Now, look, I'm looking on the screen right now. David Grieg literally looks like he might actually own equity in this track. He's walking with that much authority. It's unbelievable. But as we look at the track, the most important thing is we are going to reel off the names in here. Hip number 1, Harry Smithers of Deakin. Number 2, Jack Hyan of Glen Huntly. Number 3, Ross Thomas of Box Hill. I was going to make a Matchbox 20 joke, but that's not his name. Number 4, Will Collins of Knox. Number 5, Clary Mack of Box Hill. Number 6, the big J Mac, Josh McLeod. Not even McDonald. I get so excited when I see his name, from Box Hill. Number 7, Johnny Earl of Melbourne University. Number 8, Steve the Fossil Deneen of Box Hill. Number 9, Samuel Rattray from Box Hill. Number 10, Aidan Roberts from Essendon, Red Lightning. Number 11, Tim Bryan of Collingwood. Number 12, Damien Clark of Frankston. 13, Max Sperling unattached. Number 14, Dane Burway of Frankston. 15, Max Ueda of Melbourne University. 16, Johnny Portwood of Doncaster. 17, Sam Quirk of St Stephen's. Number 18, Chris Rancy of Diamond Valley. Number 19, Tom McFarlane of Glen Huntly. Number 20, Stephen Van Rees of Bendigo University. Number 21, Ned Verway of Frankston. Number 22, Charles Ayala, unattached. Number 23, David Equity Grieg of Ivanhoe. Number 14, Frankie Conway, Melbourne University. 15, Lachlan Welsh of WTN. I will work that one out. And number 26, rounding it out, Keilor St Bernard's, is Jacob Bell. My goodness.
It's a pretty good field here. A few boys will be aiming to go under the 15-minute mark. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. It's going to be, look, I think they're going to be faster than what their seed times are. Put it that way. Our fastest seed times are 15:04. No, that's a lie. Aidan Roberts, Red Lightning. 14:59. So I know Lockie, personally, big Aidan Roberts fan. And he's going to fly tonight, isn't he?
No doubt. Did a bit of training with him up at Falls Creek. Has had some pretty solid performances. He's the current, I think, under-20 steeplechase.
Yep.
State champion.
Now, would he appreciate...
Sorry if you said that.
No, I didn't. You've nailed it. Would he appreciate my nickname for him in Red Lightning, or would he not appreciate that?
He would love it. Any attention whenever I train with him during the week.
All right, well, I'm going to call him around as Red Lightning for the entirety of the race.
He actually mentioned that you said something about his arm
carry. Yeah,
he didn't like that.
He didn't like it?
No, I didn't like it.
Oh, I thought I complimented him.
So keep doing it.
All right, no more arm carry for Red Lightning then. Well, when he watches this back then, he's going to really decide whether he likes Red Lightning or not, because that's what he's getting for 12 and a half laps. Harry Smithers, that is an interesting pre-race routine. Just a quick stretch on the line. Got to do what you got to do. Obviously, my bias is tending towards the man with the white hat, Stephen Deneen. Smallest body, but the biggest heart. So it'd be great to see him get his body around this 5,000 metre event as we get underway now. And racing. So there's not a lot of point trying to call these men out through the first 400 metres, because honestly it is an absolute cat fight. And there is just wasted energy trying to figure that out. So I'm going to take a stab though and this is just me now just talking openly. Dane, no, not Dane. Where are we looking here? Johnny Earl. Got to be Nick Earl's brother, I'm assuming. I mean, he runs exactly like him, and he runs for Melbourne University. So I'm going to take a stab and say that that is his brother. Will Collins is going to lead us out. Smithers not far behind him there. Red Lightning on the inside. And our man behind him there is J-Mac. Isaac gives me a nod of the head to say, yeah, baby, that's J-Mac. So these boys now, or men, I should say, or boys to men, I should say, are going to work their ways out. And this is, well, we're seeing it again. This pack's going to be split really early. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not these boys in front are just flying, which sort of looks like they are, or whether it's just naturally going to be a pack breakup. So they've gone through in about 60 or 71, I should say. So they're underneath the 15-minute mark, and there's only one man with an under 15 PB. So they are running faster than what their, I suppose, seed times are. And the man at the back of that, David Greig. I don't know. I would love to know who decided that white shorts were the right look. But you know what? If anyone's going to pull them off, it's going to be David Greig. So we're going to see these boys get let out. Harry Smith is a really class athlete, obviously. And behind him there, Sammy Quirk. So he's right in front of Red Lightning. On the outside is Conway. And J-Mac behind him there. Greig behind that as they make their way past us. Jacob Bell behind them. Hey, it's getting a little bit darker. There's a lot less wind. The pack's broken up. Can you smell it? You can't smell that at home, but if you could, it smells like racing. So
the lights on the track come on. You can see the reflection on Davo's shorts as well. They're not just white, but they're shiny. We saw that as he ran past.
They're actually blinding.
Yeah.
But look, they're absolutely cooking right now. They are cooking. I mean, they're under that 15-minute pace, and I know that we have probably some of these guys have faster PBs than what they put their seed time, but they are 2:22, 2:23. I know Smithers has certainly got a pretty fast time. Conway as well on the outside there, I would have thought, it's run under 15 minutes somewhere along the line, but apparently not according to our list. So
seed times is more accurate for race calling purposes anyway.
So, yeah.
We'll take seed times any day, as long as the hip numbers are correct. So Conway, Smithers, Quirk, still ahead of the field.
So at the front, it's Collins leading the way as they go through 2:58 through the K. That front pack there, they're in a train except for the front three. They're in a bit of a pack, but the rest of them are just happy to tuck in behind each other, get on the inside so they're not running any extra distance. But then the pack behind them, the chase pack, they are 2 wide, even at 3 wide spots, and they are going to work together to hopefully stay together and on a decent pace, because that front pack, if they get away, then it's going to be hard for that chase pack to have something to chase.
2 trains. You wonder if they're going to crash into each other at any point. As the front pack looks to be moving quickly through the first 3 laps. They are a tick under 15-minute pace as they go through the first 3 laps in 3:33. That second group going through the first 3 laps in 3:45. So a bit over 15 pace for them.
Yeah, they're looking really good, though. I mean, I know they're spread out, but they all seem to have found a pretty comfortable position. Maybe the only man who hasn't is Conway on the outside shoulder there. But all those boys in the middle, I'm looking specifically at Red Lightning and Aiden Roberts. He looks really good. So he's just behind Quirk and just in front of J-Mac. And these boys looking really good. These guys at the back, they're going to have to work pretty hard to stay on. Max Sperling, that is, at the back. So too Jacob Bell. And this next pack's going to work through. And now Steve Deneen's almost leading a 3rd pack from there. So if I could bottle Steve Deneen and take him around with me, I honestly would. And he's so small, I probably could.
That's a kind way of saying that as well. He's leading the 3rd pack, not broken away from the 2nd pack.
Leading the 3rd pack.
He'll enjoy that.
Yeah, he's only 40 years young, Steve Deneen. 41 years young, I should say.
A few less dry needles for us.
I'm trying to help everybody out here. Steve Deneen, obviously an osteopath, as you see someone go around him now. So they weren't happy with what Steve was doing, and they're going to try and reattach this 2nd pack. But if you wander your eyes to the front of the field, these boys, it is like a well-oiled machine. As I said, it should be called the butter pack. It's that smooth. So they are looking incredible. Now, man at the front from Knox. He hasn't moved. Conway on his shoulder. Smithers behind him there. Quirk, Aiden Roberts, McLeod, Greig, Behind him there is Sperling, and starting to drop off a little bit is Jakeb Bell. So Jakeb Bell's going to have to really get inside his own head here and really grit and grind the Memphis Grizzlies story. So Will Collins leading them out, looking good. Frankie Conway now. He's finally found his way into the inside there, just off the rail. And we see this next pack, Johnny Portwood leading that through, and this pack is reattached now. So, I believe it was our man from Diamond Valley in Chris Rancy who was able to get this other group behind him up to this second pack. But the man who's going to lead the charge to try and pick up Jakeb Bell from that front pack is Johnny Portwood of Doncaster. So, we've seen them spread right out now. Will Collins still leading it out. He has led from the start. He managed to be the biggest cat in the cat fight and get to the front early, and he's been able to maintain it. Look at this break now, though. Small on the screen, but big on the track. So we're going to need to see Quirk do a little bit of work, or we're going to have to wait and see whether Aiden Roberts moves around, gets on the back of Smithers. I think the man who's going to do it is Aiden Roberts, because Quirk looks comfortable, and someone's going to have to put down a challenge. So as I say that, Quirk must be listening. So Quirk now, right behind Smithers. The man leading it out is still Will Collins. Conway behind him there. Smithers looks comfortable. Quirk looks good. Roberts, McLeod as well at the back. Jeez. I think we're going to have to see over this next lap. This pack's either going to move away, or Quirk, Roberts or McLeod are going to have to bridge it back. We see Grieg at the back there as well. And now we see our Melbourne University athlete, I believe, take over to do some of the work. And that's Max Ueda. So Max Ueda takes over from Johnny Portwood as we see this other pack now. They're starting to move too. So it's interesting. As I said, these guys are going to have to really get to work, because right now Will Collins is stretching them.
And he has done all the work to this point as well. Frankie Conway, as we saw before, sitting up on the shoulder in lane 2. Now right on Collins's heels, and he's looking very comfortable. I mean, it's only halfway through this race now, approaching the 2.5. Oh, yeah. No, not... 2.5k mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's how
and
quick they're going.
The other boys are chasing...
So 14.50.
14.50 pace,
right,
which would be above the seed times. As we said before, we can't speak for the PBs of some of them, but seed time, season's best, is as good as PB sometimes as well.
So I can see a grimace there from Harry Smithers as he comes back. And as I mentioned, Red Lightning, I thought he might be the one to try and bridge the gap back to these front two. And now he's going to put them on their back. So as we mentioned earlier as well, Mick, really tough once you get past, so just hang tough and be in there. But that's what Smithers is going to have to do. Right now as Roberts moves around him, and he is looking good. So he might be able to pick up these two in the front as we see this next pack move past us, and they've separated now again. So they've broken away. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not... Here we go. Here comes the Foss. Foss now makes a move. I can't take my eyes off him. So he's going to try and get that third pack up to the second pack. But out in front, it is still really impressed with Will Collins. He has not had a look around. He hasn't even, been worried about anyone behind him. Frankie Conway been right on his shoulder. Aiden Roberts starting to separate away a little bit. J-Mac behind him there as well, so he's going to have to hang tough off Harry Smithers. Quirk may be the one struggling the most. But Aiden Roberts, if you are one of these three people behind Aiden Roberts, you just want to put a spot on his back and switch off. So if you can able to find a rhythm off Aiden Roberts, you'll be doing all right. So right now, Conway now does a little bit of work. So Frankie Conway says, thank you, Will Collins. Now either tuck in or get lost. So Frankie Conway, he's going to put his foot down. It is Smithers who comes back over the top. So I'm a bit surprised by that. Roberts going to tuck in beautifully. So too is McLeod. And behind them, Quirk. Our man leading this next one is Jakeb Bell. And he's picked himself up a pack. Johnny Portwood has done a lot of work to get up into that pack. And this other pack could not be bridged right now.
You getting confused, Mitch, as there is legit about 5 packs being formed here between 3 and 9 athletes per pack. This front pack of Conway and Collins, however, are on about 14.50 pace. The second pack, probably about 15 minutes dead as they went through the 3K mark. The rest of the athletes across the track string out. But I'm interested in our fourth pack. There's about 10 or 12 athletes in there. And as we know, if you can get into a nice pack during a race, PBs are likely. So it'll be interesting to see how the athletes come through with a lap to go. when that eventually happens. Conway leading Collins. He has been sitting there resting for most of the race. So it'll be interesting to see if Collins takes a bit of a rest.
Yeah.
And only to take back Conway's lead in the final stages. Let's see how that
I'm really
goes.
interested to see whether or not Quirk, he was at the back of this pack. He probably looked, I'll say, the most tired out of the four of them. But now he's starting to move away a little bit. So Smithers is going to lead out Robertson, McLeod, but they have to be really careful. It's crunch time right now, and they certainly want to be there when the noise is made. So at the front, it is Conway. Behind him there is our man Collins. I think you might be right here, Mick. I reckon he's just going to have a little bit of a siesta behind Frankie Conway, and he's going to wait and see when he wants to wake up from that nap. So McLeod now moves around Smithers. He's going to be the one to get on the back of Quirk. He may realise, hey, boys, we've got to do something here. And now they latch on to McLeod. So these guys have almost been playing like the peloton.
God.
But McLeod moves away now. So he's getting right on the back of Quirk. And Quirk and McLeod, if they can work together, they might be able to bridge this gap. I know they don't have a lot of time to do it, but it really depends on how these boys are feeling. But by the face of Frankie Conway, he is feeling like he wants a W.
And go Isaac.
Well, as we saw in the junior race, Hadfield closed a gap that was probably bigger than this to get onto the heels of Noakes and then pass him for the win. So don't put any of these chasers out of the race, because they could close this gap as Conway starts to open up on Collins. But the rest of the field could make some moves here, as we see McLeod looking ready to go. He's on the heels of Quirk, and I reckon these two could get to Conway if they really put their heads down and go to work now.
Absolutely. I'm very interested in the looks of Quirk. I mean, Conway looks unreal. He's bridging that gap further and further on Collins, but Quirk is chasing Collins and catching him by the metre. Will it be enough to get Conway in the next 1 kilometre? We'll have to wait and see, but Quirk is charging. He's gaining on Collins. Collins slowly slowing down. I think it's Conway. Definitely Conway's race to lose right now, as he's just gone past the 4K mark, well under that 15-minute mark. 14:45, 14:50 he's heading for.
Yeah, so Frankie Conway, Frankie Smokes we should call him, because he's baptised in the fire right now. So we're going to wait and see whether these boys can get within an inch. But right now, he said, you gave me an inch, let me give you a mile. So Frankie Conway moves away. But right now, as you mentioned, it is Quirk now. He moves right around our early race leader and Collins. McLeod, he's going to have to dig deep over this last 800 metres. But it's Quirk. Well, he certainly looked like he was a bit gassed earlier, but he seemed to have found that second win. So maybe Quirk can get after him here. I know he's got a lot to make up, but I mean, he's been a surprise package over this last 800 metres. So hey, Kevin Garnett said it, anything is possible. So right now it is Conway out in front. He has about 50 metres on Quirk, and I think it's going to be McLeod now who's going to move his way around Will Collins. So McLeod, he's going to have to work around Will Collins. Quirk really doing a lot of the work and chasing hard, but Frankie Conway is in a league of his own right now, I think. Frankie Conway looks incredibly comfortable. 5:50 to go, Mick, and I think our prophecies were wrong. Frankie Conway just going strength to strength.
He played the smart race early on. He sat for a long time on Collins' heel. Collins tired, obviously. Sam Quirk ran a smart race as well, but Frankie Conway is one of those athletes that we talked about at the start of the race of having a seed time around that 15-minute mark, but we were a bit suspicious. We thought, hang on, Frankie Conway has run much faster than that before. Let's see how he goes in this race, and he is proving us absolutely right.
Yeah, well, I think maybe he thought, hey, Frankie's not that thick, and then it actually turns out Frankie is unbelievably fit. So 300 metres to go, Frankie Conway now. He hasn't had to look around, and it would be a waste of time if he did, because he has this all but sewn up right now. So Frankie Conway makes his way down. 250 metres to go. As I say that, do you believe in miracles? Sam Quirk is moving. I mean, he's got about 50 metres to make up. I'll be unbelievably impressed. But nonetheless, he is putting his head down, Sam Quirk. So he's going to prove that it's not over until the fat lady sings, and there certainly isn't one at the track. So right now, Frankie Conway, he goes a little bit deeper. So Quirk went deep, and he went deeper. Conway now, 100 metres to go. I think he's got it sewn up. So Conway comes around now. 14:30 on the clock, Mick. And Conway, he's going to come down to grit on his teeth and take out this C5000.
Absolutely. We were talking about 15-minute pace at the start, then 14:50, and he's going to run a 14:42.43 here at the Box Hill Burn. Sam Quirk, if Frankie Conway wasn't in this race, we'd be talking about Sam Quirk's name all night. He has had an unreal race as well. 14:51, well under that 15-minute mark that he was seated at.
Josh McLeod is going to get there. 58.59, he's done it.
Smithers, Aidan Roberts, Will Collins. He was gutsy early on. Still a solid finish for just over 15 minutes for Collins.
And there are some
Sam Rattray, massive PB from Sam Rattray of about 20 seconds. Dane Verway finishing in there as well in about 10th position as the athletes flood across the finish line. This was our second, third and fourth packs that we were talking about. They're all coming in now in that mid-15s. Steve Demeen, 15:30.
15:30.
Pretty solid for, we'll see how it goes. Haven't been doing much training.
Sorry, I am absolutely... Steve Deneen is literally 41 years old and is... he said 15:30 on the clock. Look at him. I told you, more heart than man, Steve Deneen. But honestly, fantastic race across the board there. I've seen Josh McDonald just throw up in front of the Channel 7 camera crew, so that's good. Hopefully that's on the news tomorrow night. But here he is. He's coming over. 15:30.
15:29. Sorry, Steve. 15:29.
Yeah,
Athletics is all a game of numbers,
Foss,
and Steve Daenerys just told us his.
Goodness. The backwards hat.
15:29 for the Foss.
Oh, the fossil. Well done. Dane Verway as well. Great racing across the board. I mean, honestly, this is such a class field as well. This is your average B race. I'm watching Josh McLeod right in front of me. Dipped under the 15, I reckon. He's just got there. He's thrown his guts up. He's deserved it. Well done, Josh. You don't forget those times under 15 either. The first time you get under there. Our last competitor comes through now. So our men's C5000 is wrapped up.
All right. You know, they were legitimately the first three words that Matt McConaughey said in any movie in his whole career.
Really?
And it was improv. And that's what he's known for now. Anyway, side note, I just read Greenlight's his book.
Hey,
all right. Just slipped out of his mouth, and now that's Matt McConaughey forever.
Jack Rayner jogs past us right now. Have a look at him. He heard his name and he stopped.
You
look great.
He's looking good coming off that 10K. Looks like he can run a quick 3K tonight. So as we move into...
Oh, he's like a puppy.
We shouldn't startle athletes like that.
No, I forgot. At least he's pacing, not racing. Honestly, you could talk to Jack Rayner about a minute before a race and he would talk to you like there's nothing going on.
Yeah. So we have... the men's A 1,000 metres coming up next, followed by the women's A 1,000 metres, followed by at 8:37 the women's A 5,000 and 9:02 the men's A 5,000. They are our A races coming up over the next 40 minutes, Mitch. And wow, do we have some racing in for us. I will mention, while we have over 1,000 viewers watching in on live stream now, Katrina Bissett is going for the 1,000 metre record in the women's, the Australian record, as is Lyndon Hall and a few other athletes in that race. But Katrina Bissett has staked claim on the record, and she is all doing it for a great cause, Lifeline. So givenow.com.au and search Katrina Bissett or search record attempt. Givenow.com.au. She's aiming to raise $30,000 for Lifeline charity. So givenow.com.au, Katrina Bissett, 1,000 metre record attempt, or go on her Instagram page. Follow her on Instagram. Follow the link in her Instagram page to give for the Lifeline.
She's just shy of the 19,000 mark right now. Obviously, she's going for that 30,000. So for all of you people watching, one $10 donation will get her just under the $20,000 mark.
And we will say there is a bit of incentive as well for those at home. For free, you can have a guess. If you can't donate, you can have a guess at what her time is going to be. What is Katrina Bissett's time going to be? Guess on YouTube, on our YouTube comments. What is her time going to be in the race tonight? For a bit of context, the record is 2:37. She's gone for the record. If you guess the correct time, there is a Nike singlet signed by Katrina Bissett up for grabs. Okay, as we turn our attention to the men's A race.
I'll tell you what, we have a little bit of class standing in front of us right now. We've got Tamsin Manu right in front of us, obviously a medalist at a World Major Championship. Also,
gold one too.
Yeah, a gold one.
gold one of them.
And our men's record holder for the 1,000 is standing in front of us as well, Jeff Risley. So I don't know whether he'll be cheering or saying go slower. It'll be interesting to see what Jeff does. But look, a lot of class developing around this track. There is a buzz around Box Hill right. I mean, there always is, but right now the buzz is absolutely crazy.
And our athletes start list for this men's A 1,000 metres. So as we said, the record is 2:16, held by Jeff Risley. The athletes are Brad Mathis, Joe Deng, Harrison Carr, Ed Beischer, Adam Pike, Jack Lunn and Peter Bowl. All from St Kevin's or Old Scotch.
Yeah, I'd say.
The private
good
race of the private
APS.
school. Yeah. It's an unreal lineup here. A few of these boys, or top three runners from the Canberra Track Classic last week in bowl. Jack Lunn and Brad Mathis all lining up. Plus Joey Deng, the Aussie record holder.
I mean, this is just a phenomenal race. A lot from that Fast 8 track club as well. So these guys, they're going to be chasing potentially the training partners' national record.
Absolutely. And going through 54 seconds for that first lap to chase that 2:16 record as the others toe the line, Mitch.
Yeah, and off we go, and it's going to be interesting to see who tries to get to the front. So obviously the pace is going to be hot early. Jeff Risley walking around a bit nervously right now, waiting to see how fast they go out. So I think that is going to be the pacemaker gets there in front of Brad Mathis. So Brad Mathis is going to be the one to tuck in there. So too is Peter Bowl. Jack Lunn behind them there. Joe Deng going to sit at the back of this pack right now. Adam Pike on the inside, and Beischer, Carr, and then Deng. So as they come through now, they're going through in about, what was that? I think
that was about 28 seconds
28
for that first 200 as a crowd starts to gather and cheer here at the Box Hill Athletics track. You can't buy tickets, you can't get into the track anymore. It's all sold out as Simon Fitzpatrick, the pacemaker, leads the pack around. Mathis into Bowl. Jack Lunn, the up-and-coming superstar from the Rising Track Club, is right there as well. Adam Pike to round out as they come in 400 metres in a time of 55 seconds. They needed 54 to be on pace. Don't worry, they'll pick it up, Mitch.
Yeah, don't worry. These boys are going to get absolutely cranking in a second. So the pace is hot and it's about to get hotter. So these men now, they come around with 500 metres to go. They're about to hit the halfway mark. Our pacemaker may step off soon. And the man who's going to be at the front is Brad Mathis. So Brad Mathis is going to lead out Bowl. Lunn behind him, stalking there. So too is Adam Pike on the back. So he's trying his best to go through. Here comes Bowl seamlessly on the outside. So 1:23 on the clock right now. Jack Lunn as well. I said he was stalking, and now he wants the whole meal. So Jack Lunn on the outside of Bowl. Mathis behind him there. I think it's going to be hard for Adam Pike to hold on, but I've seen him do better. 300 to go right now, Mick, and these boys are flying.
And these are our first three athletes from the Canberra race the other night. Bowl, Lunn and Mathis in that order. Lunn getting more and more experience each race he does, but Bowl, a proven athlete over the 800. Is he running it like an 800 or is he running it like 1,000 metres? He's waited for the right time to get a lead. He's extending his lead on Mathis, but he's not letting him go too easily, Mitch.
Nah, Peter Bowl says if you want to come get it, but no one can get close. So Peter Bowl, he comes in 100 metres to go. Brad Mathis is going to grit his teeth. He's going to have to grit him a little bit harder because it's all Peter Bowl in this home straight. Peter Bowl arches the back. Mathis on the shoulder. He might not get there, not close enough. 2:18 for Peter Bowl. Brad Mathis, Lunn and Pike come through. 2:22. So too now Harrison Carr is going to come down 2:26. And right now as we round it out, it's going to be Beischer. But wow, Brad Mathis, geez, he gave him a really good run for his money. But Peter Bowl, the experience, it showed through in the end, Mick.
Absolutely, and the time on the clock there was 2:18.09, so 1.5 seconds shy of that record, but what a race.
Oh, it was just a really class effort there. Look, he just moved around so nicely as well at the bell and knew exactly what he was doing, obviously. And, geez, the man who followed him along was Lunn. I know he ran out of legs, but you've got to be more than happy with the effort that he just put in there. So Peter Bowl, he's taken it out. Mathis behind him there. Lunn and then Pike, too, made up a lot of ground over that last 150, which he does a lot. So, geez, ooh, you can get the jitters now, everybody. It is race time. I think Jeff Risley liked that too. He liked to see that it was fast, but not too fast. And so a lot of fist bumps. Justin Rinaldi down here saying, well done. And they honestly blinked and you missed the moves there. They were flying. Good to see our ladies going through their final stages of work. Peter Bowl gets the photo shoot. Looks sensational in front of us right now, Peter Bowl. So these ladies are looking ready to attack on the back straight. I can't stand still. Look at that much energy right now. Actually, we're all standing up. No one's sitting down. I don't think there's a single bum on a seat here at Box Hill right now. Everybody can understand the magnitude of what's going on around here.
Well, yeah, we've been sitting down for most of the night, we'll be honest, but we have got to our feet over the last half hour as the racing has well and truly started to heat up. So
a lot of guesses come through on here as well.
Yeah, as we said, donate givenow.com.au after this race, of course. Type in the search bar record attempt or Katrina Bissett's name to give to Lifeline. This is what Katrina Bissett is racing for tonight. She's going for the record, Brittany McGowan's record of 2:37.8 set in 2018 overseas. And in lane 1, Georgia Hansen. She was on the start list for the 5,000, but she's obviously doing the 1,000 because here she is on the screen. So Georgia Hansen, lane 1. Keely Small, Australian under-20 record holder over the 800 metres in lane 2. Claudia Hollingsworth, she's going for a world age best, so a 15-year-old best in the world. I believe she actually has that best at the moment. She's looking to improve that. So that time is 2:43 over the distance, coached by Craig Mottram. Lane number 4, Madeline Murray. She is the Victorian Mile champ from only a few weeks ago. Lyndon Hall, she really took it to Katrina Bissett at the Canberra Classic a couple of weeks ago. Ran a 2:01. We have Abby Caldwell and Katrina Bissett to round out the field. And I skim over Abby Caldwell's name there, but she's run PBs in the 800, 1500 mile and 3K this season.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute blockbuster to see Katrina Bissett go right from the outside and try and get in on that early lead. So it's going to be interesting to see how they pan out, but it is going to be Katrina Bissett. She has said that she's going for that record, so she obviously has no time to waste as these ladies sort themselves out. We see Lyndon Hall get pushed wide around there. Keely Small, she's going to tuck in right behind Katrina there. And our 14-year-old athlete in Claudia Hollingsworth is going to be the one to tuck in nicely there. So through the first 200, they've gone through in 29 seconds. So Katrina Bissett not messing around. Right behind her there, Keely Small. Well, she is quick, Keely Small. So, Mick, these girls are a little bit bunched, but our two out in front, they're going to benefit from not having to move.
Absolutely. And how's the calibre of this field? I mean, Lyndon Hall is sitting back in 4th at this point, but 1,500 former Australian record holder. She's going to have the strength in the back end as she moves up on the shoulder of Hollingsworth, Small, and settles in just behind Bissett, probably where she's most comfortable at this stage. They need to go through their first lap in 63 seconds, and they've just gone through in 61.
Yeah, so Katrina Bissett is not messing around. She doesn't want to leave it to chance towards the end of it. She's going to make sure she's got a little bit of time almost as a buffer. So right now, Katrina Bissett is leading it out on the outside there. Lyndon Hall tucked in nicely. Keely Small, so too Claudia Hollingsworth right behind them there, but it is Katrina Bissett on the rail beautifully. She has not moved from that position for the entirety of this race, so she's had it her way, Katrina Bissett. She's going to come down 400 metres to go. So Katrina Bissett's going to hit it. 1:33.
That's 34. A second ahead of the record pace as Hall moves up on Bissett's shoulder. We're talking about Bissett going for the record, but we said Hall's only half a second behind her in the race last week. Small up on the heels of Bissett now as Lyndon Hall bridges a gap of a metre or two ahead of Bissett. She wants another record to her name. Bridging the gap on Bissett. Hollingsworth behind them all, going for her own age group record. Bissett is chasing hard. Hall has now bridged the gap about 5 to 10 metres on the rest of the field. Goes through 800 metres in 2:04. She's just under record pace, Mitch.
This is unbelievable because Lyndon Hall, as we mentioned earlier in the night, we know Katrina Bissett was going for her, but Lyndon Hall is a class athlete. So Lyndon Hall there, she's going to stretch it out. With 100 metres to go, it is Lyndon Hall, but the one on the outside now, watch out for Keely Small on the outside of Hollingsworth. So it is Lyndon Hall who's going to lead it into the home straight. It's going to be all Lyndon Hall, in a matter of fact. I thought maybe Hollingsworth could get there, but it's not. Lyndon Hall, watch the clock, ladies and gentlemen. 2:37 is the record. Lyndon Hall comes down, and she's going to break it. 2:35 for Lyndon Hall. Hollingsworth as well, I think, might have run under that old 2:37, but Lyndon Hall, well, she has now got a new Australian record, and that was unbelievable racing.
That was unreal, Mitch. And Claudia Hollingsworth for second position, 15-year-old going under the old record, unofficial, of course. But what does seem to be, or what will come out in a second, will be Lyndon Hall has broken the Australian record for the 1,000 metres. Well, she just waited, and she's such a good tactician, Lyndon Hall, and when she got on the outside, she obviously didn't want to be there for too long, so she tucked in where she had to, but when the move was there to be made, she was there to make it, and she knew exactly how to break away from this field. She could sense the vulnerability of the other athletes and just made that move correctly. I cannot get over Claudia Hollingsworth. 2:43 was her old PB for an Australian record. She's just run about 2:37, possibly unofficially. That is unworldly for that age, but it's all Lyndon Hall. Unreal.
And a sensational win.
And Katrina Bissett still come in at about a 2:38, 2:39, I think. There was 2 or 3 of the athletes there around about that time.
That's flying.
Oh, well, 100% got to be the fastest 1,000 metre race
on Australian
soil for the women.
Has to be. I mean, that is just terrific racing. Everybody was able to find a spot, as I mentioned. The only one who couldn't was Lyndon. And then Lyndon was able to make her way in. She made the move where she needed to make it. And just sensational effort. Great effort from Katrina Bissett. Great effort there from Hollingsworth. Just great effort across the board. That's racing.
And, of course, as we mentioned, now that the race is done, givenow.com.au, type in Katrina Bissett or type in record attempt. We've now hit $19,500, gone up a couple of $1,000 only today.
So we've put up 1,000 since we talked about it tonight.
Yeah.
It's gone up 1,000 since we spoke about it
Thanks, guys.
tonight. Not that it probably has anything to do with us, but
no.
Fantastic to see Katrina get to 19,400 right now. So just a phenomenal awareness and reason to be raising money, and just hopefully everybody can get on board. But well done to Lyndon Hall. We'll try and get this time as it rolls through, so it doesn't have to be unofficial. And we've heard Nick Hall say potentially the second fastest time over 1,000 metres for Hollingsworth.
It's huge. Can't believe that.
And so it is 2:35.9 for Lyndon Hall, 2:36.72 for Claudia Hollingsworth. So she has gone under that old time. Bissett 2:38.42. Keely Small 2:38.46. 2:38.68 for Caldwell as well. So these girls are absolutely flying. 39.61 Madeline Murray and 2:48 for Georgia Hansen. That is just, without a doubt, the fastest 1,000 metres by women on Australian soil.
So, I mean, Lyndon goes under the record by 2 seconds. Claudia Hollingsworth by a full second. And Katrina Bissett in a record attempt, she only missed out by half a second.
Yeah.
As did Keely Small and Abby Caldwell.
Yeah, so it's just they all benefit off each other.
Huge.
And so we are lucky here. We do have Peter Bowl in front of us, the winner of the men's 1,000.
So, Pete, now that you've caught your breath and you've maybe done a bit of a cool down, how are you feeling about that race? And Jeff Risley, your training partner, was standing on the side of the track ever so close as well, watching the clock as he went around. Do you think he would have been happy if you took the record off him?
I think so. That's a training environment. He was supporting us. Obviously, it would have been great to have him out there as well. So, yeah, I think he would have been happy.
Yeah, and you followed Brad around for a lot of the race tonight, and obviously raced together in Canberra. What's it like training and then racing with Brad and so many of the other boys?
It's awesome. I mean, it's kind of tricky because we know who's in better shape, who's in what shape. So it's a bit interesting, but it's good. It's good. It's good to always race each other at the same time.
Yeah, fantastic. That must be a lot of fun. And how's this place you ahead for Tokyo? What's coming up? What's the next couple of races that you got in your mind?
Canberra next week, and then Sydney.
Fantastic. All right, awesome raining tonight, Pete. Thanks very much.
Cheers. I think I'm about to throw up.
About to throw up, and he does too, just on the side of the track. That's what you want from 800 metres. Yeah.
True professional, Peter Boll. So as we were seeing that unfold, Peter Boll still going here on the track right now as our women's A 5,000 metre event. So we will call these ladies out with hip number 1, Lydia O'Donnell unattached. Number 2, Natalie Rule of St Stephen's Harriers. With number 3 on, we have Lauren Reid unattached. Number 4, Melissa Duncan of Knox. Number 5, Rose Davies unattached. Number 6, Izzy Bat-Doyle unattached. And our paces are going to be Genevieve Gregson and Kelly Thackeray. So these ladies, Rosie Davies, or Ros Davies, as she's probably best known, she did win our Zatopek event over the 10,000 metres. So these ladies are going to get absolutely cooking. It is a class field. It's been class all night, but it's just getting classier.
Can I just say, Mitch, as well, as we do get into the women's 5,000, we just had a comment on our YouTube stream from Team Petty Running. So that would be Angela Petty from New Zealand saying, "Congrats on breaking my Oceania 1,000 metre record, Lyndon." So not only did she take the 1,000 metre Australian record, she also took the Oceania 1,000 metre record, Lyndon Hall. So thanks for that comment, Angela Petty, on our YouTube stream.
Well, there you go. I mean, it just gets better, doesn't it? So these ladies going to there's not really too much finding of positions in these races because obviously they all know each other. They're all familiar. They've been seated in this race for a reason. It is Ros Davies, who's not going to be afraid to get right behind our 2 pacemakers. Obviously, Genevieve Gregson, an Olympian, who's going to be leading them out to start it off. And the one behind there is Izzy Bat-Doyle. Spent a bit of time over in the US, in fact 4 or 5 years, finished off at the University of Washington, and All-American. So these girls know exactly how to race. Melissa Duncan, she has spent the last 2 years over in Japan, I believe, competing over in that circuit. Nat Rule is an up-and-comer right on this senior ranks. And our ladies behind there, I believe, are Lauren Reid and Lydia O'Donnell. So these girls are going to be able to work each other out, and they're going to have the benefit of just sitting behind that beautiful pace there by Genevieve Gregson. So these ladies nicely spread out in a line here, Mick.
Absolutely, and it's the battle between Izzy and Rose that we may be keeping our eyes on. But as you mentioned, don't forget Melissa Duncan. I haven't been aware of any of her results lately. If she has, I may have missed it personally, which is completely could have happened. But she did a lot of running in the on the Japanese circuit pre-COVID for one of the professional teams over there. Now got a New Balance kit on tonight, so she's got an absolute class runner. So it's not just going to be the Izzy and Rose show tonight. We'll see if we get a similar kick down though at the end.
No, certainly not. So these ladies are absolutely moving as well. So we're having a look at the clock here. Jen Gregson is doing it beautifully. 2:59.3, 3:01, 3:02. So that's exactly where we want to be for that Olympic qualifier. So Ros Davies right on it there. The one behind Izzy Bat-Doyle. And the girls aren't going to spot too much room. Obviously, it is still early in this race, so there's not going to be a lot of moving and shaking. But so long as they can stay consistent, they stay steady, and they stay around that pace, we're going to hopefully see some Olympic qualifiers here tonight. One, if not multiple. So these ladies nicely strung out. There's been no movement whatsoever.
And 15:10 is the Olympic qualifying time that we are heading for. That's 73 seconds per lap, 3:02 per kilometre. So we will be calling you through, seeing if they are on pace as we go through, as Jen has been through that first 2.5 laps, first 3 laps, which is impressive back up from an awesome run at 10K Run the Bridge on the weekend as well, breaking a course record.
Yeah, no, she took the win, and she's been running incredibly well. I mean, she is one of the most consistent athletes that we probably have, not just in our women's distance, but in athletics as a whole, Jen Gregson. So she's looking really comfortable. Obviously battled injuries early in her career, but now she's out here doing a beautiful job. I believe she's meant to go through 4 laps, so we'll see how long Jen can maintain this. But for the moment, they may as well call her Metronome Gregson, because she is hitting it beautifully. So right behind there is Ros Davies, spotted only a metre or two of room there by Izzy Bat-Doyle, and the rest of the girls are more than happy to just let that happen right now. So here we go now. Ros Davies, she's going to move around our pacemaker, I believe that is in front of her, and Ros Davies isn't going to wait around. She knows that she's come down here from the sunny coast of Newcastle, and she said, I'm going to make it worth my while. So she might have to tap Jen Gregson on the shoulder and say, could we go a little bit longer? Let's try and make this a race. So Izzy Bat-Doyle tucked in behind our pacemaker there. So too is going to be Melissa Duncan. Behind Melissa Duncan is Nat Rule. So now, Mick, we start to see it spread out in the matter of about 300 metres.
Absolutely, and Callie Thackerty just falling off the pace a little bit there. Rose would have noticed that going through, watching the clock. Obviously, you know, you've got your pacemakers, but I'm sure a lot of these athletes, running's all about numbers when you jump on track, especially at this level. And Rose would have had her eyes on the clock. Jen's just bridging that gap ahead of training mate Callie Thackerty, and Rose would have said, no, I'm just going to get on Jen's heels here. The pace has dropped slightly from that 15:10 Olympic qualifier pace, so Rose has done the right thing. And Jen is, I believe Jen's planning to go through to 3Ks.
Yeah.
So Rose has got a bit of time. She'll see her through most of the way, and if she can just relax, she'll be put in a good position. As the rest of the girls, well, they're strung out pretty evenly. Callie Thackerty is just sat back in the middle of that pack, as we see Izzy Bat-Doyle leading that second train.
Yeah, so Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's going to put Melissa Duncan on her shoulders and go, maybe we try and go chase this right now. So as we see Jen Lacars move out, so I think she might be done, Jen Lacars. So she's going to get behind Ros Davies right now. So Ros Davies, she's just going to have to pin the ears back and sort of do this for herself at the moment. I mean, obviously we saw her put in a really strong effort across the Zatopek. So Ros Davies, no stranger. She's been doing it on the road. She's been doing it for years. So Ros Davies, you just have to do it one more time right now, and she looks incredibly confident, in control. And obviously Jen has that benefit. They've trained together, they know each other well. Ros knows how to read off Jen's energy, and right now Jen, well, it's actually really smart, because if there is a period of time now where Ros gets a little bit mentally tired, she gets that start of fatigue, she can then at least maybe sing out to Jen and go, hey, let's get this cooking. So right now it's Ros Davies, Jen Lacars behind her there, Izzy Bat-Doyle leading out Melissa Duncan, and the one behind there is also Lauren Reed. So Reed looking really comfortable. Nat Rule's going to be running along there. I believe that is with Lydia O'Donnell. So Lydia O'Donnell and Nat Rule are going to work well together. But I am really interested in the Ros Davies, Jen Gregson at the front.
Absolutely.
I find it really impressive that Jen Gregson's just going to stay there behind her for as long as she can, even offer that support just by continuing to push her from behind too.
Which is okay. It's probably what she's going to be doing. And we'll see a time when she goes through what will be 2.4 kilometres, and 7:16, 7:17 is what she needed. So Jen's spot on. I mean, Rose could very well just be sitting on Jen's heels if she wanted to. Jen's still on pace. Yeah. She might be a bit heavy in the legs from the 10K on the weekend, but she is still on the pace. I guess Davies just wants to not leave anything to chance, take it herself. And we see the rest of the field as well in Izzy Bat-Doyle, is that Mel Duncan and Lauren Reed. They're actually not too far away right now. They still have the Olympic qualifier well and truly in their sights, and they may very well close on Rose in these final stages as they go through.
Izzy Bat-Doyle is an incredibly tough competitor. She has raced through multiple injuries. She did it in the NCAA. She did it now back here in Australia. She's had a really consistent stint of training with Adam Diddick over there in South Australia. And now I believe she's running with a separate group. But Ros Davies, she's looking really good. So Jen Gregson now goes around her. So I think that's the benefit. It's a swings and roundabouts sort of relationship at the front here. And I think if Ros gets a little mentally fatigued, Jen's going to move. And watch out for Izzy Bat-Doyle. I mean, she is literally putting Lauren Reed and also Melissa Duncan right behind her. She's just focused. She's got to lock in on one point there of Ros Davies or Jen Gregson and just try and work it back slowly. She's done that over a lap. I reckon she's pegged back about 5 metres over that 400, and that's all she has to keep doing from here on out to stay around that time.
Absolutely. And Rose has either made a smart or a necessary decision right now just to be nipping at Jen's heels, taking a bit of a break. The next 3 athletes as well are running a comfortable race as well. Lauren Reid, fun fact, parkrun world record holder.
There you go.
Did it a few weeks ago. So
Unbelievable.
She's been training hard.
She knows what she's doing then. But
absolutely.
Right now, Jen Gregson, Ros Davies looking really good. 9:10 on the clock as they went through. Jen Gregson, sensational effort. Well done. And watch this. I reckon Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's going to get on the back of Ros Davies in the next 600 metres. I reckon she is working really well. This is what you would call rhythm running. She has just found that zone. She's found it. She's zoned out. She knows what she's doing right now. And these two can work with each other. I mean, that's the great thing about Aussie athletes. They all work along camaraderie. So right now it's Ros Davies leading it out. Izzy Bat-Doyle behind her. She's been able to separate from Lauren Reid, and Melissa Duncan behind her there. So,
no,
Davies
has dropped
and
out
Ros has
of the
had to
race.
stop.
So Izzy Bat-Doyle does
Jeez.
fall into the lead now as Davies pulls out on the back of the track. So Bat-Doyle is leading the race now, and she is only a few seconds short of that qualifying pace, but she's going to have to do it on her own from here on out.
So
as
sadly,
Duncan, Reid follow. Lydia O'Donnell, the New Zealand athlete, putting in an awesome race as well, only 100 metres back from Izzy Bat-Doyle in the distance. She rounds the steeplechase now.
Oh, it's sad to see. We really, really hope that Ros Davies is okay and that she will be able to keep pushing forward in training. But right now, we have to focus on Izzy Bat-Doyle. 10:24 she went through there. She's looking really good, Mick. Let me just say, I know I spoke about rhythm running a second ago, but she is just in a zone, and that she is phenomenal. She's picking up metres on the rest of this field, and she's doing it solo now. She obviously had that benefit of maybe working off Izzy Bat-Doyle, noticing that she was getting fragile and was able to capitalise. But right now, Izzy Bat-Doyle, she is looking strong.
Such an impressive runner. She proved it at Zatopek. She's proved it through the whole South Australian season. While most of the country was in isolation, she was battling out with some of the girls in the South Australian Championships.
2 seconds out.
Two seconds, only a couple of seconds short of the Olympic qualifying pace, and we know she's got a kick.
Oh, she has a vicious kick. Honestly, she is one of the tougher competitors you'll ever see. And I know that this Box Hill crowd can get her going. So right now, Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's doing it on her own. Probably the toughest way you could ever try and get an Olympic qualifier is on your own. We may see it in the race after this, but don't worry about that. We're seeing it right now. So Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's going to come down. She's got 11:31, 11:32. She needs to be, and we'll get it around to the next low, but 11:36, 11:35 there, I think, through right now. So Izzy Bat-Doyle looking strong. 3 laps to go.
And Mitch, Lauren Reid has made her way into second place. It looks like Melissa Duncan has pulled out. New Zealand athlete Lydia O'Donnell is running a very, very strong race in third position. Everyone's so strung out now. They're all running time trials of sorts over this last kilometre with only 2.5 laps to go.
Take your hat off to every single lady who's run here, whether or not they finished it or not. This is an incredibly tough distance. And now for these women on the track to be doing this solo, we are down to just 3 competitors. So Nat Rule not on the track either. So we are down to Izzy Bat-Doyle.
And she just went through in a 12:11. She needed a 12:08, so only 3 seconds shy of that 5:10 pace.
I cannot stress how difficult this is right now to be doing what Izzy Bat-Doyle is doing.
Everyone here at Box Hill is willing her those extra few seconds. The last couple of laps are going to be huge. Everyone here at the track is getting around her. We see Lydia O'Donnell in the Lost Boys crop top in the bottom right-hand corner of screen. She's in third position, the athlete from New Zealand, running a very strong race. Lauren Reid still in second position as she comes through with 2 laps to go, and the noise starts to build here at Box Hill Athletics track. 2 laps to go for Izzy Bat-Doyle.
Yeah, so Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's going from strength to strength right now. And again, all these ladies doing it incredibly tough, and they should be incredibly proud. But right now, we really need to will Izzy Bat-Doyle along. As I said, she's only a few seconds out from that Olympic qualifier. So you can imagine if she's in a race where it's loaded, she's going to be able to get to this time. But right now, it's still feasible.
Jen clapping
so
her on.
They really need to be clapped. Right now, you can feel the crowd lifting. The energy around this track is phenomenal. Nick Wall, Tim Crosby doing a great job to get people on board.
That just gave me Nitro flashbacks of Jen cheering everyone on the side of the track. So everyone around the track, Box Hill, I've never seen it so busy, and everyone is cheering on every single one of these girls out on track.
So we had a 13 14.25, I believe, that went through. So she's 4 seconds out of the time right now. It's not impossible, ladies and gentlemen. We need Izzy Bat-Doyle. We need all that energy, whether you're here or not, still cheering your living room, kitchen, bathroom. Doesn't matter where you are. You're watching Izzy Bat-Doyle put on a spectacle. We'll be talking about this race for a long time. So Izzy Bat-Doyle right now.
And Lauren Reid, she's stuck by about 100 metres behind Izzy Bat-Doyle. 1 lap to go for Izzy Bat-Doyle. She needs a 68-second last lap. Every single person at Box Hill is on their feet. They're clapping their hands. They're cheering her on. Lauren Reid running a strong race in second. She's going to have an unreal time, even if it's not the Olympic qualifier she might have been chasing.
So Izzy Bat-Doyle, 300 metres to go, about 14.19, 14.20 on the clock. She is absolutely moving up the back straight, so you know it means everything to her. It means everything to everybody at the track. But Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's doing it incredibly tough. She is going for it. She's not going to leave anything in the tank right now. 13.30,
only 2 seconds off the pace.
2 seconds off. She's picked up 2 seconds there. 150 metres to go right now for Izzy Bat-Doyle. And Mick, she is moving.
Brett Robinson there giving her a bit of a clap as she rounds the steeple. Everyone's on their feet. Get on your feet at home. Cheer her on. Cheer her home. We'll wait for the official time, of course. She is charging towards the finish line. It is the Izzy Bat-Doyle show here as she chases a spot on the Tokyo team.
Far off.
15.04, 15.05. Let's watch the clock as she charges towards the finish line. It's going to be so close.
Oh.
And that might have been a tick over 15. Awesome run. That might have been the smallest fraction over. But oh my God, Mitch, what a run. What a race.
I don't think she can believe it.
Lauren Reid in second position.
Absolutely gobsmacked.
And a 13-second PB for Lauren Reid. Huge run for Lauren Reid in second position. Lydia O'Donnell, very close to a PB for Lydia O'Donnell. 15.47, only 5 seconds off a PB, Lydia O'Donnell.
Holy
And I'm not sure if there's any... There is a couple more of the ladies.
I think there. No, that's it.
No, everyone else ended up pulling out of the race.
Didn't finish either. But that is, I think she's literally missed that by about 0.4 of a second.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
Oh,
Solo,
so
really.
close. And you're right, though, solo.
Well, if she didn't have the benefit of sitting with Ros Davies or Jen Gregson either. She had that pack around her. Right in front of your eyes right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the new Australian record holder for the 1,000 metres, 2:35.9. Lyndon, how do you feel?
Yeah, pretty happy. I mean, I lost the 1,500 record last year, so nice to get one under the belt again and add that to the list, and hopefully can have a crack at the 1,500 again sometime soon.
So walk us through your race. I noticed earlier you were probably one of the ladies who couldn't quite find a position earlier, and then you're able to move your way around when you can. Was it sort of how you panned it out, or?
A little bit. I kind of figured the first two was going to be a bit messy, with the waterfall starting to the bend, so was kind of thinking use that extra 200 at the start to, get where I wanted to be, and then kind of run an 800 after that. I'm not usually the quickest off the line, and that definitely proved true tonight, so definitely something to work on there for me. But
yeah, well, with 400 metres to go, you seem to just streamline straight into the front there. You looked incredibly comfortable. At that point, you're thinking, is everyone coming with me, or did you realise you'd separated from the field? Or?
Yeah, I was starting to sort of itch to get going, probably around 600 to go, and sort of, tried to sit in a little bit longer. It was a bit windy out there. But yeah, then when I went, I was kind of like, oh, I can't really feel anyone on me. And I was like, wait, is there an extra lap or something? It's just a bit of an unfamiliar distance. I was like, well, have I made a big mistake here? But no, it was okay. I got away with it, I guess. Used to having a bit of a longer race compared to some of the 800 girls in the field. The extra two was probably more in my favour. Yeah,
well, you looked incredible coming home in those final 200. I'm sure nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to break an Australian record today. But did you think that it was within the realm of possibility when you toned the line?
yeah, I think, there's been a lot of talk about it with, obviously Katrina getting that off the ground, and probably wouldn't have thought much about what the record is otherwise. But, yeah, no, definitely thinking about it during the day, and, yeah, keen to get out and have a crack.
Hey, well done, Lyndon. That's phenomenal. That record is now yours, and hopefully you can get after the 1500.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks. Have a good night, guys.
Where are your pants?
One of the nicest ladies you will ever meet, Lyndon Hall. Great to see you have another Oz record. Mick.
Oh.
I would love to know. We had 1,600 people watching a minute ago.
Still 1,600.
We love that. With hip number 1
Tell your
on the
friends.
track right now, Andre Waring. Number 2, Maddie Rambo Ramsden. 2,600. We're on 2,600. Oh, yep, at the Facebook.
Oh, of course.
Number 3, we have Kieran Tall. Number 4, Andy Buchanan. Number 5, Isaac Haney. Number 6, Ben Buckingham. Number 7, Liam Adams. Number 8, Brett Robinson. Number 9, David McNeil. Number 10, Stewie McSwain. Number 11, Ryan Gregson. And our pacers, Jack Rayner, Geordie Williams, Lockie Hurd, Adam Spencer is still there. So Adam Spencer and Jack Bruce.
So 3 paces for Stewie, maybe.
You got 5. Oh, yeah, 3 for Stu, though.
So there's a bit of confusion because Adam Spencer was on the list, then he wasn't. Then Lachlan Hurd's on the list now. So, as we have mentioned a few times this evening, we have a couple of kind of races going on here. So, 62-second laps will get to 12:55, which is Craig Mottram's record, which is what Stewie McSwain is chasing here tonight at Box Hill in these perfect conditions that we have. And we've seen fast times already, Mitch. He's well and truly capable.
Oh.
It's just whether tonight's the night for him. And then,
well, he's found his way in there now. He had to do a lot of work over that first 200 to get in there, but he's right behind, and I can't even fathom how quick this is right now.
Yeah, and then also we have the next group. So we can already see Stewie's on the back of Adam Spencer and Geordie Williams. So Geordie taking through 62-second laps for the first 4 laps. Geordie taking him through to 3 kilometres, hopefully in the time of 7:45 to 7:50 will be around that record pace.
62 on the nose there for Stewie. So Geordie, and it is Spencer, isn't it? Adam Spencer. Yeah, so he's leading out Geordie Williams. Stewie tucked in nicely behind there. Jack Bruce behind. Then behind him there is Rayner, and then Ramsden, Robinson, Gregson, McNeil, Adams, and then Lockie Hurd is going to be leading out that next pack behind them there. But just so, and 2 of the grittiest runners, Dave McNeil, Liam Adams at the back of that pack, they're going to benefit from a really nice sit. So they're doing beautifully, and Stewie looks smooth.
And then the other pack, when we say the other pack, the Olympic qualifying pack. Oh. So the only people to post Olympic qualifiers so far are Stewie and Pat Tiernan for the Aussies. So it will be the likes of Ramsden, Robinson, McNeil, Gregson that are chasing that 13:13 qualifier, which is 63.5-64-second laps. So we'll be keeping our eye on both races. So we're both 2-time trials in one. Jack Bruce will take him through 4 laps in 64 seconds. Jack Rayner will take him through. Once again, Jack Rayner ran the 10K, run the bridge on the weekend. So, but he'll still try and take him through in a tick under 8 minutes for 3K. That's the Olympic qualifier group.
It is unbelievably paced. And I think the magnitude of what Stewie's trying to do right now, he's trying to be the second Australian ever to run under the 13-minute mark. Obviously, the record's held by Craig Buster Mottram, who a lot of people will know. But look, I reckon he'll be around here. He does live not too far away from here, so I'd be surprised if he didn't come down. But right now, they are working like clockwork. Spencer's done a beautiful job. Obviously, he's going to be heading off to the University of Wisconsin soon, and he surely won't forget this if he can get Stewie across the line. Geordie Williams, a great man to have in front of Stu. I've been watching Geordie's training. I've chatted to him. He's been pretty happy with how he's been going. going. So Bruce as well leading it out. Jack Rayner, when was the last time we saw him on a track? So good to see Rain Man back there. And we see Gregson tucked in nicely behind him. So you're right, it's so weird. It's almost a race in two. One guy going for an Australian record and a whole bunch of people trying to get to the Olympic Games. So these boys, beautifully worked. They are just strung out and they're all giving each other the benefit of not cutting each other off. They're not chopping each other. They're all going to work really well tactically. And I'd just be watching Liam Adams and Dave McNeil at the back. I reckon they know to stay out of trouble and they're going to get dragged through. They've got that senior experience. Even Gregson, I mean, he's an Australian record holder. These guys in front of them, you've got Brett Robinson, who's got an Australian record, been to the Olympics. I mean, the plethora of Australian talent right now on this track is unbelievable.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. I mean, Gregson, I was thinking about Gregson as well. Has any Australian gone under 3:38 for the 1500 so many times?
Oh, I don't think
Probably
so.
Not even 3:37, 3:36.
No, I don't think so.
He's a regular 1500 metre man, and he's run well so many times. And he's the record holder until Stewie took it off him this year.
Exactly right.
And he got that record 10 years ago, so his longevity in the sport, unreal. And Adam Spencer taking Stewie through.
So he's gone through in 4:08.
4:08, which is smack on 12:55 pace. And Adam Spencer obviously has experience pacing Stewie through, which he did in Penguin, the small athletics track down when Stewie did that 350 mile only a couple of months ago. And now Geordie's going to take him through another few laps. Hopefully, well, Australian record pace is 7:45. We have heard that he's going through in 7:50, but it will be 7:45 for that Oz record pace, which is the pace they're running now.
Yeah, so these
do you know what Geordie's PB is?
Around that, I would say. He's probably running a touch quicker maybe over in the States, but really impressed with what Jack Bruce is doing here as well. He's got Rayner behind him, Ramsden as well. He's leading out a contingent of Brett Robinson, Ryan Gregson, Dave McNeil, and Liam Adams. All Olympians.
And the thing is with Liam as well, Liam raced. So Jack Rayner's pacing tonight. Yeah. Liam raced, run the bay on the weekend, and he's racing tonight. And that's just what Liam does.
Well done to Jack Bruce. Really good racing. And they're going to let Jack Rayner now do some of that work. So Ramsden tucked in nicely. Rambo, he's a tough man. So he's going to lead it through. But they are right on pace.
They were right on qualifying pace. I think 5:18 and they needed a 5:17. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Lachlan Hurd was pacing that third group. So he's just stepped off the track, and what a third group as well, with the likes of Andre Waring, Isaac Heen, Ben Buckingham, Andy Buchanan, Kieran Tall.
So look at these boys come through right now. Stewie's tucked beautifully on the shoulder of Geordie. Everyone at this track can feel it right now. I hope you can feel it at home, because you can certainly feel it here. Everybody standing, everybody around the track, they know what's going on. Rayner looking good, Ramsden, Robinson. Now we're going to have to see McNeil and Adams try and latch on. I mean, Liam Adams is as tough as nails, so if he's going to get back on, it's going to be dangerous. But right now, that Melbourne Track Club contingent that we have at the front, they are working beautifully together.
How unreal does it look?
They have the benefit of living together, some of these boys, and now they are going to get cooking. And if you are sitting at home watching this, you are literally watching one of the greatest 5,000 metre races take place in Australian soil.
They've just slipped 2 seconds off the pace of the Australian record there, and maybe a second off the pace of the Olympic qualifier. So halfway through the race, they're thereabouts, just slipping ever so slightly. Maybe it's just a bit of a blip. Maybe they'll get it back in the later stages, see who has that kick home.
Well, you have to expect that Stewie will have a really good close. I mean, he's got really good wheels. He's developed that over the years. Obviously, Nick Beddoes done a lot of work with Stewie. He always had the aerobic. He didn't have the speed when he was younger. So Stewie now, he's
going up on the shoulder of Geordie. He's saying it's time, mate.
He might give him a tap and say, Geordie, mate, I love you with all my heart, but let's get cooking. Rayner, though, he's the metronome right now. He's like Jen Gregson in the race before. He's going to hit that time and time again. Ramsden beautifully tucked in behind. Brett Robinson there too. And starting to lose a little bit of contact is Ryan Gregson. So Gregson's experienced. He's got that senior head on his shoulders. He knows how to race these races. Obviously 5K's new for him. But right now, hey, the training wheels are off. And Stewie McSween, it's all him now. So he's just outside that Australian record, but still underneath the 13-minute mark, I believe. So Stewie McSween, he's doing it solo. We saw Izzy Bat Doyle do it with strength earlier, and Stewie's got that same strength. So Stewie now, he's looking incredibly comfortable. He just has to try and switch off for a little bit longer. This crowd now on their feet. They're clapping him along. So Stewie McSween, he looks really good. So too does that pack behind him, Mick. I reckon they're picking up some pace behind there.
5 laps to go.
A nod. He says, let's go, boys.
So he did 7:48 through the 3K. Rayner's just clapped the other boys through that 3K mark. They are just on the Olympic qualifier pace there. They went through in about 7:58, 7:56 was the time that they needed. Stewie was a couple of seconds off the Australian record pace. Not to say they can't still close hard in the final stages. He's looking as smooth as he always does, Stewie.
Well, Butter McSween, honestly, he's that smooth. We absolutely love Stewie Mac. He is, and I hope he comes back and watches it. He's been singing it right now. So Stewie McSween, he's making his way around the bend, and honestly, watch Matt Ramsden. He is one of the tougher competitors. I don't think he necessarily gets the spotlight he deserves at times, Matt Ramsden, because he is tough. So Matty Ramsden on the back of him, Brett Robinson. Obviously, those guys do a lot of work together, so they'll know how to work off each other and find that rhythm well. But Stewie McSween, he's done it a lot solo before. Get this crowd pumping right now, Stewie, because all these boys want him to get going. So everybody at the track right now knows the magnitude of what Stewie's trying to do. So too these two gentlemen behind him here, and Gregson's still not far off. So Ramsden, he's going to lead out Robinson, who looks smooth. He looks comfortable and in
running
control.
by these two boys.
But Stewie, all eyes, listen to the back straight. I hope my housemates in Richmond can hear what's going on right now, because Stewie McSween is lifting the roof off a place that doesn't have one. So McSween, he's going to come around. Let's see what this split is right now. He needs to be at 9:18, and he's just outside of it. So not impossible by any stretch of the imagination, but he is cooking right now. Ramsden, so too Robinson behind him for that Olympic qualifier. They're at 9:35, 36, I believe.
And they're just off the pace they needed to, just by a few seconds. That's not to say that the strength of Robinson and the speed of Ramsden can't close strongly over the last 1,400 metres. Stewie is the main man on the screen now. There's a bit of a race at the back of the field as well for times. Stewie with 3 laps to go. Everyone's on their feet. Everyone's cheering him on. He's just slipping off the Australian record pace. He's on 13-minute pace still, which is nothing to sneeze at. Look at the boys coming through. Mitch.
Yeah, here we go. Now Robbo's going to take over. So the senior head, he says, Rambo, I know you act like a senior, but I got a little bit more experience. Let me drag you through. Let me help you out here. Gregson comes through now as well. So really liking what Brett and Matt have going on up there. But Stewie McSween is about 100 metres around. He has a look down at his legs, so maybe he's having a look down and say, hey, time to get going. Not that he isn't already going, ladies and gentlemen. He's on around that 13-minute pace. So he's rocketing.
1K to go. He is about 5 seconds off the pace of the Australian record of Craig Mottram. Sub 13 minutes will still be an unreal run, but who knows how fast Stewie McSween can kick down. We've seen it so many times before. We've seen his speed over 1,500 metres. A mile, 3,000 metres. The crowd at Box Hill is behind him. Let's see how fast he can go over the final 2 laps.
Well, I call him the wind me up, because wind me up and watch me go. So Stewie McSween, he's going to get moving now. He knows it. He can feel it. He knows exactly what he's doing. This back straight, it is shoulder to shoulder with the crowd. They're right up on there, so they're going to know what's going on. Brett Robinson, Matty Ramsden. If the hairs aren't standing up on the back of the neck, then check your pulse, because you might be dead. So Stewie McSween up the back straight. He's going to extend away. He still keeps on pushing around that 13-minute mark right now. We need all the energy, all the prayers, whatever you've got. Give it down to the track, because Stuart McSween is cooking. So McSween now, 600 metres to go, I believe, for Stewie McSween to enter his name into the history books, the books that he's rewritten time and time before. So McSween now, 500 metres to go. If you're on the home straight, if you're at home, no matter where you are, get up and get moving, because Stewie McSween, he is dangerous.
500 metres to go for McSween. He's charging towards the finish, probably heading for a base of about 13 to 13.05 now. Let's see what he can do over this last lap. I've never seen Box Hill busy. I've never heard a noise in an athletics track so loud since Craig Mottram ran the 2006 Commonwealth Games. Don't forget about Robinson and Ramsden, who are chasing this Olympic qualifier. Just off the pace now with 1 lap to go. These boys have just crossed the line. 12:18. They need to close in 55 seconds to get the qualifier. Ramsden and Robinson are going to help each other out. Ramsden gets on the shoulder of Robinson as Stewie is on the back straight, charging 200 metres to go. The crowd is well and truly behind him.
Well, it's unbelievable right now. 180 metres to go. Stewie, he might be outside that Craig Mottram time, but he's certainly still in the realm of possibility for that 13-minute mark. So I'd be standing up because come of the moment, come of the champion right now. So McSween, 100 metres to go. He's got to really dig. He's dug before. He can dig a little deeper. He's done a phenomenal effort here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He's done a lot of it solo. McSween's going to come down the home straight. Watch the clock, 13:01, 13:02, 13:05 for Stewie McSween. Unbelievable effort right there. He didn't quite get the record, but that is phenomenal racing as we watch Matty Ramsden kick down this straight. 13:14, 15, 16. So he's going to be just outside. Brett Robinson coming through as well. So a sensational performance by the Melbourne Track Club boys as we see Gregson come down. Watch Buckingham as well. He's booming down this home straight. So Gregson's going to come down. He's going to collect it at about 13:33. So well done, Ryan Gregson. Ben Buckingham, well done.
Huge run from Bucks.
13:39. We see Andy Buchanan, 13:40. Dave McNeil, 13:42. Andre Waring is going to come through,
Liam
13:45.
Adams in the sprint finish.
45.
He loves so much.
Sensational racing. Kieran Tall, 13:50, and we see Isaac Heaney. He's going to come through in 13:54, but 13:05 for Stewie McSween. Well, show me your hero, and I'll show you Stuart McSween.
So he's already got a 13:05 to his name this season, qualifying him for Tokyo, or obviously the winning the 5,000 metre Australian Championships as well. All the records he's collected, another 13:05, and what a run! Even Gregson being only, here we go, second fastest time by an Australian in Australia. I think Tim Crosby just said.
There is just bodies
Ramsden
everywhere
as
at
well.
This finish line. I don't think Andre Waring was going to be able to walk for months.
He got PB by about a minute.
What we were talking about
1 minute PB.
This is what happens when you come off the mountain. And these boys have done work. Andy Buchanan in front of us. Phenomenal race. There he is, the pump of the fist.
Stewie on screen. He just needs a bit of a sit down for a bit.
Mayor's everywhere here. Mayor of King Island. I don't think he's the mayor anymore, Stu. I think he might be the king. I know
he's been the king for a while, mate.
But I think he might be the king of Mayor Island.
Since
and he's just sensational effort. I mean, to do I would love to see across the world someone run. I know he had help until 3K and sensational effort from Geordie Williams.
Yeah.
Everybody helped pace, but to run
semi-solo
13:05 solo, same as Izzy Matt Doyle.
13:18, and think about how we are in athletics and Australian athletics right now. How well we're placed. Like a 13:18 and 13:20 from Ramsden
is off the pace.
And Robinson as well. It's unreal. They were sort of working with each other the whole race. Gregson, even 13:30, so only 5 seconds off his PB.
Ryan Gregson is such a class athlete, and I feel like a lot of juniors, they know the name, but they don't actually understand the magnitude of how good not just Ryan Gregson was, Ryan Gregson is.
Continues to be.
And he's run 13:30 here tonight.
Yeah.
And
I
reckon
could say
you
that's
look at
not
that
even
after Stewie running 13:05 and go like, oh, it's not bad. 13:30, unbelievable.
It wasn't that long ago until 13:30 was, the best that we had going on.
No, and it's just we've got guys dipping under that, and there are guys missing. So it's just, even for Izzy Bat Doyle, 15:10, that is just, what a night of racing. Jeez, I love this track. It's all the track.
What are 3 races, though? Like the 2 1Ks, the 4 races, sorry. 2 1Ks, 2 5Ks. It's all had something to get so excited about.
I apologise about the 4K mark. I screamed, go Stewie, because I actually forgot I was commentating.
Yeah.
I thought I was a spectator. It's just that exciting. And seriously, check your pulse if that didn't excite you, because you might be dead. If those 4 races do not wake you up, then there's something wrong with you. And this track is still flooded. And I'll tell you what, I reckon there would have been hundreds of people who've come in just to try and watch Stewie do that just then.
Sorry, Mitch, I'm just laughing my way through some of these comments. Someone thank the Book of Luke. Surely these guys get an Olympic commentating gig.
I mean, Channel 7's not far away.
I know.
You guys are listening.
Send your tweets into Channel 7,
Nick
please.
and I are available. Mazda, if you're listening, I would like some time off work for Tokyo, please. But that was just
Tokyo plus quarantine time, either side.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think
Isaac's just been told by the man. Lockie's everywhere. Where's Lockie gone? Lockie is the man of the track. I mean, I know you... Oh, Lockie's just getting Stewie for an interview soon. So we will have Stewie on here as well as Izzy Bat-Doyle. And
James Chansbury, thank you very much. If these boys aren't commentating the Olympics, I'm boycotting the games.
And just a reminder for those spectators making their way out, be aware there is 2 more races to go and they are fast races.
Lead number 7 is just getting a number.
The men's B race, quality fields to go. And we'd like to have Jeff Risley over in the finish area as well. Jeff, I know you're still here. You're still an Australian record holder. Make your way over to the finish line and we'll have you do some presentations for us as well. So the Lincoln, Pete, then Izzy, Stewie's not far away. Let's get some presentations done and then we'll move to these B races. As I said, the assembling on the line the next race.
So don't go anywhere, guys. We've gone through all our A races for the evening. We've got the women's B on track now, and after that is the men's B. As we were saying earlier, some great names in this women's B lining up now, which we'll go through in a second. So there's going to be some pretty hot times coming up. But also in the men's B, we have Jared Clifford going for a world classification record, T12, T13 record, 13:53, if you don't mind, for Jared Clifford. That's the time he'll be chasing. Along with the calibre of athletes who, would be the A race in any other week, any other meet here at Box Hill. So a couple of awesome races. Have another shot of espresso, stay up for another 40 minutes or so, get through the end of the meet. It'll be well worth your time.
Steve's daughter just broke my heart. I remember this, Brooklyn. So the media streak down here, I mean, we've got Channel 7, we've got Nick Wall, we got us, I mean, this is just like the footy. And so we do have our ladies B 5,000. I was very distracted just then. Did you just call out the field? Beautiful. So with hip number 1, we got Gemma Maney of Frankston. Number 2, Edie Bell of South Melbourne. Number 3, Melanie Townsend of Frankston. Number 4, Sarah Klein of Frankston. Number 5, Steph Condongonis of Kilos and Bernards. Number 6, Nicolette Lesberg of Mentone. Number 7, Meg Stevenson of Essendon. Number 8, Alice Burgeon of Box Hill. Number 9, Tess Rhodes of Deakin. Number 10, Simone McInnes of St Stephen's Harriers. Number 11, Kate Mason of Frankston. Number 12, Sophie Westcott, Box Hill. Number 13, Shania Murray of Diamond Valley. Number 14, Stella Radford. So here she is, Melbourne University. Number 15, Stephanie Thomas of Western A's. And number 16 and 17, Melissa Duncan and Charlotte Wilson will be pacemaking. So it may just be Charlotte Wilson, I think, doing the pacing. Having a look at the screen in front of us right now.
Can you just flick that little button that you've got in front of you, Mitch? And we're going to give the people what they want. We're going to get Isaac to commentate a bit of this race. Welcome back to the commentary box, Isaac.
Do you know William McAlladon and James Chansbury?
I've seen the names before, so
fans of the YouTube channel.
Guy Frick really wants Isaac.
Yeah, I've raced Guy Frick, so I know him.
Well, Guy Frick, you have asked and we have listened.
Yeah, we're all about giving the people what they want.
James Chansbury stoked. Wow.
Yes,
I'm starting
Isaac.
to think we're not doing such a good job, Mick.
Yeah. Is Isaac part of the Olympic commentary package? So 16 and a half minutes. A lot of these women have as their seed times. Stella Radford, 16 and a half minutes. Gemma Masseni, 16 and a half minutes. Sarah Klein, 16:22. So these will be a few of the athletes towards the front of the field.
And so they are off, and I've said it nearly every race except for the A's because obviously they were seeded for time, but it does take probably a lap to sort this sort of stuff out. Even you heard, obviously, Lyndon Hall say earlier, it took a little bit of time through the first 200 to figure it out. Over this, it's probably the first 400. So Stella Radford's going to try and get to the outside of Charlotte Wilson, I believe. Gemma Masseni on the inside there. So let's just let them sort this out through the 400. Now, we are fortunate that we do have Izzy Bat-Doyle not far away, our winner of the women's 5,000, just shy of that Olympic qualifying time. Gemma Masseni going to sit in nicely there. And Sarah Klein behind. So those two ladies are very class competitors in this field. And look, we do have Isaac's microphone on, so he's free to talk at any time. Not Isaac Hayne. I think he thought I was talking to him for a second there. He's welcome, though.
Yeah, this race is a bit more strung out than some of the other races we've seen, some of the other graded races we've seen tonight. We've got kind of two packs already formed within the first 400 metres of this race, so we could see two separate races going on here.
Yeah, I think you're right, Isaac. I think it's going to be split, and I don't think there's going to be a bridging of the gap between what's going on at the moment. These two may just separate into, as you mentioned, almost two different races. We can see a little bit of a breakaway from that pack. So I think that's Steph Condon-Gonis in the middle there. Stella Radford, a really, really good athlete. Obviously went to UNC, went to World Juniors, has come back, and she's been steadily competing in the steeplechase, the roads and everything alike. So she's a class athlete. It is Steph Condon-Gonis, and they've drawn them back. So Alice Burgeon draws them back. And I might have got that last name wrong. I did not. Alice Burgeon. If you're watching, g'day, Chad. So right now it is going to be Charlotte Wilson leading out. Masseni on the inside there is Klein. So too is Radford. Then back from there we have Meg Stevenson. And I couldn't quite see our final Frankston athlete on the back of that front pack. So these ladies moving really well. Condon-Gonis is going to be just sitting on the outside of this second chase pack. And you're right, Isaac, you called it earlier. This is why we need you on the mic more. They've separated.
Yeah, so the two packs have already formed, and we might even get another pack forming in the middle of both, because the three leaders look like they want the pace to be a bit quicker. Actually, one of them is the pacer, so the pacer's just going to keep the foot on the accelerator as they go through 800 in about 2:36. Pacer hits the watch, and now the second main pack's going to come through, tick over the 240 mark, about 243, 44, 45 for the back there. So they're moving along nicely.
Yeah, they are. They're moving along really comfortably, actually. The only pack that seems to be breaking up is this front one. So Charlotte Wilson, I think she's maintained the pace. I don't think she's put her foot down or anything's changed too much from her end, but I think these ladies are maybe starting to feel it a little bit as we see moving around the outside there. I believe that is Melanie Townsend from Frankston. So she was our athlete at the back of that pack, and now she moves through. So it is still going to be Charlotte Wilson leading it out from Gemma Masseni, Sarah Klein on the inside, Radford, and then so too Melanie Townsend. On the back of that is Meg Stevenson. So Condon-Gonis gets to the front of this now. So she's going to lead it out just from Kate Mason and Alice Burgeon behind her there. So too Edie Bell, and I apologise if I've got your name wrong. I'm terrible with names, as you all have probably known over the last year. But this front pack of 6 is now turning into a front pack of 5. So we're going to have to wait and see. It looks like Melanie Townsend's done a really good job to just latch back onto that pack and be able to pull these girls through. Charlotte Wilson doing a really good job. Obviously, Klein right on her shoulder. So when Charlotte's ready to drop out, Klein's ready to take it up. We saw a lot of that earlier, obviously, with the really good dynamic of Jen Gregson and Ros Davies there for a while. And so it'll be really interesting to see whether or not Charlotte Wilson lets Gemma Masseni move around if she wants to get going and keeps on pacing. So it looks like Masseni just more than content to just sit on the shoulder. Radford there in the middle of that pack, and at the back is still Melanie Townsend. And so we see Meg Stevenson lose a little bit of contact, and gets stuck in no ladies land. I don't know what contract she has, but unfortunately she's lost it. But now we have a pack of 6, realistically 5, because Charlotte Wilson is our pacemaker. So I reckon, Isaac, in this pack, watch out for Melanie Townsend at the back. Now, I know Sarah Klein is a phenomenal racer, and so too is Gemma Maney and Stella Radford, but I just think Townsend is looking pretty comfortable at the back. But as I say that, she might have to get moving around Stella Radford soon.
Yeah, being in the back of that front pack isn't too bad of a position at the moment. There's still a lot of time left in this 5K. They're long races, so there's plenty of time to make moves. And you don't want to be feeling the pinch now, so it's good to just be sitting at the back, not doing any work, just getting a lot of protection from any wind, even if it's not much, because you just want to be saving as much energy as you can for when you need a big kick in the last K.
Yeah, I reckon. I'd be interested to see what the kick's going to be like. I can't see it being out of this world because they're keeping a pretty good pace, but I reckon it is going to ramp up. So Gemma Maney's the one who's really pushing it along. So if Charlotte Wilson even had a second of a thought of to slow it down, I think Gemma Maney would have a few words for her. So Charlotte Wilson done a phenomenal job in leading it out on the rail. Gemma Maney incredibly comfortable on the shoulder there, and on the inside is Klein. Radford right there too, looking good. So too Townsend. So, geez, all these ladies have their claim to stake this or win this race, I would say. So Charlotte Wilson looks good. She might as well just keep going. I don't know how long she's meant to go for, but I hope she keeps going for a while longer because she's doing a sensational job.
But Stevenson in hip number 7 is in no man's land at the moment. She's between the two packs, so for her sake, hopefully that next pack can catch up to her and she can just sit in with them, or she can maybe bridge the gap and pick off any stragglers from the first pack.
Yeah, so Bell, she's going to lead that next one up to Stevenson, I think. And I just got very confused by a bloke running on the back straight. I thought someone's making an unbelievable kick, but it was just our pacemaker for the next race. So all good. He's sharp and tuned, ready to go. So we have 6 ladies, realistically 5. As I mentioned, Charlotte Wilson still doing a phenomenal job pacemaking. Klein right behind her there. And in front of Klein is still Gemma Maney. So Radford losing maybe a metre or 2, but I think she's probably had that distance for a little while now. So Bell still leading out Condigonis in the pack behind, but it's Charlotte Wilson leading them through. They have 7 laps to go, I believe, as they come through the start-finish line right now. And I reckon this group's going to stay together a few more laps, and then I reckon some moves might be made. The one who might make them, I think, is going to be Sarah Klein, tucked in nicely on the rail, Isaac. She hasn't had to do much, as you mentioned. And I reckon they've just got to hang strong for a few laps. So when Charlotte Wilson does step out, they're ready to go.
Yeah, Sarah Klein's in a good spot at the moment. She's got the sit right on the inside there. Doesn't have to make any moves. She can just sit behind the pacer and the leader and copy whatever they do. So she's in a good spot at the moment, and that pack hasn't broken up yet. There's been times where it looks like they're about to split up, but they've stayed together, which is very good at the moment.
Yeah, so Condigonis now gets to the front of this chase pack, and they're probably going to swallow up Stevens, I think. So Stevenson might have to just latch into this pack now as they start to move along. But at the front of the field, it is still all Charlotte Wilson. She's going to lead it out from Gemma Maney, Sarah Klein behind her, Radford too, and Townsend. So, geez, there's not a lot of change going on at the front. And I reckon that gap to Stella Radford has been the same for 3, 4, 5 laps even. So I wouldn't draw too much concern over why there is a little bit of spacing between these. But right now, Charlotte Wilson looks good. Maney on the outside. Klein, I honestly can't give you too many more details because those details haven't changed for about 1.5 kilometres. So that just means it's great quality racing from some really talented ladies.
Yeah, it's very consistent running. Radford has had a gap to Klein the whole way. There's been about a metre between them, but I don't think we can worry about that. I think she's just not too keen to be right up on the spikes there. So she's keeping a 1 metre gap, and it's remained that way for the whole race. So there's no changes up front, and it doesn't seem to be too many changes in that chase pack. There's starting to be a bit of a gap forming there. Stevenson has been swallowed up by them, and she's just going to sit in with them, which isn't a bad thing for her.
No, not at all. As I mentioned earlier, it's hard when you get past, and now she's able to latch in and just stick on the back right there. So these ladies literally have not moved at the front. It is, I know I've talked about the metronome across the spectrum of the night, but right now, Charlotte Wilson, genuine metronome, stops the... No, I thought she was stopping there, but she's going to keep on going. She's the gift that keeps on giving right now, Charlotte Wilson. So Wilson leading out from Maney, still behind Klein, and Klein, I reckon... No, she's latched it back on. So Stella Radford right behind her there. And Townsend, as I mentioned earlier, I reckon watch out for her a little bit late, because she has had the benefit of sitting at the back. Obviously, Stella Radford's had a bit of space. Her pattern hasn't been checked whatsoever, and now we see it. So Charlotte Wilson moves to the outside. A sensational effort pacing right there. And Sarah Klein recognises that, I believe. And right now, Masseni. So she might be able to test him out. I reckon right now, if you want to be tough, now's the time to be tough. So you're going to try and put the squeeze on your competitors now. This is a mind game at the moment, and right now, Gemma Masseni is winning it. So Gemma Masseni, she's leading it out there from Sarah Klein on the inside. Behind them there's Stella Radford, and Townsend still not far away, Isaac.
Yeah, so it's the bookends of that front pack that are looking pretty comfortable. It's Klein and Townsend that are looking the smoothest. The rest of them, the other two, are just looking like they're showing a bit of pain at the moment, starting to struggle. They are on a very solid pace at the moment, and they have a huge gap on the second pack. It's out to about 150 metres at the moment, so they've got plenty of space. I think the top four will be set in concrete until the end of this race. 10 minutes 33 is probably about 6 minutes left of running.
Yeah.
So if they can get under the 16:40 mark, that would be huge.
Yeah, they are cooking, and everybody watching Channel 7 News soon, you'll be watching MTC athletes on your camera, which is fantastic. Great coverage for athletics, but I'm a little bit scared to watch Jack Rayner scream at me through my TV, so I probably won't be watching that. But right now, we see these top four athletes right now, and there is a little bit of chop and change coming. As I mentioned earlier, I reckon Mel Townsend might be able to cover a move, but right now, it's Sarah Klein who gets to the front of this women's B5000. So Klein in front of Masseni. Then it's still Radford. She's hung really tough. I don't think I've given enough credit to Stella Radford right now. She's hung incredibly tough and comfortable there in third, and Townsend's still in the back. So the only move that we've had right now is actually Sarah Klein going around Masseni. Masseni tucked in nicely on the back. As I said, you pick a point and you got to follow it. So right now, all these ladies just finding the groove. And right now, it is looking incredibly smooth at that. As we see this next pack, it's broken up here, Isaac. So we're going to see Charlotte Wilson. She is now pacing this second pack. I'm not sure if she stepped off the track or not, but whatever she's done, she's gone Steph Condigonis, and so too behind her there, Simone McInnes. Jump on board and let's keep this train rolling. So it's full steam ahead at this second pack, which has been blown wide open at the hands of Charlotte Wilson and Steph Condigonis at the front now. Klein puts that first bit of separation into this field. We start to see a break-up now, and Sarah Klein, she's got a few metres, but watch out. Stella Radford, I reckon, going to cover it. So it is Klein. Masseni has a look around the shoulder and just says, who's the one coming around? And it is Stella Radford. So right now, Klein, she's putting a bit of a gap in the rest of this field. So she's bided her time. She's waited nicely. She sat on the rail, and now she's going to move. So she's coming down here now, I believe, with 800 metres to go. Sarah, three laps to go. 3 laps to go. So 1,200 metres to go. So excited. I can't believe it. So right now it is still going to be Klein. She's separated away a little bit. She's got about 10, 15 metres there. Stella Radford now moves into second. Masseni behind her, and Townsend not far away. So Isaac, this race certainly isn't over, but Klein's going to make it really difficult for them.
Yeah, Townsend in fourth there's going to have to start to get a wriggle on if she wants to stay in contact with second and third. It's going to be hard to close fast if she's on her own. We saw with Stewie that he struggled to close fast when he was on his own in the last 2K. So Townsend's going to have to try and get on the back of someone here if she wants to finish fast. But out the front, it's old Klein who's starting to pull away, and if she can just slowly pick it up, run it as a bit of a progression at last 800, we could see a big time from her and a big finish, as she's got about 950 metres to go.
Yeah, well, I reckon watch out for Gemma Masseni. She might be able to push along Stella Radford. So Gemma Masseni certainly looked like she was fatiguing a little bit through the mid stages of that race, but now she's found another win. So Gemma Masseni on the outside has a quick and says, let's keep moving. So right now, it's still Klein at the front. And watch Mel Townsend. She's not far off that pack in front of her, but Klein right now, she's looking really good. It's going to take a lot to get her over this final 800, I reckon. And I reckon these ladies are pushing themselves as hard as they possibly can right now. A brilliant race by the four of them and everybody involved, but they have put about 180 odd metres, if not 200, on the rest of this field. So your eyes are automatically drawn to the front, and if you're looking at the front, you are going to be looking at Klein. So Sarah Klein, she's going to come up on the shoulder of Alice Burgeon, so she will be passing some of our other athletes in this field. So Sarah Klein, she's putting it away, and right now there is a move being made, and I think it's Stella Radford. So Stella Radford now She's moving away from Gemma Masseni, so maybe if the door was getting towards close, someone's just put their foot in it, and that foot belongs to Stella Radford. So right now it's Klein. She's still extending. She's about 40 metres ahead. She's got 550 metres to go, I believe, in this race right now for Sarah Klein in the B 5,000 metres. So Klein moving away from Radford, behind Masseni and then Townsend. So there hasn't been a lot of separation, only bits and pieces. Radford able to get a little bit of distance from them, but right now it is a race for Klein. And Klein, 400 and something metres to go. Let's call it 404 to be honest. So 404 metres to go right now. 15:05 on the clock. So right now for Sarah Klein, she's a 16:22 runner. So she is staring down the barrel of a PB. So too are the rest of the ladies in this field, I believe. We have a 17:01 for Mel Townsend. So I would say she's probably going to get a PB. But as we look on the back straight right now, it is Klein, and she's pushing and she's moving. So she's had to do it on her own. As you mentioned, it's hard to find that speed, Isaac, when you're on your own. But Sarah Klein seems to be able to find it from a place others can't. Radford's still pushing away from the two ladies behind her. 200 metres to go. Has a look at the wrist, I thought, and she doesn't have a watch on. So right now, 15:42 for Sarah Klein. Doesn't need a watch. All she needs to know is it's go time. So 170 metres. Sarah Klein has a look around. Charlotte Wilson still leading out Steph Condon-Gonis, and we see the lady in front there is Simone McInnes of St Stephen's. But as we turn our eyes to the top of the straight, once you do, you'll see Sarah Klein moving down the straight. She moves out into lane 3. She's in familiar territory right now, Sarah Klein. She's going to come down and take the win here in the women's B 5000. Watch the clock. 16:13 on the mark there, and she will PB there. So she's got it by 3 seconds. Well done to Klein. Radford flying, and so too Townsend behind her. So Stella Radford, she's going to go pretty close, and she's just dipped under. Now Townsend comes through, and she runs a PB. So too is going to be Gemma Masseni. She's just out of her PB. So the only one in that top group not to PB there, as we see Burgeon now get the bell. But sensational racing, as we mentioned. I said that she had a little bit in there. She sat in the pack. She sat comfortably. I thought it might have been Townsend, but Klein really made it a race of her own with about 1,200 metres to go, I think, Isaac. And we see Charlotte Wilson here. She's done. So she stepped out just before the end. I reckon she's run 4.6 kilometres of that 5. So phenomenal work for pacemaking right there, I reckon. As we see now that comes down, Simone McInnes. Well done. That's certainly a PB, and I would love to see here what these ladies run through. And Steph Condon-Gonis just outside her PB. So the bulk of the field making their way through the finish line now. But this women's B 5000 at the inaugural Box Hill Burn is always going to belong to Sarah Klein and her big PB. So we got one more race, I believe.
One more, the men's B, which on any other night, as we said a few times in this stream, it could very well be the men's A. High calibre field, including Tom Thorpe, who is the Victorian 5K champion.
Oh, that one.
Like 3 days.
Well, cheers, Mick. Jeremy Griffith, the president of Box Athletic Club, has just handed us a lovely beverage. So thank you very much, Jeremy Griffith. He does so much work down here for this athletic club. So sensational effort. Again, Box Hill has hosted so many of these events, and I know it's fantastic for the community, but it does take a lot to get these events running, not only from AV, also from Athletics Exclusive. I'm going to get this plug in quickly whilst people are still listening to Lachlan Rayner for all the work that he does for Athletic Exclusive and everybody that works around him. For everybody who competed tonight, sensational. For every parent, brother, sister, dog, auntie, cousin, whoever you are, sensational to see you down at the track. And all volunteers and people who have come from everywhere. It takes a lot to get these sort of meets going, as we see. I reckon Steve Deneen and the Melbourne Track Club boys run their 50th lap of the infield. It's making
Training never stops.
Yeah, it's making me sick at the moment.
So we Might have some presentations coming up actually on the track, just as the men's B race gets sorted on the back straight. I think Tim Crosby is going to make some presentations trackside.
We only just got green light now. I think
All right. So we may have some interviews potentially if we can get our hands on some athletes before their warm downs. But for the time being, we've got our men's B, what could potentially be an A in any other day of the week.
Yeah.
5,000.
Let's call it A.2. Yeah. So the athletes competing are Canala, unattached, Ben Baisha, Old Scotch, Liam Werrett, Collingwood, Will Atkinson, unattached, Alex Ritchie, Box Hill, Ben Moynihan, St Kevin's, Cody Shanahan, Western Afs, his clubmate in Matthew Schumberg of Western Afs, Jared Clifford, Diamond Valley, Sam Toll, Glenn Huntley, Max Stevens, unattached, Kalen Goldsmith, Mornings Peninsula, Michael Marantelli, unattached, Julian Spence, unattached, although we all know it's the Surf Coast Track Club, Nathan Pearce, Western Athletics, Jonathan Guzman, St Kevin's, Ed Marks, Glenn Huntley, Liam Buden, unattached, Nick Baggett, Box Hill, Jamie Cook, Bendigo, Ben Kelly, Glenn Huntley, Michael Kernahan, Mentone, Seth O'Donnell, Mentone, and Liam Cashin will be our pacemaker.
Can I make a quick observation?
You may.
Liam Adams is running in this race as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So he is pacing the... I think it's a 4:35. It is 14:35 group.
Yep.
So Liam Cashin and one of the other athletes in the blue out the front will be the pace for a 13:55, which is Jared Clifford's world record attempt.
Cody tucked in right behind
here we go. I see Jared Clifford. So he's running with coach Philo Saunders, who is his guide.
And I
he is in the
assume that
fluoro.
Tim Logan will jump in at some point as well and do the handover.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
So he's likely going to have two guides. So it's Jared Clifford running with coach Philo Saunders in the yellow. Cody Shanahan right now is on the heels of club mate, training mate, Liam Cashin right at the front. And they're going for a sub-14 as well. They're not going to mess around tonight. There are a few athletes who are around that low 14, high 13 mark who will be looking to post a solid time.
Yeah, well, I think it's obviously strung out. I mean, they've broken out into two packs. But I'm trying to... Is that Spence... sort of caught in no man's land?
He's almost leading that second. Actually, he's literally the one athlete in the middle of the two packs. So Nathan Pearce is leading that second pack. Yeah, you've guessed right. Liam Adams running on 14:35 pace in that second pack, like running 10K at Run the Bridge in under 30 or under 29 minutes, and then backing up for a sub 14 minute 5K and now a mid 14 minute 5K.
Him as a pacemaker somehow getting checked.
It's quite unreal.
It's Moose in the middle there of the two packs in no man's land, and there's no doubt that he'll be going for the Inside Running podcast record. So he's on that 250 pace. He wants the bragging rights over the other hosts.
What is that record? Unofficial, about 14:10, I think Brady has, doesn't he?
None of them have gone sub 14, but Moose is gone through right on 250, so needs to push up. But
and you hate to be in that position, don't you?
Yeah.
So it looks like there's no Tom Thorpe out here either. So he obviously hasn't started this race. But the man to then watch out for with, I suppose, the next Victorian credentials is Alex Ritchie. He was second in our men's 5,000 metre state championship, and he's latched onto the back of this pack. So this is beautifully strung out. Obviously, Philo Saunders is the one on the outside. I believe that's Lockie Hurd, actually. Who's doing a little bit of the
he
work.
was pacing the A race as well for a little bit.
Extra here, but Cash looks really good. Shanahan tucked in beautifully. The Western A's, I should say, mighty
the mighty Western Athletics.
Yeah, tucked in nicely there.
Pace to perfection as well. 13:20 is the mark for that 13:53 world record. That's why Jared Clifford and Coach Philo aren't freaking out. About 10 metres off the pace, they do look like they do want to move ahead a little bit, ahead of a couple of these athletes, just sidestep them almost and jump further on the heels. But Liam Cashin right on the pace. He's by no means falling off it at this point.
No, certainly not. 3:53 as he goes through there. And I reckon this is Cody's event, the 5,000. I just think he has that beautiful cadence, very Mottram-esque, the way that Cody runs, and he's pretty tough as well. So I reckon this front pack's going to get a lot of benefit of what's going on. Obviously, keep an eye out. Our two South Australian boys at the back here. So we got Stevens and Canala, both World Uni Games representatives. 3,000 metre steeple for Stevens, run under 8:30, I believe, for the steeplechase.
Yeah,
and Canala's broken
times.
14 minutes before. So we see now Jared Clifford and Philo are going to move around Lockie Hurd, and we'll see whether or not Richie, Ben Kelly, and our other, I believe that's our Queensland athlete, are just going to keep them on the outside a little bit, I believe. So they've just tucked in now, so good to see Jared can get himself on the rail.
Ben Moynihan as well as the other athlete, or could be Ed Marks as well. Ed Marks from Glenhoe. I remember watching him when he competed for Wesley College in the APS races over cross country, and he's unreal. Knows how to run off the front. Pretty quick runner. But Ben Moynihan as well, his run just sub 14 minutes before. So that is a class field up the front, and they are all more than capable of following Liam Cashin's 13:55 pace.
Well,
and we see that next pack as well.
Yeah,
Philo
watch
and
out
Liam.
for Ed Marks. That's a really good call. He has really good closing speed as well. And if he's in, even at the Vic 5K Championships, he just kept going. You'd think he was cooked, and then he'd go back to the front, and then Ed Marks would be, and then he'd be back. So I reckon you really got to watch out. Max Stevens is a real danger athlete for me. I mean, I just think that he has that class. As we see now, Philo Saunders will swap over to Tim Logan to do the guide work for Jared Clifford. So they're on their way. Obviously, these guides are able to assist Jared in going to his World Championship in the 5,000. So he's trying to get under that 14-minute mark, the second man to do it. And so if there's ever going to be someone tough enough to do it, it's going to be Jared Clifford. They're a little bit caught on their own at the moment.
Yeah.
So I reckon Tim Logan and Jared Clifford, they're going to work well together to try and get on the back of this pack. I reckon these boys have given them a little bit of an in right now. The pace has dropped a little bit. Ben Kelly, he's going to do his best to bring Alex Ritchie, and so too, is that Fogarty?
I think it's Liam Buden, one of the
Liam
unattached
Buden,
runners.
awesome. So he's going to get on the back of that as well. Thank you, Isaac. So these boys at Shanahan, he looks like he's just woken up. He's going, oh, we racing. Oh, geez. All right.
He's so comfortable there, just sitting on Liam's heels. Wouldn't bother leading a rep at training, that's for sure. And he's feeling very comfortable there, not leading a rep, sitting on Cashin's heels, and he'll continue to do so for probably another lap or so if he has his way. Just watch. I mean, it seems like Jared is slipping off the pace, but he's holding his pace solid, and it might be once Liam steps off the track, a couple of these athletes in the front pack may just tire. And Tim Logan and Jared might just chip away that gap, because they are just off 14-minute 5K pace now. They just need to grind a little bit to get back on.
Yeah, and they're tough workers, and they train together. I'm pretty sure if they don't live together, they spend about all of their time together. And so obviously they'll know each other's rhythm far more than just the track. So they'll be able to know each other really well and see where their systems are at the moment. But as we turn our attention to the front of the track, I just can't take my eyes off Cody Shanahan. I mean, he looks so good. So is Ben Moynihan. So Moynihan tucked in nicely behind there. Mark's at the back. You can't write him off. Ben Kelly, give him credit. He's done a really good job to latch on the back of these boys. So we didn't let them go. That band didn't snap. Liam Adams still going. Nafe Nation. There you go. There's your shout out. He's looking good, Nafe. He's got the filthiest haircut on the track. We love it. And we see Marks. He's starting to drop off a little bit. Don't get too worried, because he is a tough competitor. So at the back of that is Canala. Stevens, as I mentioned, really good athlete. They've come over from SA. I think they were hoping to get in that A race. So this is a real chance to flex your muscles and show maybe why you need to be in it the next time. So these boys looking really, really good. So right now as they move around, this pack of 5 working really well together. And that's the really good thing about these South Australian boys. They look out for each other. So obviously Max Stevens and Canala, they're going to have a really good system to know where they're both at. And I reckon they've done enough training with each other to know where they're going. But we see right now Jared Clifford, Tim Logan putting a little bit of distance in the Ben Kelly and co.
Meanwhile, Ed Marks slipping back. So you want to be in any distance race, but 5K isn't any different. You want to be looking for those people ahead. And, with the likes of Ed Marks slipping away, Jared and guide Tim Logan will be looking to pick up any athlete who's dropping off ahead, having a hard time.
Cash perfect, 8:22.
Yeah.
So he's gone through 8:22. He's done his job. He's got his hands on his head. So obviously he tried his absolute best out there. Shanahan looks really good, but again, the danger man for me is that Max Stevens. I reckon he grits his teeth, Max Stevens, and he just says, give me more. And you think life's given him enough. He says, can I have another? So Max Stevens there on 3rd position. He's going to sit right behind Moynihan. I don't know a lot about Moynihan, if I'm totally honest, but geez, he looks really good behind Cody, and he's going to put him to work. So Cody maybe thought that some of these guys might move around when Cashin walked off, but not the case. So Cody looking really good out in front. He's a tough competitor. Moynihan behind him there. Stevens and Canala. Mark's dropping back
just starting to slip off Stevens' heels.
Just watch out.
Then
for
again,
him,
maybe not.
I just Stevens. He just has this never die attitude. Marks comes through now. Here comes Clifford. Here comes Logan. Right behind him there, Ben Kelly. I've been really impressed with him. And Richie. He's just, I was going to say as tough as nails, but nails bend and Richie doesn't. So right behind them there, Adams.
Further back, Liam Adams and Julian the Moose Spence just hanging on to the back of Liam. He's just looking at his bib. His handing has been done for the last few laps. So if Jared Clifford and co are on a bit over 14-minute pace, Liam Adams, Julian Spence are probably on about 14-15, I would say. That next pack back, led by Nathan Pearce, is probably on about 14.5 pace. I know we're giving accurate data here, but it's sort of our best guess when we're looking across the track and looking at 3 different camera angles.
Yeah, I reckon what's really going to be helping out Jared Clifford right now is that Ed Marks is starting to come back to them a little bit. So it gives them a focal point. It gives them something to look at and go, all right, well, let's get to the next man, and then you can move from there. So I reckon Shanahan doing a phenomenal job out in front. 3 laps to go right now for this field, and Moyne right behind him there. He just looks unreal. Jeez. I said that.
It couldn't have unreal.
That couldn't have worked.
You're a genius, Mitch.
Worse for me. I think he's got a cramp looking at him right now. Well, just let it be known, Ben, I thought you looked unbelievable. But here we go. Now the South Australian boys up the back straight, they move around. So Stevens, who I mentioned, he's tough, and I reckon Shanahan's equally tough.
That steeplechase strength, and he goes through the 4K mark in 11:10. So that is 14-minute pace, pretty much spot on, maybe even 13:58 pace we have. And Philo Saunders and Tim Logan are swapping over guiding duties with Jared Clifford, and they go through that 4K mark in 11:26. So might not be Jared's night to get that world record. He is still in with a chance to get close to his PB of 13:05, though 14:05, should I say.
And Philo's come in with some fresh legs, and he's injected some pace into Jared now. They've gone past Mark, so onto his shoulder, and they're going to really push for as quick as a time as they can get.
I'm really scared to make another call, but I reckon Dan Canal has found another win. I mean, he's right on the shoulder of Max Stevens. As I mentioned, they train together, and you're right, Isaac. Philo has added a bit of a fresh set of legs here for Jared, and Jared, as we know, all he needs is an inch, and he'll take a mile. So he will absolutely grit his teeth and do his best to be able to work his way through this race, and he's so much more than what he does on the track. He is a phenomenal ambassador for just life itself, so we always love to see Jared succeed where he can. And right now I reckon that's Max Stevens still leading out Kanawa, and right now Cody Shanahan's your danger man. Now he's had a few laps
absolutely.
to
He's
sit
in
back.
that position that he likes to be in. Well, actually, Cody can do anything, really. Cody rarely has a bad race.
The chameleon.
Exactly, he's a chameleon.
He's got speed,
and look, he's just jumping.
As well for
As we say that.
Absolutely, Isaac.
He's
He's got a
danger man.
1,500 metre speed. He's been up on the shoulder of the South Australian athletes, charging past. 1 lap to go. What can he do? He's going to go under 14 minutes if he can do a 68-second last lap, which he will well and truly do.
Boy,
look at the
he's
wheels
smooth.
on him.
He is smooth right now. Dan Canala, I mean, as we thought he might have been out of it a few laps ago, but geez, he's found another gear.
Jared Clifford
through the
with
bell here.
Jared.
Watch Cody Shanahan. I mean, you can't buy those legs. You're only born with them. So Cody Shanahan right now, he's got 200 metres to go. He's moving. He said, you thought I was fast. I'll show you real speed. So 13:20 right now, Cody Shanahan. He just booms away. I think Canala's had a look around and gone, all right, whatever he had for breakfast, I'll be having next time. Because Cody Shanahan is absolutely booking it. I hope there's no police here or he'll be getting a ticket. So he's going out into lane 3, Cody Shanahan.
Chuck him in the A race next time, Mitch. The real A race.
This is your boy, the Mighty Western
The
A.
mighty Western Avs. Massive PB for Cody Shanahan with our 15-second PB. And he charges home in a time of 13:49.
So
Huge.
60 last lap there, about a 58.
Sub 60. Dan Canala, Max Stevens to follow. Jared Clifford will enter the front straight now. He won't get the 13:53 he was hoping for. He may just get a PB. It'll be thereabouts. 14:09 for Jared Clifford.
Sensation.
Huge run.
Ben Kelly.
14:13, 14:12.
And we can see Liam Adams is going all the way here in this race just to flex his fitness.
He
He's
has.
going all
He
the
just-
way.
Just doing a
What a
pacing
run
job.
to get
Julian
the boys
Spence,
through.
14:22. Nathan Pearce, 14:25. But
Wow.
Nation.
Oh, my God.
Michael Kernahan,
Erect the flag.
under
The nation's
14:30.
back.
Ed Marks finishing up. Gutsy run at the start.
And I'm
In
not sure
low
if you could
Got
have
under
seen
the
it
back
on
as
the
well.
lap count.
14:30 odd.
I'm not sure if you could
That
have
is
seen it on
cooking.
the live stream, but Moose, as soon as he finished, he walked straight into an empty lap counter's seat, just sat down, just plonked himself down. He's
Love
up
that.
now.
Why would you not?
Moose got to do
The
what
seat's
Moose got to
empty.
do. These boys are chasing that sub 15.
It's going to be
And
close.
they're going to get there. So well done. That was phenomenal.
And Shumbi to round out the field from the mighty Western Avs. Actually, huge PB for Shumbi.
15-13.
15-12, 15-13.
12.
We used to share a PB. Now he's absolutely embarrassing me.
Yeah.
His
15-40.
PB was his 10K PB halved.
Really?
Yeah. now, low 15 minutes, very solid by Shumbinator.
Well, that was sensational. I mean, just great racing across it. I mean, that was just
I reckon
Yeah,
they were
dominant from
PBs
Cody.
all round.
Yeah,
huge from Cody.
just blew it away.
That's,
I mean,
puts him on another level now.
gutsy run from Jared as well. I mean, he gave it a fair shake there. Well done to Phil and well done to Tim also for being the guides for that race. I mean, they do such a good job and an amazing effort, to lead Jared through those races and just PBs galore. I mean, I don't know why people are surprised because it's the home of PBs. But I mean, it is what a race and what a night. I don't know what else to say.
Not much more to say.
I don't know if we
the
have,
athletes have said it all for us tonight.
I don't know if we have Izzy or Stewie jogging around or not, or what the go is. But if we do or don't get them, what a phenomenal performance in both those A races.
The Box Hill Burn. What an inaugural meet at the Box Hill Burn.
So phenomenal effort there across the night.
Okay, and we're trackside here with the winner of the 5K, Izzy Bat-Doyle. Congrats, Izzy.
Thanks so much.
No worries. Huge run tonight. Mixed feelings, obviously. How are you feeling now about half hour post-race?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Like coming into the race, I wanted to run a PB. My PB was 15:26. It was also a state record for SA. I ran in December, so I knew that if I just ran how I should run a PB. It'd be a new state record, and I wanted to get under 15:20. That was a big goal for me. I felt like 15:10 was a bit of a stretch, so to come through and see the clock stop at 15:10 and some change, and get a 15:11 rounded up. Yeah, I'm so happy. Like, it's obviously mixed feelings knowing that I was so close to getting the qualifying time, but I ran the race as best as I could, and I think if I'd tried, I couldn't have tried any harder, really.
Yeah, it didn't look like it out. Looking at your race as well, and when Rose pulled out, what were you sort of thinking then, that you sort of had no one to chase?
I was really confused. I didn't know that she had a niggle or anything, so just when she kind of, it was funny because she actually, I passed her on the inside where she passed me on the inside as Adepex, so it was kind of like deja vu, but opposite. Yeah. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, I was just confused, but I just wanted to run my own race and tried to keep pushing on, and I guess at that stage I knew I was feeling good, and I had 5 or so laps to keep running, and I just kind of tried to get myself going, and the crowd was awesome to have that momentum, but it was hard running on my own. Like, I do think having someone to kind of pull me through would have been helpful, and I definitely went into the race thinking that I'd be chasing someone, so that mentality switch was a bit difficult to kind of adjust to mid-race, but
Yeah, massive result. And this year's been such a breakthrough season for you.
Yeah.
What was your PB for the 5K before this season?
15:41.
Okay,
so 15:40 indoors.
Yep,
15:41 outdoors. Yeah.
Yeah, so huge result, 32nd PB tonight, or for the season.
For the season, yeah.
What's ahead over the next couple of months? What's next for you? Big goals ahead.
Yeah, obviously, like getting on the Plains Choco is my goal, and I don't know if that will happen or how that will happen. I was hoping to run at Oceania's, and that one's not happening anymore, so we'll just have to wait and see, and hopefully they might put another 5K on at Box Hill, and I'll try again. Another 10K would be cool too. I'll run the National 5K in a couple of weeks as well, and hope to have a good run there, and that will be a different race, I'm sure, a bit more tactical, but yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, cool. And I love your attitude. As you said, came here to run 15:20, so 15:11 was a bonus, even though you just missed out on the Olympic qualifier, and to get a state record is always awesome as well. And then having that unreal run at Zatopek as well. So it's been a season of season of firsts. So yeah, congrats for your progress so far, and good luck for the couple of months ahead.
Thank you. I love racing in Box Hill. I've definitely had 2 good runs here, and I'll be back again for any more races. So
yeah. Steve Deneen, he'll be rapt to hear that.
Like people like being like close to the track, and it just feels so and like low key, but also world class times out here. But also like seeing Stewie run so well is amazing. But just it's a great atmosphere, and I really appreciate everyone who works so hard to put these meets on, because we really appreciate it as athletes.
Well, yeah, you mentioned the crowd as well, and just one more question. Yeah. Coming down in the front straight at Zatopek, or coming down at the front straight trying to chase that record, everyone cheering down? What was the loudest cheer?
I actually think tonight, maybe I was a bit more in the zone, like in my race tonight. Yeah. Whereas Zatopek, I think, just because of the way the race planned out, like I was a bit kind of like, it just kind of happened, and then it was kind of over, and I was like, oh my god, what's happened? But yeah, tonight I felt a little more like I was in flow when I was running, and I felt really like engaged with the crowd, and I felt like I was really absorbing it all. As Zatopek, I was a little bit more like just, I don't know, blanked out.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Really happy for you, and
so much.
as I said, good luck for the rest of the season ahead.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Izzy.
No worries. Thank you so much. No, thank you. It's such a good meet. You're putting them on. We've had some food.
Should be fine.
All right, down here now with the winner of our men's 5,000 metres, Stewie McSwain. It's a very weird feeling being on this side of the table from Stu. Walk us through your race, mate. How did it feel?
Thanks for having me on, guys. Obviously it was a pretty awesome atmosphere. It was a good night for running, so I gave it a good crack. I think I was on pace to try and get that record, maybe a bit over 3K, and then kind of the last probably 2 to 3 laps were pretty hard slog, but the effort was there, and I'm happy with how it turned out. Yeah,
I'd say over the last few K, you started to look down at your legs a little bit. I think maybe things might have started to get into your mind a bit. Is there and anything you tell yourself when you're out solo or you're trying to push through that makes you go a little bit faster, or is it just hang tough? Yeah, I think a lot of it is hang tough, but I think when it does get tough, you're thinking about all the hard training you've done, the hard sessions, the hard long runs you've done. You're kind of like, if I'm putting in all that hard work, I want to make sure I'm running well on race day. So I think that comes into it a bit. You don't want to kind of let yourself down, and make sure you're showing off the hard work you do in training when it does come to race day. So I think that plays a big role as well. Well, let me tell you look sensational. Even on the camera right now, you look beautiful, Stu. You look healthy. You look fit. Tell me, what's next for you, Stewie? What do you got lined up? Thanks, mate. Need that little pump up. I think.
A man love.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good after that one. But I'll just go back to training. Obviously, the big focus is getting ready for the Olympics this year. So obviously, I've got to get better from here. So I'll just go back to training, keep grinding hard, and obviously putting in the work, and then hopefully the results keep coming. So that's going to be the big focus over the next couple of months. Well, I feel like every time you step on the track, there seems to be some kind of result. I need to know, for people that have followed you for a long time and having known you from a long time, was that race a bean singing moment, or was that sort of just? Could you walk some people through what bean singing is? If you followed Stewie for a long time, you'll see him hashtag the bean sing it. Can you please explain it to people here right now on Athletics Exclusive what bean sing it is? I'm happy it's got to start. So pretty much bean sing is just chilling. So I probably was bean singing at the first maybe 3K, but then after that I definitely wasn't bean singing once I got a bit tired. So early on I was, but later on not so quite bean singing it. No, I thought you looked sensational, and obviously Stu, a couple of years ago, obviously athletics was pretty tough for you before you started to have your breakout, and there were probably moments where you thought you weren't going to follow on with the sport. For any kids out there who are trying to make that transition from those junior ranks now to these senior ranks, do you have anything that you would say to anybody to encourage them to just keep pushing through? Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think obviously people develop at different rates. When I was a junior, obviously was good enough to kind of have some decent results, but I was never winning races. I was never up there. So I think you kind of got to focus on your journey rather than what other people are doing. So I think the big thing is for the guys out there that are finishing 10th, 15th, 20th in races, you kind of got to focus on what you're doing and keep persisting with it, because obviously the results will come if you work hard enough. So I think that's what I've learned from my career. Obviously, you're not going to get results straight away, but if you keep working hard, obviously you can improve a lot across the years.
Yeah, you were a fantastic junior, but yeah, the way you've been able to explode in the seniors is really impressive. Stu, always good to have you down at Box Hill. Where does it rank in your favourite tracks in the world? Surely, I mean, obviously number one, but like, you know, what are
I
other
think
good
it's
ones?
probably this one on Monaco number one, so it's pretty close. Both good atmospheres, but yeah, I love racing here. Obviously, you get a lot of friends and family coming in. Obviously, there's some good banter with the guys around here as well. So, yeah, I love racing here, so it's a great track.
Just really quickly, I know I've asked you a lot of questions and they seem like inside jokes, but I've known Stu for a long time. I saw that you gave the cup to, I believe that was your old man over there. Have you got your family here? Now, obviously, he was a Tasmanian weightlifting state champion. Is he a little bit concerned whether muscles will win, or is he pretty happy with how the running career's turned out?
Yeah, so he's still probably got a few more trophies and medals than me, so I was hoping to take that one home, but unfortunately, it's perpetual, so I had to return it. Yeah, I think probably at the start he was a bit off running. Obviously being a strong guy, he's wondering how I'm so weak. So, but I think as I've slightly got better and probably getting close to being as good an athlete as he was, he's probably a little bit more supportive.
Yeah, well, I know you'll get there one day. But look, well done, Stu. Obviously, all of King Island will be watching as well. The Mayor of King Island, sensational effort. Proud of you, Stu. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on, guys. Cheers.
And what a night here at Box Hill Athletics Track. We've always called it the home of PBs, or at least in recent seasons. So many PBs. We got a Australian record as well in Linden Hall in the 1K.
Yep.
What do you make of the evening, Mitch?
Oh, sensational. I mean, obviously Steve and everybody down here has done such a fantastic job. Everyone here at Athletics Exclusive, the volunteers. It takes a lot of effort to get these meets going. Obviously, being a former athlete and Mick, you still competing, I had no idea the magnitude of work that goes behind these sort of things. So, yeah, sensational effort there. And then to translate that onto the track, as you mentioned, we had an Australian record. Stu was close. Jared Clifford was close for his world record attempt as well. So a lot of PBs were able to cover across the night, and honestly just, yeah, a sensational night at the home of PBs. I've been saying it forever, but now obviously it's very true.
And to see so many interstate athletes make it down in this whole COVID environment as well, it's so awesome to see racing. Like real racing, fast racing, and everyone, committing to a start as well. So we saw, Izzy Bat-Doyle just saying how much she loved coming over to Box Hill, both for Zatopek and for this race tonight. We had a few from South Australia in that B race, Isaac Heen in the A race as well. So it's just great to see people from all around Australia coming to Victoria for these big meets.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, obviously it is at a local track, but this track has had a lot of history, and so obviously that history just keeps extending and getting better, and it was just a fantastic night of racing. I'm unsurprised. It was a beautiful night. Obviously we saw Cody Shanahan cap it off beautifully at the end there, and yeah, just a fantastic night. So to everybody who did compete, a massive congratulations, and for all those who are at home and wanting to know how to compete, just sign up and you can come down and whip yourself around Hagenauer Reserve anytime you like. So sensational effort. Special mention to Steve Deneen, who did a bulk of the work in getting this whole meet organised. 100%. So sensational work to you, Steve, and just to everybody involved. It was a great night. And Isaac Babile as well. A lot of people wanted Isaac, and they might even be disappointed. Here we go. We've got to get him around here. We didn't get him on the screen. So here we go. Isaac Babile did a lot of work. Obviously, a young guy here, Isaac.
Our apprentice.
You've done a lot of the stuff, obviously, on YouTube. You've done a lot of that social media stuff. How does that compare to now getting down here and being able to call some of this stuff trackside?
Oh, it's very different, having to think on the spot. Can't come up with a script like on YouTube, but it's good fun. And I'm learning from last time when I did it and now again tonight. So hopefully I can just keep getting better as I keep joining you boys.
No, that's it. And it's athletes giving back to athletics. So a really good night, Mick. Good to have you back as well. I missed you the last few times. So good to see your beautiful face.
Sorry I couldn't make it last time. It's always a pleasure, Mitch. And thanks for everyone watching at home. I think the thousands of people that we had watching tonight was pretty impressive.
I think they'll be happy.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
See you next time, guys.